from textbooks. No, German idealist, absolute idealism. He believed in a kind of a pathological view that you can, out of the sense movement of an ocean, you can somehow develop the use the entire reality in the sense of absolute knowing, the end of the story, all that stuff. Forget about this. Or if you have an idea that somehow the basic, as it were, matrix of the Hegelian movement, of the self-deployment of Hegelian dialectic is this famous triad, thesis, antithesis, synthesis, forget it. Because generally, I hope you notice the ABC, Hegel even never used the terms. It's quite breathtaking how people don't take into account this. Hegel never used the term. I think, I'm not sure that it's Karl Rosenkranz, one of the pupils of Hegel, who repeatedly once uses these terms. So it's quite breathtaking. When you take this extremely anti-Hegelian histories of philosophy, like the popular one by Bertrand Russell, where he automatically assumed thesis, antithesis, synthesis, I know where this simply know where this is Hegel. Also, the idea that Hegel somehow thought that history is over with him, that he comes at the end. It's empirical. For example, if you read closely his philosophy of nature, again and again he emphasizes it is too early to say, we don't know yet enough about that, and so on. Even in the domain of history, for example, it's very interesting to read the most racist Hegel, although I gave his much more years, the introduction to his philosophy of history, where he deals with so-called geographic presuppositions of history. Okay, here you have Hegel admitting that his works Eurocentric because he deals with black Africans only here as not history proper, but geographic presuppositions of history. That's another story, back to that. Nonetheless, what is interesting here is that, for example, when he, and remind you, this was written in 1810, when he deals with, mentions briefly Russia, Russian Empire, and United States. He says it's too early today, next 20th century will be the century of these two countries. We cannot develop theory now. So, at least empirically, he wasn't an idiot. No? When he made predictions, they were usually good predictions. No? Incidentally, although Marxists are usually dismissed as kind of, fanatical dogmatics, sometimes they were incredibly, okay, I wouldn't say intelligent, maybe just luck. For example, as far as I know, I read this in an article of a futurologist, Geist, who deal with the future in a scientific way, more or less, if you can. He confesses that the only guy who already in the 19th century clearly predicted World War II, not one, was Engels, Friedrich Engels. In a letter already in, I think, late 1870s or early 1880s, when it became clear this tension because of German role, wanted more colonies and so on, and then he said, not only will probably there be somewhere in the beginning of next century a big European war, but probably Germany will find itself going between two poles, Anglo-Saxon, French, and Russian. It will lose the war, and then a decade or two later, it will start a new war. That's not so bad. Okay, but let's go. Please have patience. You can complain afterwards. We can move back to obscene stories about cinemas and what other obscenities I like to talk about, structure of toilets or whatever. No? Okay, we have to do. Let's start. First, Hegel and history. You know what is the standard problem with Hegel? Probably you know this about Hegel. This is even usually reprised. I warn you, I will consciously move at a very elementary level. If you Hegel is usually perceived as the one who asserted a kind of a universal historicist dialectical movement. Nothing is stable, everything is moving, changing. There is movement not only in the domain of empirical reality, but also in the domain of ideas. Ideas develop. You start with being, you go to nothing, becoming, whatever. This kind of an idea of, let's call it, universal mobilism. And then some wise guys like to say one of the most stupid things for me in the history of thought is that, but there is a contradiction in Hegel. How could he, I mean, it's not only Friedrich Engels, it's already some young Hegelians who started this stupidity sake, but isn't there a contradiction in Hegel? On the one hand, dialectic, everything moves, genesis, to understand the thing means to understand its role, place in a global development. So, to Hegel it's usually imputed, totally probably, this developmental evolutionary view that to understand a phenomenon is to understand its genesis. To understand what something is to understand how this thing came to be. I mean, of course, it's totally the opposite. Marx is a true Hegelian when he says a statement which may appear teleological, but it's deeply non-teleological. This quite surprising statement in that methodological introduction to Grundrisse manuscripts, when Marx says the anatomy of a man is the key to the anatomy of the ape. That is to say, you have first to, when you are observing or trying to understand the development of a certain form, you first have to know the end result, so that then retroactively, backwards, you can recognize, trace the elements which led to it. Now you will say, this is clear teleology. We begin at the end, and then only backwards we can analyze it. No, it's the exact contrary. Marx's point is that precisely because history is contingent, because new always emerges, ex nihilo. No matter how you look into the ape, if you accept, okay, we can play this ultra deep ecological view, why should man be more developed than ape? But if we somehow accept this, no matter how you analyze apes, you will not find there some elementary seeds, so that, there is no progress. There are radically contingent cuts. So again, Hegel is definitely not a historicist. And this idea of some contradiction, as they usually put it, between dialectical methods, it's usually put in classical Marxism, as those who criticize Hegel this way, as the contradiction between dialectical method and Hegelian system, like method good, you analyze everything in its dynamics, system bad. Hegel, that idiot who thought with his Russian monarchy history was at the end, and so on. So we have to reject this, but how? Easy to say, difficult to do, of course. First, Hegel in a way was a historicist, but the main feature of the authentic historical thought problem is not what we may call mobilism, this motive of fluidification or historical relativization of all forms of life. The idea that, everything is historically conditioned and so on, which is why incidentally I also, for reasons which will become clear later today, I hope, totally oppose this historical, so-called postmodern historicism, in the sense of, in the sense precisely of anti-essentialism, in the sense of all forms of life are emerging differently, symbolic constructs, and so on and so on. I will try to develop later why we disagree with this. But again, so it's not this general idea of evolutionary mobilism, nothing is stable, everything moves, and so on. I think that where our historical experience begins, if I were to be asked what is historical experience at its zero level, it's, I claim, the experience of a certain impossibility. In the sense of after a true break, a true historical break, you cannot return to the past. You cannot go back as if nothing happened. If you do, of course you can, empirically. But if you do, the same practice acquires a radically changed meaning. For example, this is a nice example from Adorno. He refers to Arnold Schoenberg's second pianist school, atonal revolution in music. And his point, Adorno's, is that, of course, after this revolution took place, of course, we can, and we do, we have many of these modern kitsch composers, you can go on composing in the traditional tonal way, like who was doing this exemplarily, I don't know, mostly, let's say, in Russia, somebody like Rachmaninoff, consciously trying to stick to this. But Adorno's point is that this new tonal music has lost its innocence. It is already mediated by the atonal break and thus functions already as its negation. It's no longer what it was before. What was before, let's say, an immediate authenticity of tonal music becomes now a kind of a fake, geeky, nostalgic imitation. You get my point? It's no longer the thing itself. It's already mediated by the new thing that emerges. And I'm not saying this is always English. There can be very interesting developments here. Not only this, I'm not saying we shouldn't return to the past. Hegel is much more refined here. Sometimes the other side of this thesis is its paradoxical opposite. It is that for Hegel, basically the new emerges almost always in the guise of an illusion of repetition. All really new things emerge as a kind of a illusory return to the origins. For example, the greatest revolution in Christianity, Martin Luther, not King, but the idiot who was sticking the yes in the branches. I never forgive Luther King for, when there was Thomas Windsor, the rebellion, the big peasant rebellion, he took sides of the rich guys and killed them like dogs and so on and so on. Although there is an anecdote connected with Martin Luther King, which also tells you what is wrong with this general historicism. In East Germany, that's a nice part of the history of ideas, and this year I hope I will be able to show you what is historicism, where historicism was. In DDR, in Germany, maybe, if some of you know German culture, a little bit 20th century, what happened. Being afraid of losing popularity and legitimacy, starting from, we know that already in the 70s, some kind of economic stagnation of the communist regime in Eastern Europe started. Basically, somewhere the Khrushchev era. Khrushchev is it's easy to make fun of Nikita Khrushchev, but there's some even nice, truthful moment about him. If you read history of Soviet Union, you immediately get it. Khrushchev was basically the last one where you can say that the ruling nomenclatura somehow still believes not that they are truly a democratic country, blah blah, nobody believes this, but that somehow progressing on them is on their side. They believe that there is a genuine competition between them and the West and that they have a chance of winning. You remember that famous Khrushchev's visit, I think already late visit to the United States, where he said, your grandsons will be communists and so on. If Brezhnev were to say this, everybody would just laugh. But what I'm saying is that in this gradual process of losing legitimacy, something very interesting as an ideological movement started to happen. They tried to gain supplementary legitimacy by reinterpreting and appropriating their own nationalist past. For example, it's very interesting how the darkest, harshest power in KGB, and they started to support this Euro-Asian extreme Russian religious Orthodox nationalists, this idea all bad things come from the West. And here again you can see how relative history, how you can manipulate, because I really hate that here you can see the racism of many Western Marxists. They have this big problem to explain. Marxism, which started with socialized theory, global liberation, how it got so screwed up that it ended with a total catastrophe of Stalinism. The standard answer, totally false, I think, is Asiatic mode of production, Asiatic despotism. The mistake was that the first revolution happened in Russia. Russia was too much part of the Asiatic world, and so there, the new socialist regime got, as it were, infused with a dose of Asiatic despotism because of the leading role of Soviet Union in the communist movement. They infiltrated others, blah blah blah. Total stupidity, total wrong. But what is interesting, I experienced this when I visited Russia, is that if you ask Russian nationalists, they will tell you exactly the opposite story, which I think has more, it's closer to truth. That if there is a historical model for Stalinism, it's Russian modernizers, it's the West. No wonder Stalin liked Peter the Great and those big Tsarist modernizers. No, if anything, Stalin was the new Peter the Great. You know what Peter the Great is? Abolish Moscow, Petersburg, extremely brutal, violent global mobilization, imposed modernization. So, but let's go on. So, after, in this period when they start to lose their legitimacy, especially in German Democratic Republic, they started to invent, so they basically tried to appropriate the entire history of their part of Germany, eastern part. Prussia, to cut a long story short, and it's very nice how till late 50s, or even mid-60s, Frederick the Great was dismissed as, feudal bourgeois, Prussian militarism. All of a sudden, even Frederick the Great was rehabilitated as progressive bourgeois, modernizer, blah blah blah, and so on, And of course, the key element in this modernization, in this reappropriating the past, was Martin Luther. All of a sudden, he was big progressive, some of our people, and I remember seeing in the early 80s, I think even also on our TV, they did, celebrating his, 400, I don't know what anniversary, I don't know even of walk of life there, probably death, I don't know. They did a big, I think 6 or 10 hours mini-series of Luther's life. Of course, as communists, they had somehow to justify the fact, which I mentioned, that Luther turned against the most progressive movement at that point, the Calvinist. And Luther did the same with the Jews. First, he was totally pro-Jewish, claiming that Jews were right to speak their religion, because Catholicism was, the whore of Babylon and so on, which I think today Rome is the whore of Babylon, but that's another story. What I want to say that, so he thought Jews were right, but his idea was, but now that I returned Christianity to its origins, Jews should join us, should convert. They didn't, so he became even more ferociously anti-Semitic. Okay, but let's go on. So, they had the problem to account for this. How to rehabilitate him as a truly progressive, but nonetheless taking into account his opposition to this peasant rebellion. So, they have in one installment of this series, they have an encounter of Thomas Winzer, the man incidentally who is very interesting if you deal with theology. He was not just a great revolutionary leader. Some German friends are telling me Thomas Winzer is well worth reading as a theological writer. He has a wonderful reading of the Bible as an allegory to be used for ongoing political struggle and so on and so on. So they talk, and it's breathtaking, naivety, historically. Winzer said, fuck you. that's what did, no plus, blah, blah, blah. And Luther answers him with a kind of almost a kind of a Marxist avant la lettre, where he tells Minzer, you are right, but you want already a further popular workers' revolution. But the forces of production are not yet enough developed for that. We first need a bourgeois revolution with personal freedom, property, and only after a couple of hundreds of years this will develop, it will be born. You know, this is the impossible position. Like, this is what Hegel strictly prohibits. Hegel's absolute knowledge, it's not this. It's precisely this closure when it's clear that you are totally caught in your time, that you cannot, there is no way, how should I put it, to step on your shoulder and say, and how should I put it, to see yourself objectively as what you are. Which is why I think Hegel is much more materialist and in this sense, though, but we will come to this later, totally incompatible with the standard, later, orthodox, Stalinist, historical dialectical materialism, where what's the standard position of historical materialism? It's not an engaged position, it's based on objective knowledge. I think if you can really understand what Stalin was about, you should read, you get it everywhere on the internet, his big philosophical writing on dialectical and historical materialism, where he explains why Marxist theorists joined the workers and contributed to workers' struggle. He said like this, he said that at the end of 19th century, the working class was still a minority in Russia. But Marxist scientists saw that although farmers and others were a majority, workers had a great future. They saw the future development. They saw which way the history is running, so they decided to join the winning side, as it were. This is totally anti-authentic Marxist. This idea that first you objectively establish the historical tendency towards end of capitalism, working class revolution, and then you, knowing the tendency of history, posit yourself, you as a particular historical agent, as an instrument of realizing this historical necessity. This is what Hegel totally prohibits. That's what Hegel aims at with his well-known, usually interpreted as conservative saying that, you know, at the end of his introduction to philosophy of right, that the whole of Minerva only takes off in the dust and so on. That this is precisely the non-necessary, the open contingent Hegel. For Hegel, an act is always blind. You do something, you cannot include into it, you cannot include into the act, as it were, its own result. Not, and now we come to the crucial point, not because history is too complex and we don't know what, but it's not out there that the situation is too complex. It's here. You cannot, it is the problem of self-reference, as it were. You cannot include yourself into the picture. That's why, again, you can only discover a necessity retroactively. And this, as I will try to show today, this is also, it's absolutely crucial how to read Hegel's historical necessity. It's always a retroactive necessity. It's not that history is some process which appears to us participants as contingent, but there is some kind of a reasoning history, absolute hidden subject, where it is written in advance what is history and pulls the strings. No, necessity emerges in a retroactive way. There are, how to put it, once things happen, they retroactively become necessary. In many of my books, especially in this obscenity that you have there, I think I quote this wonderful passage from my favorite rational Jewish theoretician, which is an intelligent guy, Jean-Pierre Dupuy, who to establish this kind of a strange link between necessity and contingency, quotes a wonderful comment in Le Monde of 20 years ago. There were elections in France. It looks for some time that Edouard Balladur, who was Prime Minister under Chirac, will maybe blah blah blah. Okay. So Le Monde wrote something wonderful. It wrote, if Monsieur Balladur will win the next preliminary election, then his victory will be necessary. You know, like, if something happens, but it's contingent if it happens or not, then retroactively the link is established, it becomes necessary. Okay, how does this work? We will go on. Let me just go back to that point. So, again, the zero level of historicity is this basic division, this impossibility. We experience history when we all of a sudden discover that something is no longer possible. The way we were doing things. Of course, it's possible, but it becomes a fake in a way. You know, okay, if you like history of music, this would be a wonderful example. Rossini is clear regression. Rossini, you know that, Giacomo Rossini, the barber of Sevilla, you know that he was active before and after with boring, serious operas, but he is well known from his comic operas, all written more or less in the era of 1815-1830. He was the pure composer of restoration. The whole ideological point of his operas is, let's pretend that French Revolution didn't happen. Let's pretend that we still live in the ancien regime. You can detect this clearly if you compare his Barber of Sevilla with the other Figaro piece, Mozart's. Mozart's Figaro piece is clearly announcing revolution. This one is this pure nostalgia. In this sense, of course, it's a fake. Which is why we should be very attentive when philosophers pretend to return. Especially in modern European philosophy. Of course, everybody knows the big break is Kant's transcendental revolution. And again, philosophers try to play the game of let's write as if Kant didn't exist. For example, Deleuze says somewhere this openly. He says, my ultimate goal is to return to the age of Leibniz, Spinoza, and so on. To write philosophy, to do philosophy in this pre-Kantian systematic way, as if Kant didn't exist. Of course, it is easy to show in a close analysis that this cannot be done. Now I come back to this point of Luther, that precisely when you do this, it can either be kitschy nostalgia, or it can announce an even more radical revolution. And this would be the nicest point of Hegelian theory of history, that usually the new emerges precisely because you cannot return to the past. When you pretend to return to the past, you either are simply an irrelevant, historically irrelevant, nostalgic kid, or you really do something radical. For example, again, Luther, as we all know, he didn't perceive himself as a revolutionary, but on the contrary, returning to the original blah blah blah, and he achieved what is arguably the most radical revolution in the history of Christianity. The same goes, for example, this is a nice example of what is historicity. Pascal, this is why Alain Badiou, who will torture you in the afternoon, likes Pascal. He wrote, I think somewhere in his Being and Event, a very nice analysis of Pascal where he says, there was in Pascal's era already this modernity, Galilean science, and so on, all that. Liberals, early rationalists simply endorsed modernity. Pascal asked a totally different question. His precisely because he didn't simply accept modernity. He is much more read today. He saw much more. Not only in the sense of he had a better understanding of modernity. He even saw some limits of modernity and so on and so on. It's the same if you know in the history of cinema. This is historicity. You remember when sound was introduced. It is absolutely clear that it's those who were traumatized by sound, who resisted to it, that got immediately much deeper into what does sound mean in cinema. For example, this is why I love the early sound Charlie Chaplin movies. You know that he was totally traumatized by sound. Do you know how you can exactly isolate in 4 stages, 3 or 4, his gradual acceptance of sound? His first formally sound film, in the sense that he had a soundtrack, was City Lights. There, it's only music and environmental sounds, you know, a car driving, pop, a ball falling down. But all the dialogues are mute and so on. He resists sound. Then you get modern times, the first compromise with speech. You hear speech, but if you saw the movie, you remember, all the speech you hear there is the speech from the media within the narrative. Like you hear someone talking on the radio, you hear someone singing from a 78 or whatever disc. You don't hear no immediate sounds. The first full sound film, in the sense that actors are talking, is his Great Dictator. But it's worth seeing, because there you have a kind of an implicit meta theory of sound, where, you know the movie, I mean, it's one of the absolute movies. Sorry? Does he sing? Okay, in the beginning, you got me here. You know, I talk about movies and don't say that. Okay. But I was right, I told 99% that before that he doesn't. But he sings like he sings and dances. But his voice appears. Maybe, you are. Okay. What happens did you notice how the figure of the tramp is split into 2, played by 2 in The Great Dictator? You have the poor Jewish barber, who is, although he talks, he's basically the old silent figure, the old tramp. And then you have the bad guy, played also by Chaplin, Hegel, the dictator. And it's clear that the opposition here is between the good tramp, the old Chaplin, and the new evil figure. Because Hegel is already introduced as the embodiment of his voice. I think even maybe the first time, I'm not sure, you see Hegel when the tramp is taking his girlfriend, played by his wife, of course, Colette Godard, on a stroll in the ghetto, and all of a sudden, from loudspeakers, you hear this terrible, obscene voice of Hegel, Hitler, of the dictator, shouting, and it's clear that the sound is present, and then you see Hegel's face, but a kind of a totally distorted face, as if a face distorted by sound. It's not, in the case of dictator Hegel, it's not the sound, the voice, which is emitted by the body, it's in the way the body which is controlled or just materializes the sound. And if you read the film in this way, it's not such a simple film as it is sometimes dismissed. You encounter an incredible amount of wonderful ambiguities. For example, how perversely Hitler figure relates to speech. Remember, there are some wonderful scenes. One is where Hegel dictates his second then he goes on for 2 minutes, and the secretary does something. And then as he's playing with your spectators, deceived expectations, the Hinkel figure said, oh, something is wrong, looks at what the girl typed and said, okay, you did it right, and so on. Or remember, when Hinkel has a speech, it's a wonderful speech, total obscenity of a speech. You don't understand anything, only from time to time you identify some totally vulgar, common word, say Wiener Schnitzel, Apfelstrudel, or things like that, and so on. So what he was aware is that something very deep is that human voice is never simply a property of us as a body. That there is always a kind of a ventriloquist aspect to it. That voice is potentially what Lacan calls the object A. That, how should I put it, partial organ within you which controls you, a potentially destabilizing, a foreign intruder. And this is how he plays with voice. It's a wonderful scene in the beginning when we first hear Hinkel's voice, when he's walking with the girl and then the Nazi guy starts to chase them, and then how the whole scene is a kind of a ballet dominated by Hitler's voice. You know, when Hitler goes slowly, the voice, they also... So this idea of a voice not as a spontaneous, realistic expression, that's what Chaplin saw already. And it's interesting how other intelligent directors also saw, like one of the great early sound movies was Fritz Lang, The Testament of Dr. Mabuse, where the topic is exactly the same. Mabuse, the arch-criminal, is known as a voice. The problem of the entire film is exactly the same as Hitchcock's Psycho decades later. You have a free-floating voice to find a body for this voice, and this is basically, as Michel Chion, a very good theorist, elaborated, the problem of Hitchcock's Psycho. It's the problem of the voice, mother's voice, floating around. And the problem is, whose voice is this, to find the body to this voice. So, you see my point. My point is that Chaplin's idea is very Freudian, one naively Freudian, that the silent movie universe was a kind of a oral, anal, pre-sexual, pre-superego flat universe of, like cartoons, of undead people where life goes on indefinitely, you know. It's a little bit like in cartoon, in all those Max Sennett comedies, you know. You can be hit, you can be run over, you stand up, it always goes on. There is no death, there is no sexuality, basically, although there are, and I love them, it's very racist and so on, there are such stupid, if there is sexuality, it's usually reduced to some extremely primitive oral level. For example, I remember, these were times when this was still possible in Hollywood, a scene where a lady is taking a bath, and of course, the black guy, the cliché was there, horny all the time, who is carrying a big block of ice, takes it up to an apartment, and the door is a little bit open, sees the lady there, naked in the bath, and he does blah, 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 and of course all the ice melts instantly and so on. But you know, this is not sexuality, this is more the primitive oral anal logic, and again, how then it's the... So the important message is this one, is that what the sound introduces is not more natural, that the basic impact of sound on cinema was not naturalization. It was not before. There were just silent images. Now we can see real people acting and so on. No, sound, the voice, speech especially, was from the beginning this sound dog searching for a body, something haunting you, and so on and so on. And this is basically what Lacan is saying, for example, when he talks about voice as the object small. Yes?
I don't want to agree with you. Is that the issue in Sunset Boulevard?
In?
In Sunset Boulevard?
You can say, yes, you can say that, although there is another Billy Wilder, we don't have time to say, I would like to watch, which goes even much more into these dark consequences of this old young split. Did you see his later movie, Total Failure, Fedora? I know it's a totally strange movie about an actress who appears young, to be young, and everybody thinks she's doing nice plastic operations, but at the end you learn that she's really an old, totally disfigured lady, and that she simply replaced herself by her daughter. And it's such a totally pessimistic, totally, it's the dark thing.
Box office failure with his
Not even, no, it didn't even arouse great attention at this level. No, but I think it should be. But you know, we cinema theorists, this is our favorite sport. To discover, to focus on a failure and then to claim, oh, but this is the true masterpiece. Like, I even wanted once planned with Frank Lampson to do a whole book on Hitchcock's failures. Playing the game of choose a Hitchcock movie which was obviously a failure and pull it out. For example, in France, there was a whole school in early 50s where the candidate for this failure, which is really the masterpiece, was a rather embarrassing Australian melodrama. Did you see it under Capricorn? You don't know it from, I think, 52, 53. Totally ridiculous story of Ingrid Bergman living with an ex-convict and convict there, some melodrama and so on. There was a school in France, this is the Hitchcock. Frank Lampson's choice is but I think that is a good movie. It's the one with unending the stage fright. You know, it's a movie which is famous for the false Hitchcock violates the rule there. You know, the flashback. The rule is that if you show a flashback, it should be true. That you cannot lie at the level of flashback. Hitchcock lies, you discover it yet. Because at the beginning, the hero encounters a girl, tells her what is happening. At the end, we discover, not just tells her, we see. No? Okay. My choice would have been, and I think it's an extraordinary movie, it's the lowest of the lowest, considered Hitchcock's worst movie, Topaz. You know, that anti-communist movie, Cuba and so on. Okay, but we are getting lost now, I agree. So what I wanted to tell you is this, where we experience a historical break at its purest. With this impossibility and how precisely, how to put it, how because of these precisely conservatives who want to stick to the old, usually see more, see the uncanny. For example, here, it was those who thought, oh, sound movie is just a chance to do either musicals or more realistic dramas who are today forgotten. What we are still looking for is precisely those who resisted sound and then tried to use it in different ways. But let me go on. So, okay, we have this situation. Now, your first obvious association, if you know a little bit of philosophy, would have been that, but is Hegel's speculative absolute idealism not precisely the supreme case of such historical impossibility? The idea is that Hegel is the last big example of radical idealism, where you can, as it were, cover the entire reality through the self-deployment, self-mediation of the notion in the sense of concept. And the idea is simply that, and there is a convincing point to this, that after Hegel, we have this famous post-Hegelian break. The whole series of figures, Schopenhauer, Kierkegaard, Marx, but also Freud, the rise of mathematical natural sciences, that simply after this post-Hegelian break, you can no longer be seriously Hegelian. That, it's simply not possible. It's the fake and anti-historical illusion. If you basically, if you try to be Hegelian today, you simply act as if sake, it's easy to establish. It was basically what Badiou likes to refer to as anti-philosophy. The idea is that the scene of philosophy, philosophical ideas, is perceived as a secondary scene of representation, a screen, and then you assert some real, more substantial life process which makes this movement of ideas, sphere of ideas, just a kind of a passive, secondary, illusory reflection. The first one to do this was, of course, even before Schopenhauer, already the late Friedrich Schelling, who claimed there is the living reality, irrational abyss of willing, the life of will, which is more substantial than ideas, and that Hegel is simply cheating. He tries to prove this with detailed analysis, how at the beginning of the logic, where Hegel proposes the triad being, nothing, becoming, that becoming is to be actual becoming, already presupposes some positive being. This is how Schelling distinguishes between positive and negative philosophy. For him, Hegel is a negative philosopher, not in the bad sense, but in the sense of Hegel just deploys the conceptual structure of reality. What reality is, all possible forms, but something is missing, the positive being of reality. As it were, the living substance. Hegel provides just, in his idealism, the great shadow of reality, which is why Schelling focuses on, as the greatest Hegel's failure, on Hegel's deduction at the end of logic of how logic, when it fully realizes itself in the shape of absolute idea, passes into nature, releases itself into nature. For Schelling, this is no deduction at all. Hegel is simply cheating. He knows all the time that nature exists, and he just pretends to deduce nature from the self-movement of conscience and so on and so on. That's Schelling. Then you know Schopenhauer. Schopenhauer is the great anti-Hegel. Really, like personally. He hated Hegel. When he was young, he was already private docent, this lower level private process at the same Berlin University as Hegel, and then if you know this, he was so competitive that he on purpose did his classes at the same time as Hegel. Of course, nobody came, but he was so furious and so on and so on. Although there is one good thing about his family. You know that Hegel, Goethe was married with that Christiane Vulpius, the lower class girl. He loved her and so on. It was a very long love. Finally, Goethe married her, and she was totally ignored by all high society. One must admit that Schopenhauer, and especially his mother, were honest here. It's a famous saying, Schopenhauer's mother invited once Goethe and his wife, and then some other guests protested. She said, when this lady is good enough for Goethe's bed, she must be good enough for our table. Nice saying. And so, but what I'm saying is that with Schopenhauer, it's the same. It's the irrational will. The will already Schelling uses it. This idea that before all notional movement and so on, there is this positivity of the will, of pure willing, which then, of course, later develops in Leben's philosophy, in life philosophy. Then, in a similar, although different way, it's Kierkegaard. Of course, with him, it's not this stupid, irrational willing, it's the individual with the absence of believing, this absolute decision, leap of faith, and so on. For Kierkegaard also, this is the intense actuality of subjective authenticity, which cannot in any way be covered up by this abstract Hegelian movement of notions and so on and so on. And why not? Let's add to this series Marx. For Marx also, you have this famous, what is the worst of Marx, I think, German ideology, the famous phrase that true science of life is with regard to philosophy, like real sexual act is masturbation. Well, again, this idea that Hegel is mystifying reality is describing just some kind of ideal, conceptual, pseudo-self movement, and then Marx has all this rather primitive reductions to real life. It's not idea which is developing, moving itself. Is it real people who, while thinking, develop ideas and so on? This old boring idea that Hegel confuses the subject and the predicate. It's not individuals who are predicates or moments in the self-development of the idea. It is idea, thinking, which is just predicate of a real life-asserting individuals and so on and so on. This is what Badiou refers to as anti-philosophy. That is to say, this idea that if at least you and then there are, of course, other elements here where I think a more convincing critique of Hegel can be made. Like, one problem with Hegel, there you really have Hegel's limitation, is mathematics. Hegel dismisses mathematics as so-called spurious, dead, infinity, just repetitive. He cannot see, there is no space for this modern mathematics which includes all the paradoxes of self-reference and so on. There is no space for this. In Hegel, there is the problem of natural sciences. You can claim, I think it's more ambiguous, that what Hegel does in his critique of Newton is simply he dismisses Newton as a primitive knowledge, positive natural sciences at the level of some kind of a mechanical approach, and in a more or less romantic way, Hegel tries to provide a more organic account of nature and so on and so on. So again, the idea is that all this universe of formalized, mathematicized sciences, with the incredibly important role in production and so on, also the Freudian universe of pure repetition, what Freud called Wiederholungszwang, when things repeat themselves without any Hegelian movement of Aufheb, where by repetition you are elevated to a higher level, just pure compulsion to repeat. There simply is no place for all this in Hegel. So again, that's the post-Hegelian break. And again, one can say that this historical break is a fact. You cannot simply play the game as if this didn't happen and let's return to Hegel. I think you can. No. Well, how? First let's give you the coordinates, then we will return tomorrow. I think that I will not just now give you the demonstration, explanation, just to provide the coordinates. I think that something different happens here. Namely, that what should make you suspicious is how Hegel is this totally ridiculous image of Hegel. Even people who have a certain sympathy for example, if they are oriented towards the so-called Anglo-Saxon analytic thought, if they have a certain sympathy for so-called continental philosophy, many of them is very fashionable today. Even scientists like to refer, for example, to Spinoza. Damasio wrote a book claiming Spinoza practically proto-brain scientist, so many things and so on. All of them are Leibniz, Bertrand Russell, like Leibniz and so on. Kant is usually the limitation. Kant is usually the last that this analytic Anglo-Saxon orientation is ready to swallow. After Kant, for them, it's just obscenity. Although, yeah. If your mind is as dirty as mine, I know you can say, but wait a minute, he's a philosopher, I know the accent is different. There is an obscenity, And this is why when I gave a talk, yes, I'm well known in my country that whenever in the line of thought there is just a slight opening towards a tasteless obscenity, I will take that I was surprised I didn't do it consciously. I came 20 years ago at Berkeley a talk called Kant and Hitchcock. And then thought, oh, you have both of them. This surprised even me. I wasn't aware of that. Okay, so let's go on. So what I want to say is that what should make you suspicious is when a certain critique paints the enemy as an openly absurd image. You know, this image of Hegel, absolute knowledge, the one who thought he can penetrate the mind of God. Because, you know, somewhere he ironically Hegel characterizes his logic as what went on in the mind of God before the creation of the world and so on. So my hypothesis is the following one. That Hegel is the so-called vanishing mediator between traditional metaphysics and the post-Hegelian return to actual reality anti-philosophy. But I think it's not simply as people who try partially to rehabilitate Hegel, like Charles Taylor. Incidentally, his Hegel is, I think, one of the worst books on Hegel. It's not in the sense that Hegel was in between, you know, still idealist, but already moments of historicism, historical description. No, my point is that something unique happened in Hegel, and I will spend the rest of the time today and tomorrow to try to give you some indications of that something unique happened there, unthinkable. Even today we don't really know what. So that it is not, if we try to be Hegelians today, that we behave as if the post-Hegelian break didn't happen. It's on the contrary. The entire post-Hegelian anti-philosophy, which is one desperate attempt to obliterate what Hegel did. Hegel went too far. And I think that it's this post-anti-philosophy which does this by getting rid of Hegel, how? By way of constructing this ridiculous image of Hegel, for which I think we should use this Freudian term, you know, that screen memory. You know, screen memory as a false, obviously ridiculous figure concealing some truly traumatic excess. I think that Hegel that we know is mostly this kind of dead element. A very comfortable, ridiculous image. It's easy to laugh at him, oh, that idiot, a poor employer of the Prussian Minister of Education who thought he knows everything and so on, but was just doing some ridiculous, mechanical, logical reasoning. And if they concede that sometimes Hegel did have bright insights, the idea is that yes, from time to time he had a sense of observation, he made good points, but it is all spoiled by this mechanical application of this dialectical machinery which can swallow everything. So again, what that will be like this, to give you some arguments for this opposite reading. That no, it's the post-Hegelian break which misses something in Hegel. And this is also, I think, in accordance with a more general historical theory, which I like. I developed it already in one of my early books that I think for the moment today. This idea I took a term from Fred Jameson of vanishing mediator as a crucial figure of historical development. What is vanishing mediator? Vanishing mediator is not simply something which is a little bit here and a little bit there. You know, like you pass, for example, you pass from religious, metaphoric universe, divine meaning everywhere, to modern, secular, grey, mechanic universe, and then you can nicely show how you have figures which are in between. Usually in this day already use the new terminology but still deal with the old topic. I'm not saying there are not wonderful things which often happen here. For example, my favorite vanishing mediator between medieval universe and modern mechanical materialism is Malebranche. Read him, oh my God, he's a genius. He's a French theologist, a pupil of Descartes, Nicolas Malebranche, who radicalized Descartes in a totally crazy way. But as often you can find wonderful, bright insights in this total madness. The starting point of Malebranche was, what was Descartes' idea, this radical dualism? We have two substances, res cogitans, the thinking substance, and res extensa, the extended material substance. Already you can see what is missing here, life. Descartes has no space for life. For Descartes there are only mechanisms and spirit, which is why all these holistic theoreticals hate Descartes. He's the big bad guy. For all of them, from Al Gore downwards. This is the version of Al Gore, when he says Descartes guilty of everything you want. On the contrary, I think Descartes is one of the big good guys. But okay, what did Malebranche? Sorry for making these detours, but I'm not losing track. They are crucial. Malebranche did something. Then Descartes had a problem. How are the two connected? For example, in us as human beings, our soul, the thinking substance in our body. His solution was totally ridiculous. He found, he liked to do the anatomy and so on. So he found this, how do you call it, pineal gland or what? No, one gland. Sorry? Pineal, sorry, yes. And it drew his attention because it's only one. It was the only one which was one. So he thought this is, as it were, the point of passage. It's through that gland that our soul gets impressions from the body and returns orders back to the body. Like, to put it very simply, if you decide to move, to raise your hand, you think about it, you give an order passes through this stupid gland to your nerves and so on. It's ridiculous, obviously. Sorry? Yes, the body is the seat of the soul. Yes. But nonetheless, for him, the soul was substantially, totally different. He was a radical dualist. He would never have accepted that, because to put it, the soul really is there. It's a little bit like, let me tell you another interesting philosophical story. I always had big debates with theologists. A couple of points I don't get. You know that it's very fashionable, especially for Catholics, to oppose biogenetic manipulations. No? Their story is, no, we are not just neuronal automata, we have an immortal soul, so don't mess with the brain. Now I asked them, and I still didn't find a good answer. Maybe you will give it to me from the theological side. A very simple counter-argument. Isn't this way to reason contradictory? If you are convinced that you are not just a neuronal automata, that you have an immaterial, immortal soul, why do you worry then? What do I do with your brain? You say, fuck off, do whatever there, I'm not there, I have a soul. So why do they say, we have an immortal soul, but then the conclusion, so you shouldn't mess?
I think it goes back to natural law. The Catholics believe in natural law.
And what is natural law?
God constructed our bodies, our nature this way, and we should conform to it.
Yeah, but nonetheless, but this is more complex. This already you introduced further hypothesis. How should I put it? You have.
Yeah, well, I think there's a better Aristotelian account. A lot of them will say that the functional dynamic of the body is the condition for you to have the immaterial principle of the mind. So if you change the functional dynamics, you run the same possibility as killing somebody in terms of manipulating that.
That's tricky, because you know that here, again, as if you are truly an orthodox, in the good sense now, Christian, I think you should reject this. Okay, now this brings us into theological waters, but I think that I'm totally anti-Aquinas. I think he was the great Aristotelizer, how should I put it, of Christianity. And I simply I don't think, but so that you will not say that I'm only making fun, one priest gave me an intelligent metaphor here. He said, imagine our brain as a radio receiver. Of course, our soul is immortal, but in order for our body to receive the message of our soul, we need a finely attuned radio receiver, which is our brain. And God created it to receive. And then the idea is that if we mess with our brain, it's just ruining the radio, and then you no longer receive the message. This is the most intelligent, at least for me. But I have another problem, we can talk about it here, and it brings us back to Hegel. I think this is another example where we should go further in Hegel. But being good Hegelians. Namely, Hegel, another enigma I had, and maybe you can help me here, with Christianity is why does the church advocate this weird notion, basically I simplify, but nonetheless it is that if sex is only sex for procreation is specifically human, that you just do it out of pure lust, is just animal coupling. My totally naive counter-argument isn't the exact opposite. I mean, animals are doing it in this biologically determined dream. They don't screw all the time, as we right? They do it just in the season for mating because it has this function and so on and so on. And isn't it that it's absolutely ridiculous to claim that in a true, I mean, it's even degrading for me, for what is not only physical, but if you want truly spiritual about a truly intense, out of love sexual act. It's clearly not just some mechanical lust copulating, but it's clearly ridiculous to claim that more, that surplus is somehow has to do, it may not have with procreation. What would be your answer?
It seems like there's a weird alliance between Richard Dawkins' notion of the self as gene.
Yeah.
Like we only exist as genes,
Yeah.
and the church's philosophy. And both, guys, St. Victor told me this, both do not leave room for choice, for affirming one's self, one's sexuality, one's being beyond that deductive principle.
I agree with you, and let me tell you something else here. This is why I think Dawkins is inconsistent. You remember that famous passage towards the end, if I remember correctly, of his selfish dreams, where he introduces the famous idea of how you pronounce it. Meme. Yeah, I know. I pronounce it in my primitive Slavic. Our writing is much simpler.
It's meant to rhyme with gene.
I know, of course, that's the point, of course. So, when he says that we are not slaves simply of our genes, because we can think, we can, as it were, become master. I mean, he simply postulates a space of freedom for which I think he doesn't account enough. And he was relatively intelligently criticized here by some other evolutionists. And I am not here just playing again. What I'm saying, you can see where this brings us back to Hegel. I'm not just playing here the game of who is right. The problem is more complicated. How the properly Hegelian view of sexuality should be, I claim, much closer to a Freudian one. It is not that simply you have, this is how even Hegel himself, but I claim here, and this should be here fearless, and out to Hegel where it's necessary. So where Hegel, okay, as a fanatic I will say, the only legitimate criticism of Hegel is to show that Hegel is not Hegelian enough. Now when he talks about sexuality, a little bit towards the end of his philosophy of nature, and then when he speaks in civil society about marriage and so on, no? He basically adopts this, as they call it, culturalization hypothesis. His idea is that sexuality is a natural substance, no? Animals grew the way they do, blah blah, but we gradually civilized it, sublimated it, whatever, no? Like, sorry, we try to be not like, I want to seduce a woman, or a man, or many women, or many men. This is, I do always do annoy Judith Butler when we talk, because she's opposed to binary logic. So I say, okay, let's be against binary logic, but I'm not only one partner, more partners, and so on. So that instead of just, I don't know how animals do, spelling your juices there if you are wet and then boom or whatever, no. We write poetry, we do all the shit we do, but basically we are slowly elaborating, constituting, reworking, culturalizing natural substance. Instead of smelling the disgusting smell of what we have perfume, instead of those whatever animal sounds, we write lovely. The idea is that there is some kind of a natural substance of sexuality which we gradually civilize, culturalize. I claim something is missing. What is missing is what Freud would have called death drive. And what in entire German idealism, you already find it in Kant. I located it for the first time, where Kant talks about, in a wonderful and totally neglected today, writing on education. Kant mentions some kind of a wilderness of a human being, exemplary, can be discerned in a wild child, the child whom you cannot discipline, whom you cannot make obey the orders. And Kant says that something absolutely crucial there, which then repeats itself in Schelling, in Hegel. He says, this wild, undisciplined character, you know, a child who resists, beats, and so on, he says, this is not animal nature. Animals have instincts, they follow the instincts. It's a kind of a derailment of instincts. It's already denaturalized nature, but it's not yet culture. You know, and that could be the problem we get in view. That excess, which we try to civilize through culture, is not nature. It's the managing mediator. And I think that the Freudian name for this excess is death drive. Or sexuality. What is sexuality? What are we humans? Our sexuality is not the animal coupling. You eat, you sleep, and incidentally, when I'm in a bad mood, I almost would like to be there. I read a story about some stupid bears or what animals who in the winter, they grow fat, and then for the 6 months of winter, they sleep every month, they awaken, they go to urinate, drink and fuck, and go to sleep again. For as close as I can imagine happiness, if you ask me frankly. But what I'm saying is that everybody will tell you human desire is denaturalized, it's internalized, how shall I put it? It goes on and on and on, never. And Kant says very nicely, something crucial there. He says that it is because of this excess of instinct, which is no longer the natural instinct which just directs you towards survival. Mating time, you should mate, you should kill other animals to eat whatever. It's a kind of a much more excessive disorder, to use Shakespeare, out of joint wilderness. And then Kant says, this is why we humans need masters. And he provides a wonderful definition of man. He says, man is an animal who needs a master. Precisely to tame this excess, which is not animal. And you find the same in Schelling, even in Hegel, at the beginning of his philosophy of spirit, that already mentioned anthropology, when he talks about madness, this excess of madness as the zero level of subjectivity. And for Hegel, our culture, which begins at the most elementary level with habits, and Hegel has wonderful developments there where he says that we humans are totally beings of habits. We even die out of habit, we live out of habit, and so on. So again, I think this is what we should take into account with regard to sexuality. It's not directly nature-culture. The lesson of psychoanalysis is there is something in between. This excess that Freud calls death drive and so on and so on. And you find it in all big erotic myths. I mean, for example, Tristan and Isolde. What is this? Their love is obviously, it's formulated like this. It's trans-cultural, you know. They want to drown in this excess of absolute drive, absolute enjoyment, violating all social rules, blah blah blah. But it's also not nature, it's really, you don't find this excess in nature. So, the result to arrive at this level is that it's not directly that culture breaks with nature. You have in between some kind of what Freud calls Todestrieb, death drive, a kind of, what you call it, absolute insistence, impossible insistence, which is why it has to repeat itself indefinitely. And the problem of culture is again to symbolize, to restabilize that. And this, if you allow me, another Hegelian reflection. This brings me back to, you asked me yesterday, Steve Pinker. You know what is the big problem of this kind of a, what do you call them? This is why I'm on the side of Stephen Jay Gould. So-called utilitarian accounts of mind and language and so on. The problem is to account for this mystery that why are we doing so many things which do not have any survival, adaptive, utilitarian value? Okay, I know that quite often they are very successful here. For example, in explaining, there is a wonderful book I quoted, I think, in my, was it in the second part of Tarmac even, at the end. Yeah, I think the behavioral biologist who tries to account for this sex, for the, in adaptive terms, why this totally non-functional excess of parade of displaying in sexual seduction. For example, you know, something like, how to call it, I forget the English name, with that stupid animal with big, peacock, yes. Why peacock? I mean, from the adaptive standpoint of view, it's stupidity. It's the most irrational thing to do. He cannot even properly move and so on. He provides a nice account for that. That's the message. I'm so strong that I can afford it. You know, it's in the same way to seduce a girl with a ring for $1 million. Like, I know it has no function, but I can afford it. Okay, but what I'm saying is that Pinker is built at another level. You remember, if you know, we are talking about Steven Pinker. This is the guy who sees red, who has a Goebbels reaction if you mention French thought, and so on, deconstruct, whatever. Okay, he asks a simple question, which is a rational question. Why? He tries, you know, there is a big debate among brain scientists of why can't we understand how our mind works? Why are we, and then, you know, some of them, like, I don't know, McGinnis or who, try to claim that in a materialism, they're not idealists, but just they claim that that's how our mind is structured. It's a priori structured in such a way that it cannot understand itself. And Pinker tries to provide a totally evolutionary account. He says, I quote him almost literally here, don't see him. He says that it's for the same reason that a rabbit cannot do, I don't know, differential calculus. Our mind was created for certain survival adaptive reasons. wasn't created, it didn't emerge, develop to understand itself, it emerged to construct tools, to deal with nature, for mating, for cooperation, and that's why it was created. And it can do, of course, things for which it was created. And in the same way that rabbit doesn't need for his survival differential mathematics and so on, we don't need for our survival to understand ultimate reality, God, soul. You just look for what the mind was created. Even if this is true, I have, as I developed in this book, one big naive problem. But there is one big difference between a rabbit and us. Rabbit doesn't even bother about differential calculus. Why do we humans always bother with impossible tasks? Why are we, as it were from the very beginning, try to ask metaphysical questions to put it this way? Why don't we simply say, okay, we can't understand it, let's drop it? And I think that we can go even further. One can show that all great inventions, utilitarian inventions, like new machines and so on, that the usual logic of discovery was not, we have a problem, we should invent it. First, it was always that you invented something out of pure metaphysical speculation, useless, and then application always comes secondary. So it's not this primitive Marxist economic reductionism which says we develop machines for production and then rich people can use them as toys and so on. The history of modern machinery in the 17th century already. I don't know how many machineries in the court of Louis XIV and so on. They were used to produce rains, spectacles, dolls and so on. First, they were widely constructed for amusement, to fascinate. Application came afterwards and so on. So my point is that I'm tempted to link this with what I was saying before. The true mystery for me, as it were, is that again, sexuality. That's Hegel. It's not that we have our natural sexuality, which is gradually civilized and so on and so on. No, natural sexuality gets denaturalized in some kind of deadly passion, crazy insistence. This is what was the enigma for Freud from the very beginning. How is it that, and incidentally, even I know some brain scientists or rather behavioral scientists who are doing things with apes and told me some interesting, even empirical data at this level. A guy whom I know, a Turkish Stephen Fischel there at Duke University, he's doing experiments, not too advanced, not the one where you work with apes, and he told me that it's interesting how is there a difference between ape and human being when you pose is that apes are generally more rational even, in the sense of if you make with an ape the experiment of simply let's say very primitive experiment he told me. You propose to a ape a beautiful, very attractive sexual partner and a B-level sexual partner. First, the ape tries to get to the more attractive partner. But after some time, when the ape sees he cannot do it, he says, okay, fuck off, he goes to it's very rational calculation. While with men, we are much more, we persist to the end. You never, the more it is impossible, the more you stick to it, and so on and so on. This, let's call it internalization of desire, which then produces something which, and that's how I read Freud, brings us to death drive. Death drive has nothing to do whatsoever, that's the ABC, I hope you know it, with that nirvana sheet and so on. Death drive is exactly the opposite. I claim, if you read Freud closely, death drive is Freudian name for immortality. What Freud calls death drive is something that insists beyond life and death. Figures of death drive are like vampires, living dead, and so on and so on. And my thesis, which I develop repeatedly in my books, without which you cannot understand not only Hegel but none of the classical philosophy, is that this is what explodes in German idealism. That's what I try to do basically in all my work. Reading mutually like German idealism to psychoanalysis, not in order to reduce German idealism just to psychology, but to elevate Freud to a thinker. For example, sorry if you know this line, but it's wonderful words, I want to repeat it, it works wonderfully. The best account of that drive I found is just in a small, like some little reduction in Kant's critique of pure reason, where he mentions, Immanuel Kant, two types of negation. He mentions, he distinguishes negative judgment and infinite judgment. It's very simple to understand. Kant says negative judgment negates a predicate, a infinite judgment affirms a non-predicate. You will say, what's the point? It's the same shit. No, it's not. Why not? Let's go to Stephen King territory and you will see why not. Let us negate the predicate dead. First, there's a negative judgment. If I say, you are not dead, what does this mean? You are alive. Nothing special. No, we can just the space of life dead, you are not dead, you are alive. Okay, that's okay, but let us say not you are not dead, but you are undead. This means something quite different. This doesn't mean you are simply alive. It means you are alive as dead. You are living dead. You know, the third domain is open of some obscene life which insists beyond life and death and so on. And my claim, this vampiric, as it were, undead, all the vampires and so on, this space is opened by Kant, and this is the space of his absolute negativity, death drive, and so on, which was conceptualized by German idealism. And this is the excess with which culture, dialectical mediation tries to deal. And with Hegel, now you will say, but wait a minute, for Hegel, this is only a starting point. But at the end, we have this perfect reconciliation, all in peace, and so on. No. That's what I will try to prove to you more tomorrow than today. Just look. Hegel was well aware that this excess of negativity cannot ever be culturalized. Which is why, for example, in contrast to Kant, Hegel didn't believe in eternal peace. Because he thought that, the way Hegel is presented, perfect modern bourgeois society, all the particular interests are harmonized in the common good, you reconcile with society and so on. Hegel thinks that, because he was a militarist, but he thought that there always is the threat that this radical negativity, this excess will explode again and again. And again, this excess is neither life neither nature nor culture. So you see, now we already got the first abstract idea of how the Hegelian progress, let's put it in this way, looks. It's not simply you have a natural substrate and then progressively you develop more and more culture. No. Once you are in culture, retroactively you denaturalize nature. Culture doesn't only civilize natural distincts. The price we pay to move into culture is that what before was a simple natural instinct, like I want to screw 1 month a year, when smells, that's sweet, is a mating speaking or what, becomes an absolute, eternal, suicidal, repetitive drive, which is crucial for Freudian notion of death drive, that it's a repetitive drive. Repetitive in the sense that, as Lacan puts it very precisely, in this distinction he uses English terms here, Lacan, between aim and goal. Goal is what you officially want. Let's say to achieve something. But for Lacan, the true satisfaction of the drive is the circular movement of the drive itself. You don't want to achieve, it's like boomerang. You don't want to hit it. You want it to come back and try again and again, and the true satisfaction is provided by this very circular movement, and so on and so on. Which is why for Freud, we hear a good Hegelian, which is why for Freud, sexual satisfaction, it's always, when Freud talks about this foreplay, it's never simply foreplay is a goal to the final goal, big penetration, whatever, sexual act. There is always a danger that the foreplay will turn into a self-goal. I want to tell you here a story told to me by nice British Lacanian, very good popularizer of Lacan, but also independently of not an idiot, Darian Leader. In his, I think one of the first books, it's a very simple example, I make it one of my books. He quotes the example of, very simple, of how one of his patients, to blackmail me, told me that, with like this nasty horrible, that told him of a strange slip of tongue that happened to him. He took a lady to a restaurant with the obvious goal of seducing her later. And while approaching and reserving the table, he made the obvious slip of tongue. Instead of saying, table for two please, he said, a bed for two to the waiter. Now, the primitive pseudo-Freudian interpretation would have been, of course, his mind was already out there, blah, blah, blah. Darian Leader proposed a totally different interpretation. That he was afraid that the foreplay would overshadow the official goal itself. He was afraid that in this hierarchical order, we go to eat it's just a pretext to go to bed later, that he will enjoy too much what should be following the official hierarchy of seduction, just the preparatory step. So it was more a defense against enjoying too much the foreplay, the beginning. He wanted to convince, he said, no, it's not eating, I really want to, it's really about, It's, I think, a much more intelligent explanation. Which is why, to conclude the first part with lovingly racist joke about maybe if you, the two of you from ex-Yugoslavia, those wonderful jokes, some of them are metaphysical, two Bosnians, Mujo and Hasan, no? One of them, I saw, that in Slovenia, they're extremely popular. We did a movie series, like, you get a DVD, some hundreds of their wonderfully vulgar, but some of them very metaphysical jokes. And one of them has the same logic. This is what I was talking about. This is human desire. Sorry if I took it, I don't mean it. He said that Mujo and his Fata, his wife, they want to make love, and Fata wants to excite him to do fellatio, and he says, now I will do fellatio, I masturbate him, now I will, how to put it, I will make it sweet like a cake, then to eat your penis slow, and he says, now here I put whipped cream on it, I put the cherry on it, and then she wants to start, and we say, no, this is so nice, I want it. That's the Balkan wisdom. That was what the patient was afraid of. Okay, we didn't say a lot about Hegel, we will go on in part 2. Okay, now we do the short break. No, I see. Look, here you got me, because, first I shared Lacan's big distrust of Nietzsche, because that there are a couple of mysteries in Jacques Lacan. For example, practically total absence of Nietzsche, he mentions Nietzsche just a couple of times, and usually in a dismissive way. Like, I think in the Ethic of Psychoanalysis he said that to speak about beyond good and evil, it's saying too much. You say exactly the same if you just say beyond the good and so on. So it's more this kind of a nasty aggressivity. I think he was wrong, but I somehow, I don't know, and then, okay, I can make propaganda for my friend. My part of my Slovene gang, Alenka Spančić, she did that book, The Shortest Shadow. She practically converted me to Nietzsche, no? Although, you know, I'm very interested in this problem, Nietzsche and Wagner, because, you know, it's much more ambiguous. Nietzsche really didn't get rid of Wagner up to the end. You know that when Nietzsche collapsed, got crazy, the text he was working on was this. There are two, not the Fall Wagner, Nietzsche contra Wagner, where he tried, where he tried to prove that he was always against Wagner and so on. So obviously, this was a problem for Nietzsche. But again, I mean, of course, I'm still working on that. Understand? Yeah, I don't know. Okay, so you know what? Let's do another line where we will reach Hegel at the end, and then this is an endless task. Tomorrow we shall go on and so on and so on. First, I want to begin. I did some of this stuff in my books, but I will, don't worry, I will give a different twist at the end. I will try to account for what Hegel means with concrete universality. This is usually taken as Hegel and his craziness. No? You know, this idea that our usual nominalist view is we all know there is full concrete reality from which we abstract some features. Like I look at people, I say I'm a freak, you are nicer, blah blah blah, but there are some features we share, two legs, whatever, blah blah blah. But Hegel, this is how it is usually perceived, that Hegel was a crazy guy who thought that somehow you can develop the entire concrete content out of just abstract self-movement of the universal notion. So was he crazy? What did he mean by this? I want to give you some examples. Let's go with it. I want to begin with the great anti-Hegelian. They are often, Hegel is a tricky guy. Often you should look for truly Hegelian insights into when you get a guy who is absolutely explicitly anti-Hegel, but then says something with okay, I would like to go to the Deleuze. You know this, if there is an anti-Hegel, it's Deleuze. I would like to start with Deleuze's notion of pure difference, linked with repetition. The idea of pure difference is repetition, which is repetition absolutely of the same. Nothing changes. You repeat the same, and there you produce a pure difference, radical difference. This is how, but Deleuze, I take the very Hegelian view, argues how new emerges out of a repetition. I would like to give you two examples. I use them in some of my books. I will try to give again a different twist at least to them here. I like classical music. I like Robert Schumann. One of the masterpieces by Schumann is Humoresque. Then he does something wonderful. We have here, I will play this game, I think it's books, not so on, but anyway, it's better okay. You know, this piece of piano is something, does something very strange. It's written on 3 lines of notes. You have left hand, right hand, and then you have something very mysterious, which was popular in German romantic music, so-called Augenmusik, play here. Of course, his idea, the typically romantic one, was that when you play, it's very Deleuzian idea of virtuality. And you know the precise nature of what Deleuze calls virtual. Virtual is not just possible or maybe. Virtual is something which, as possible, as non-actual, already exerts an efficiency of its own. So his idea was that the two great pianist, because you know that wonderful General de Gaulle retired. An American journalist asked his wife what she's looking for now. And she said, happiness. When she pronounced it, he said happiness, no? So I have this kind of business problems, okay? So, of course, it's clear what Schumann wanted to say, that the way he wanted to do it is a kind of variations without a melody. That the two lines should be perceived as variations, implicitly referring to a melodic line which should remain only for the eyes which you don't hear. So the point is that truly great pianist must know how to play so that somehow this accent, but precisely the virtual accent point of reference is evoked. But there is something more mysterious here. My source is, it's always good to confess which is the source of your bluffing. So that, you know, it's a wonderful book. I really appreciate him. Maybe he's the greatest musicologist. You know Charles Rosen, who did this classical style, and then he did maybe even better second volume, as it were, romantic generation, where he gathers the okay. He does this. First you have the whole part segment written in this way. A melody here, no melody. The line of notes here, the line of notes here, with Augenmusik, a third line here. Then something strange happens. He repeats exactly the same notes, up and down, but here it's empty. And this is the true challenge to the piano player. This would be the Deleuzian pure repetition. Because nothing changes at the level of reality. By reality, I simply mean the actual notes to be played. What changes is just the virtual background, the virtual technique. No, you should play. I don't know how this works. I listened to some recordings. I imagined that I heard the difference, but probably because I wanted to hear it. But you see the art is you repeat exactly the same line, but in such a way that what changes is not what you hear, but what you don't hear. You should play it once so that this somehow, don't ask me how, resonates in it, the other time that it doesn't resonate in it. This, I think, can be perfectly referred to as what Deleuze means by, even the quote I have here, by that there are significant differences in the virtual intensities expressed in our actual sensations. These differences do not correspond to actual recognizable differences. It is that the only change is the change of the virtual relations and so on and so on. My point is that we can maybe apply even the same to ideology. Maybe the true ideological revolution, much more difficult to achieve, is not to change, this is what I was talking, I don't know yesterday, but it's not just the change in what you explicitly, in explicit or, you know, like for example, as I was talking yesterday, if I say you shouldn't do this, it has this virtual background. Do I mean you really should do this, do it, blah, blah, blah. And may be a much more difficult revolution than to change the explicit rules. Is the revolution in this background, so that I'm saying the same thing, but the virtual resonance, what the let's call virtuality behind, is a different one. Again, this is how, in this sense, the radical change is this change where nothing happens in reality. In reality, the same is repeated. But there you discover the radical pure difference, which is no longer just a difference, concrete difference that you can pin down, but somehow everything is different. Now let me give you another example, which I like even more. Maybe you know it. It's such an easy example that I really love. It really happened to me. That's why I repeat it all the time. It's from my experience with Doctor of Nobel Willy Buffett. Maybe you know the novel and the movie. Okay, let me tell you what happened to me. I first saw a movie, which I so-so didn't like too much, but my impression was, oh my God, you can see how much better the novel must have been, and how they, sometimes when you do a movie from a masterpiece and it's a bad movie, you can still see the traces of the great point of reference, literally whatever masterpiece, and say, oh my God, what a shame, couldn't they recapture, blah blah. But then something mysterious happened. I said, okay, let's then read the novel. To cut a long story short, the novel was even worse. So, this would be another way to mention the Deleuzian repetition. We have the real repetition. First, we have the novel, which, okay, let's agree for the sake of argument, you don't have to, that it's a bad novel, and incidentally, I don't have anything against Rothbard. Some of his works I like tremendously. His Rosenberg children's story, did you see the Book of Daniel, I think, and so on. It's a lesser known novel, so nothing against it. But this novel I don't like. And the movie I don't know, so it's with Dustin Hoffman, Nicole Kidman, and so on, whatever. Okay. So, we have a failed novel, not a good novel. We have a failed repetition, a movie. Both are, let's accept it for the sake of the argument, both are failures. But the repetition itself, retroactively, generates a purely virtual, spectral presence of the true novel as it should have been. And this is what Deleuze is saying. This is how I read a wonderful passage from Deleuze, the absolute Deleuze. Forget about all the anti-edible shit. When I take power, those books will be burned. You know, I'm really a totalitarian. When people tell me about the Nazis burning books, I say, of course you should condemn this. But let's not, as they put it viciously, let's not throw out the baby with the dirty water. The principle of burning books was good, they just burned the wrong books. I'm seriously thinking, the two absolute Deleuze books are, I think, difference in repetition and the logical sense. They are miracles for me. So, look what he writes here. I quote. He speaks about two presents or two series. While it may seem that the two presents are successive at a variable distance apart in the series of reals, in fact, they form rather two real series which coexist in relation to a virtual object of another kind, one which constantly circulates and is displaced in them. Repetition is constituted not from one present to another, but between the two coexistent series that these presents form in function of the virtual object. So again, back to Willy Buffett, the film does not repeat the novel on which it is based. It is rather that they both repeat the unrepeatable virtual X, the true novel whose spectre is engendered by the passage from the actual novel to the actual film. Let's be more precise here. It's not that we should simply conceive the starting point, Doktorov's novel, as they put it, an open work, full of possibilities which can be deployed later, actualized in later versions. Or even worse, that we should conceive the original work as a pretext which can later be contextualized in different contexts, given a different meaning, and so on and so on. What is missing here is some retroactive movement, which, another quote that I repeat all the time, but I think this is really absolutely crucial to understand Hegel. A movement described, again I mentioned it in some of my books, what happened in this movement? It is something which was, as far as I know, first conceptualized by Henri Bergson in his Two Sources of Morality and Religion. Bergson describes the strange sensation he experienced when the First World War was declared on August 4, 1914. He wrote, "In spite of my turmoil, and although a war, even a victorious one, appeared to me as a catastrophe, I experienced what William James spoke about, a feeling of admiration for the facility of the passage from the abstract to the concrete. Who would have thought that such a formidable event can emerge in reality with so little fuss?" So what he is dealing with is the following, that when the war exploded, what happened? Before, everybody knew, or at the level of abstract knowledge, everybody knew about it, expected it. You know how it looked. For the last 20, 30 years, all Europe was obsessed by the prospect of the war. But nonetheless, nobody believed it really can happen. This is why it was such a shock. It was a clear example of this fetishist disavowal, je sais bien mais quand même. I know very well, but nonetheless I don't believe it can really happen. Now, what was such a surprise for Bergson was that first it was probable but impossible. This is how it was subjectively experienced. Then, when it happened, it suddenly became real and possible. That is to say, once it happened, it retroactively became totally acceptable, possible. And I think the subjective experience described here is quite correct. I remember the same, for example, when the first weeks were traumatic, when I did the military service. I was there, and in advance I knew it would be terrifying, and I knew it would be horrible, but I somehow blocked it as a serious possibility. When I went to the army, the shock was not only that I was there, but how all of a sudden it was totally naturalized. It happened to you that it was on the contrary, already after a week or two, that the life in the normal, non-military society became a kind of a vague memory and so on. So, what happens here? That's the beautiful formula by Bergson, is that there is the logic we have here is not the standard linear logic of a possibility, we have a situation, right, here, which has certain possibilities, this can happen, that can happen, and so on. Then, one of these possibilities is realized, and so on, and so on. No, it's that something that we consider here, of course, not logically, but in the symbolic space, impossible, happens, and when it happens, it retroactively becomes possible. In the sense that, oh my God, how couldn't we see it? It's quite normal. This would be, incidentally, the best definition you can imagine of what Lacan's something which appears impossible, but it retroactively, as it were, creates its own conditions of possibility. I will even give you, so that you will not accuse me again of trying to do some communist propaganda or a very common example. To remember the Cold War, China Russia so-so in Nixon era, but Mao's China, total madness, they won World War. Then Nixon's visit to China. How? When it happened, it immediately looked normal. Of course, no break, of course, it's rational politics and so on and so on and so on. So, here is another beautiful quote from Bergson, where he accounts for this mechanism. He says, I never pretended that one can insert reality into the past and thus work backwards in time. However, one can, without any doubt, insert there the possible, or rather, at every moment, the possible inserts itself there. Insofar as unpredictable and new reality creates itself, its image reflects itself behind itself in the indefinite past. This new reality finds itself all the time having been possible, but it is only at the precise moment of its actual emergence that it begins to always already have been. That's the wonderful formulation. And this is why I say that its possibility, which does not precede its reality, will have preceded it once this reality emerges. You know, it's like this, how should I put it? Sorry, immediately, just to finish, I've seen it's like, you know, when you are in love. You are in love, and then somehow, all of a sudden, it appears as if all your previous life is structured as if it was waiting for this moment. Please.
Where did you come from?
Idea. The quote is, was it here or there? I give the precise quote. Yes, I quote from, I want to be precise, from oeuvre, blah, 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 but basically it's from his text, it should be translated, some of his big texts, Two Sources of Morality and Religion. And if I know it correctly, it's not a mega big book, so it should be easy to... All I know is that my official quote is from oeuvre. Works, you know, this Pléiade crazy edition in one volume, page 1111, but that's not realistic. Look into that one. But to admit, but where I really quote from, I don't bluff. I tell you openly, it's always intellectuals do it. I am really quoting from that wonderful, I don't know which one, Jean-Pierre Dupuy, whom I mentioned to you yesterday. He's this wonderful rational choice theorist, but with a great dialectical sense. For example, he has a wonderful theory of how we should confront the catastrophe. That it doesn't work if you say, okay, that's still a possibility. You say you must accept catastrophe as inevitable and then change the very past so that, you know, like you must work in this way. So what has this to do with, now we go to the crucial point, what has this to do with Hegel? I claim that what the Hegelian temporality, when Hegel speaks about rational totality and so on, is when Hegel speaks about eternity. It's always done in this way. It's not, for example, you know, you have all these formulas in Hegel which may sound like this absolute metaphysical closure where the atemporal structure has priority over temporal development. Hegel does say, for example, in development the thing becomes what it always already was. As if, you know, so as if we have a closed circle of potentials, possibilities, and this effectively, Hegel may appear to be this kind of a totally closed structure. But I think the way we should read the Hegelian notion of totality is more in this person way, and I will give you here. Let's proceed a little bit fast so that we don't lose time. You must know, again, the conservatives that I like, there is another religious notion which is crucial here. It's the strange notion of what Deleuze calls a pure past, an absolute past, a kind of an atemporal, eternal texture where, quote from Deleuze, where all events, including those that have sunk without trace, are stored and remembered as they're passing away, and so on and so on. So again, this idea that whatever goes on just realizes what potential is always already there in an atemporal structure. But is Hegel really saying this? I think Hegel is effectively saying something much closer to, I will not quote it to you, you must know it, a wonderful passage, and I conservatives again, from T.S. Eliot, you know, that traditional individual talent. You know, when he has this idea that every truly new work of art retroactively changes the past itself. Of course, he is not an idiot. Like Bergson, his point is not that the magic travel in the past, but that, for example, I don't know how to put it, after a certain new work of art, classical arts themselves are structured, perceived in a different way. The idea is here what in structuralism was called the priority of synchrony over diachrony, in the sense that at every historical moment, we don't have just the present. The present is always also the entire past, the way it forms what Deleuze calls this virtual pure past. All the traces, the way they are structured. So again, this is how we should distinguish common changes and the true radical change. Common changes just explore possibilities within this structure of the past. A radical change restructures in this sense the past itself. How does this work? Again, let me give you a wonderful quote from Borges. Don't always like Borges, he sometimes do. What is this? He sometimes knows that to give too smart for his own good or whatever in this world. But in his short essay in Other Inquisitions on Kafka, Borges develops a wonderful idea. He says that with ordinary authors, you can play the game who were their influences, you know, like that idiot was influenced by Dostoevsky, this up and down. And his claim is, apropos Kafka, but not only Kafka, but truly great artists. It's not simply that they didn't have any predecessors, but that, a truly great author creates his or her precursors. That is to say, he says that we can say, of course, Kafka, you find traces in, we could play the usual game, William Blake, Dostoevsky, Edgar Allan Poe, whatever you want, and others. But his point is, yes, but we can see the way these guys have influence on Kafka only once Kafka is already here. That is to say, Kafka, how to put it, it is Kafka himself with his achievement, now and back to Bergson, who put back into Edgar Allan Poe, Dostoevsky, and so on, as it were, the possibility of Kafka. So how, again, each new event, if it's an event, retroactively recreates its own possibility. And that's what Hegel calls totalizing. It's not, we are just element in the totality. Totalizing rather means radically open contingent history. Totalizing means that here we touch what Hegel means with this absolute self-relating idealism. It doesn't simply mean you are influenced by the past. It means in a retroactive movement, you also change the past, of course, not the real past, but the past exists now, putting into it the possibilities of the way it influences. Again, Dostoevsky didn't only influence Kafka. It is only through Kafka that that dimension of Dostoevsky became discernible for us, and so on and so on. This is Hegelian totality. Of course, we have this atemporal totality all the time here, but this totality is all the time retroactively reconstructed, if you want to put it in this way. And that's the true historicity. The true historicity changes the past itself. So, let's make a step further before concluding for today. This brings us to the properly Hegelian relationship between necessity and contingency. We have the stupid common sense notion. If you ask people necessity, contingency in Hegel, the common idea is this so-called stupid dialectic of them, in the sense of the underlying structure of reality is necessary, but it realizes it in contingent ways. The classical boring example from the history of Marxism is the way that Russian first grade Marxist Plekhanov explained Napoleon. He said there was a historical necessity for the passage from republic to empire. But it was a contingent fact that it was exactly Napoleon. It could have been something, like necessity is a general tendency, or, this simple statistic game, we fuck each other, we multiply, but who fucks whom is contingent, but the general necessity, that's my nature, but that my only excuse is, once you can imagine teaching thinking in Minneapolis, which is one of the capitals of political correctness, they attack me, what say to me? They're politically correct racism. I learned after the process that at some committee they already thought of firing me, but then somebody says these guys come from Balkan, understand it. At least the racism for me, sorry. So, what I'm saying is that, so again, the standard notion is of the dialectics of necessity and contingency is simply that there is a necessity of contingency, in the sense of the global necessary tendency realizes itself through many contingencies, and a step further, that Hegel deduces also strictly the necessity of contingency, like why necessity has to realize itself, that's his own philosophy of nature, externality, of notion, blah blah blah. But I think this is only one side of Hegel. If you read Hegel really closely, you discover something much more radical. Not the necessity of contingency, but the contingency of necessity. That is to say, the Hegelian dialectical process is not a process which is in its overall structure necessary, but then it realizes itself through contingency. But if you read Hegel really closely, against the background of what I just developed, is that something is not things become necessary, but things become necessary in a way which is ultimately contingent. In the sense that, for example, remember yesterday I quoted you that wonderful example, if Balladur wins the election, his victory will be necessary, and so on and so on. That's how one should read also, and this is a nice example quoted by Dupuy and by Gerard Lebrun, a good reader of Hegel, crossing the Rubicon. Now, if you read Hegel in the wrong metaphysical way, is that it was eternally written in the destiny of Hegel, his fate, and it was all predestined. No, the idea is once Hegel contingently decided to cross Rubicon, his victory became necessary. It was retroactive structure is crucial. Again, retroactive structure in the sense of course, at every historical point, we live in a totality which is necessary. But this necessary totality is all the time in a contingent way retroactively reconstructed. So that again, necessity, okay, Hegel's narrative is not a necessary narrative, but is a narrative of the very rise of necessity, a narrative of how something in a contingent way becomes necessary. And you wanted to agree immediately, just as it is right. This is why, now you will say, but I'm dreaming. No, I know, this is why this brings me to my eternal point of obsession. This is why, for Hegel, he insists on monarchy, on constitutional monarchy. I think this is the most progressive, intelligent aspect of Hegel. He's not a reactionary Hegel. Hegel was well aware of something, that exactly what people attributed him is a nonsense. This idea of a totally rational state where everything is rationally regulated. The reason, and Hegel was aware that in order to have a rational totality, you have to have on the top a contingent element on the top. And this is how Hegel accounts for the king. The king is for Hegel an idiot. He says it openly. He says the function of the king is to sign his name and so on. The less he knows, all the better. He basically repeats Kierkegaard here. You know the story. The Danish king asked Kierkegaard, what should the king know? And he expected Kierkegaard to tell him wisdom, no history. Kierkegaard told him good manners, nice smile, blah blah blah, nothing more. So, Hegel's point is that you can state as a rational totality, but on the top you must have an element of radical contingency. That's why Hegel was against elections. For Hegel, elections were already too rational. Qualities decide that. You must have total contingency, and even ancient Greek knows this. I more and more think that authentic democracy should have an element of control, the way the ancient Greeks did to throw a dice to lottery. Yes, lottery contingency. So this is a very nice point. This is a very nice point of Hegel. So okay, also now we are moving to a really general level, but if you want to be convinced about this, just think, how Hegel's logic is structured. Hegel doesn't begin with essence and then the essence externalizing itself. Hegel begins with being. The multiplicity of being is a domain of pure contingency. And the story of his logic is the story of how, out of this interaction of the totally contingent multiplicity of being, essence, necessity arises, and so on and so on. You wanted to say something?
Just a very simple explanation. It seems to me that the contingency of necessity is, if you look at behavior or simply ABC, it's the consequences that create the behavior, not the antecedents.
Yeah, you can also put it in this way, yeah.
But I have a question for you. Is Zizek creating the hegel he needs? So you need a certain hegel today for your theory. So you are contingently creating a necessary hegel in the past for your theory.
No, wait a minute. Now we can of course relativize it in the sense that I'm not saying the past is totally contingent. We are just projecting back into it and so on. What I'm basically trying to say here, maybe we can talk about this tomorrow, maybe I can improvise a little bit about this now, is that the ontological implication premise of this is a very radical one. It's the opposite of ontological closure. And here you can see Hegel's true greatness, is that reality is not fully constituted. What do I mean by this? You know that Walter Benjamin has somewhere a wonderful passage when he says often great works of art are like shots on a film for which the developer was not yet discovered at that time. So that I like very much this idea, so that this hermeneutic problem, can we really mean what did Sophocles mean? Fuck him, who cares? If you come later, it's not an obstacle. There are things which you can properly understand only with the delay. No? So in this sense, okay, maybe I can conclude, maybe not the story. Just two more things with one I want to say. First, how I perceive in a very radical way this ontological openness. I think this is the ultimate Hegel's position. I read recently, maybe you know the story, a wonderful idea in an otherwise rather shitty introduction to philosophy. The idea is the following one, the old problem how to interpret quantum physics. Even today it's not solved, the uncertainty principle and so on. Is it just epistemological or is it ontological? That is to say, does the fact that we cannot measure at the same time the velocity and the position of an electron, whatever, does it only mean we cannot measure it? Or is this in itself indeterminate? Of course, we know the point. Heisenberg's and blah blah Bohr's position was this radical one. The ontological openness is in the thing itself. Why do I mention this? I think that the idea we get out of this is, and here I refer to some shitty book, I think the author is Nicholas Firm. But he evokes the following example. He says, what if we approach the problem of this ontological status of uncertainty principle, what if we approach it through video games? You see, he's talking my language, right? He said that in video games you have the same incompleteness of reality. You are immersed in a game. In the background you have a house. You cannot enter, it's not part of the game to enter the house. So of course there is no program for the inside of the house. Why? Because the programmers knew that this is not part of the game. No? Or, for example, you have some blurred trees in the background. These trees are blurred in that sense, because it's not again part of the game that you will come close. And so on and so on. So even, if you play games when you kill someone with a knife, you can see how you don't see it well, because again the inside of a person is not. So again, we have a reality which is not perfectly, fully, ontologically constructed. If, as it were, you come too close to things, reality blurs. Like it can happen in some older, not so well programmed games, that when you come too close to a soldier, it's no longer even a face, it's just some kind of a square and so on. It gets a pretty terrifying experience. Okay, now the wonderful, yes? No? You mean that ad hoc, if you go there, it fills in the programmer? What do you mean with developer? And what is a developer? I'm an idiot. In which game? Reality. Now we come to the point, yes. Now, of course, okay, the first idea which I like of this guy, Nicholas Firm, is that it's, what if the lesson of quantum physics is that it's exactly the same with God and our reality. God was a programmer, he programmed reality for us, and he was simply too lazy. In the same way that in a video game, why program the inside of a house, you will not go there? God thought that the structure of an atom is the limit, that we humans are too stupid to go beyond, so we said, why should I bother programming all those details? So that we were a little bit too bright for God, no? Now you will say, but wait a minute, this works only if we accept God as a creator. Does this mean a theological view? I claim no. I claim this is for me materialism today. The difficult task is to think reality, how reality does not collapse in itself, can consist precisely as ontologically imperfect. This idea of, like, you look closely, it's nothing, it blurs. That And this is, I think, the best argument that I can imagine against reductionism. I mean, you say reductionism, can we reduce mind to matter, matter to, but there is no zero level. There is no. The more you go down, you encounter nothing, void, some blurred quasi-reality. What? You were down there and you saw something. Or what?
Yeah, well, so you mean to say it more like, my brother's studying now to be a programmer, and with the other students, they do this thing, well, they'll program something, they'll program a house without anything going to, and then somebody else will say, well, why did you run a house and they'll program inside the
Yeah.
house? Something more like that, where, yes, there's no, like, God created the game.
Yeah,
Once
yeah.
you're in the game, the trees are blurred, maybe that's the theology, and for some reason...
No, but again, what's interesting is that it's against our common sense of reality. We think that reality has to have a certain fullness to stand on its own. That you can play this game of incompleteness only if you subjectivize reality. No, I claim not. I claim if there is a lesson, it's a truly still not fully taken into account lesson of quantum physics, is this incompleteness of reality in itself. And that's, as I will develop it tomorrow, this is absolutely crucial for Hegel. This is almost, I would have put it to this way, the basic operation of Hegel. That you have a certain epistemological limitation, and then that's the basic Hegelian trick. You solve the problem not by solving it, but by showing how the problem itself is its own solution. Let me give an example. I'm embarrassed to give it to you. I repeat it all the time, but it's still the best one. For example, Adorno approaches in one of his texts about the relationship between psychic and social. He claims that it is impossible to find a global, unified theory which would have covered the individual or collective, psychological dynamic and the objective social dynamic. He claims you cannot reduce one to the other, that all these attempts to somehow ground individual psychic dynamic in some anonymous global mechanisms, so that you can say our phenomenal interaction is just a surface event, the only true reality are objective social laws, or the opposite, what some phenomenologists try to do. You take direct interpersonal reaction as the only ultimate reality, and then you deduce objective social structures, as you know, all this reification, sedimentation, alienation, whatever, objectivization of what originally was. First, I have problems with this chronological view for a very precise Lacanian reason. I claim that if there is a lesson from Lacanian psychoanalysis, is that there is no phenomenological zero level of authentic experience which is then sedimented. Let me give you an elementary example that I repeat all the time. Let's say we begin with shaking hands. We know the genesis, you know that if I know it correctly, maybe I'm wrong. It was a gesture of, in the sense of proving that you don't have a knife in your hand or whatever. Or, for example, all these ritualized forms of greeting. You can say, today these are empty cliches, but originally you really meant them, no? I don't think you need to presuppose this zero level of originality. I think the game is here from the very beginning. Okay, but that's another story. What I want to say back to Adorno is that, so we have these two irreducible levels, and then Adorno provides a wonderful solution, where he says it's wrong to ask oneself, can we get a unified theory? Why can't we? We should try. Does this mean that we cannot know society, that our knowledge of society is partial? He said, no. The result of this epistemological deadlock is the deadlock between, again, individual psychic experience of directly experienced interaction and objective anonymous social structures. And then he says, but what is this gap itself is the fundamental social fact itself. So that what we misperceive as the limitation of our knowledge of reality the basic feature of social reality itself. This brings us close to what Hegel means as, and if you allow me just 1 2 minutes to finish for today, concrete universality. Let's go back to that really bad case. Concrete universality would have been that the absolute novel, the eternal, also. And then we have these 2 versions. What does this mean? Let me read an example which I use in some of my books to annoy my politically correct anti-colonial friends. The so-called notion which is still totally ideologically wrong of alternative modernity. You know, these 3 new Europeans did it in your way, modernization, we can do it in a different way. I totally agree with Frank Jackson, who claims that this is an ideological short circuit that let's be clear, modernization is a code name, another word for capitalism. The dream beneath, if you look at it closely, the dream beneath this idea of we Indians, we Latino American can do it another way is to have another alternate capitalism. To have, it's pure ideological dream. It's to have a capitalism without, as it were, paying the price for capitalism, without social alienation, whatever, and so on and so on. It's to, it appears historicizing. It appears that you say, no, we shouldn't universalize the European model, we have multiple historically conditioned capitalist modernities. But what the real ideological stake of this operation is to localize the antagonism, is to claim antagonism is not in the very notion of capitalism, it's just a Western liberal deviation. No wonder that, and that's my big argument against alternate modernity. Sorry guys, but in 20th century, we in Europe, we did have one big alternate modernity. It was called fascism, no? We know what fascism was exactly this. They wanted modernity, industry, everything, but without all, the alienation, blah, blah, blah. The way they solved it is we attribute this to a foreign intruder, to Jews, and so on and so on. So, what is wrong? The relationship between universal and particular. Where I do agree with partisans, advocates of alternate modernity, is that, of course, there is not one capitalism. All that really exists are historically specific modes of capitalism. Western liberal capitalism, Asian values capitalism, Latino American populist capitalism, European, okay, I don't want to get used of some bias. There are many capitalisms. But how should we perceive the relationship between these particular forms of capitalism and the general notion of capitalism? The standard nominalist way would have been to conceive capitalism as an abstract universality. To say we have some universal features which all capitalist formations share, and then we have different forms which struggle with each other, like, I don't know, fascist capitalism against liberal capitalism, welfare state against that one, blah, blah, blah. So we have the universal notion which is just kind of an empty general container, and we have multiple particular content struggling with each other. The Hegelian view is here again close to Deleuze has a wonderful message where he says that we should reconceptualize the relationship between universal and particular as the relationship between question and answer. That there is always an excess of universal over particular, not in the sense of some naive latest idealism, but that universal is rather a deadlock, a problem, a question, and particular are the answers. And this is how we should, in a truly Marxist historical way, conceive capitalism. Capitalism, you know what I mean? That the struggle is not at the particular level. The general definition of capitalism, its very notion, is a certain contradiction, antagonism, whatever. And then we should conceive particular forms of capitalism, not simply as more specific examples of this universality, but as attempts to resolve this dilemma. For example, capitalism has this tendency towards crisis imbalance. Fascist capitalism, or today Asian values, is an attempt to counteract the antagonism through corporate organization and so on and so on. Liberal capitalism thinks with enough liberal individualism you can come and so on and so on. So you see the paradox here. The struggle is not between the particulars. The struggle is between each particular and the universal. Universal is not just a neutral, general frame. Universal is a certain depth, and all each particular form is a way to resolve that depth. This, I think, is the best, the simplest example I can imagine of what Hegel meant with concrete universality. Well, again, universality is not just the abstract, neutral universality, but it's concrete in the sense that it's in this active antagonism. So that it's not only, and this is the false view of Hegel, thesis, antithesis, two particulars united in a universality. No, the struggle is not between particulars with an encompassing universality. The struggle is between universality and its particular content. Okay, enough for today, we go on tomorrow. Just tell me when you get enough of this Hegelian stuff, what I have more of it and so on. What was my secret dream? I report on it in my book, maybe this one. To do a Hegelian system of sexuality. To this negation, you like to say, elementary form would be animal copulation, then you turn around, then normal copulation, multiple self-negation, homosexuality, and so on. They were perfect. Nice. Okay, so. Okay. Let's do it. Again, today, if you want, we go on Hegel. That's a little bit the same thing, but we will move further, of course. I would like to begin with a friendly reaction to yesterday's but you paper, this problem of negation, the three types of negation he listed. I would like to, I don't have such a, I cannot propose such a precise formalization, but I will just try to, as an introduction, to give you a brief idea what negation of negation means. A couple of examples Hegel. Let me first tell you what we'll talk about all of this much more later today. That we approached the crucial question at the end when someone, sorry, I forgot who, I think it was a woman's voice, I was tired of how to speak there, asked, but you towards the very end about the problem of identity, what happens with identity and so on. And then, there, we will approach Hegel. In what sense is every identity already a redundant negation? Because that's Hegel's point. I mean, if you read, for example, Hegel's logic doesn't begin by identity. It begins by being, nothing to do with identity. Identity, as you may have noticed, occurs at the beginning of the logic of essence. It's already what Hegel calls reflexive determination. That is to say, a mode of self-relating. When you say A is A, this already presupposes kind of a self-reflected identity. Hegel even uses, I quote it often, a wonderfully simple example which also includes a kind of logical temporality, trying to demonstrate that in what simple sense identity is the highest form of contradiction. He plays on the tension between form and content. He says, let us say, you say, a rose or a table is, then you expect some determination, a predicate. But you are doubly surprised when you get the same thing. The rose is a rose. And his point is that that identity functions as a void, in the sense that identity means, in this sense, it's a reflexive determination. You are not just a series of your properties. you are that X, that boy, you know. You are you means you cannot be reduced to your color, this, that, and so on and so on. In this sense, identity is already a reducing of the thing. And to go a step further, identity always for hegel involves basically, as what you hinted very nicely yesterday, a signifier. It's only a signifier which gives you identity. In what sense can this be understood? Oh, let's speculate a little bit. I appreciate good entities, intelligent philosophers. Now I forgot his name, it's not Blandinga. Another very good of the modern Catholic philosophers made a wonderfully simple point which I claim is profoundly Hegelian. His claim is that there are no objects in nature. Objects give only living beings. In what sense? Now you will tell me, of course there are objects here. This is a glass, this is a table, and so on and so on. But if you abstract from us perceiving this table as a table, what right do you have, for example, to say this is a table and, for example, not to include this glass into the table? You will say, okay, the table holds together. But then, okay, in what sense is the table a unity? Why can't you also say this piece of wood, that metal part, you know, what you count as part? It's not grounded in nature, it's totally arbitrary. This table has no identity in itself. It's totally arbitrary if you say the table, if you say no, this is not one object, it's two. The first moment of identity, which is why for Hegel, life already involves the minimum of self-reflexivity, is life. And it's something very mysterious in life. I agree here with, I think I mentioned her yesterday, that wonderful, okay, she has good and bad sides. The bad side for which that she is part of the Gaia mythology. You know, Gaia, Earth is an organism linked to and runs incorrectly, one who is an but you see, sorry, I was grabbing that. You know, see, one of the focuses of her work are cells. Cell. For her, cell is more elementary prior to animals, plants, and so on. The mystery of the cell is that there must be a minimum of self-reflection in the sense of how is it that through stupid natural interaction, the border emerges. There you can really say, you know, cell means the minimal distinction between inside and outside. Like that. That's inside, that's outside. For a cell, which is the minimal form again of living organism, there you can draw the line. The moment you have life, but life presupposes this kind of a minimum of self-relation, which means you relate to others, but relating to others. So yes.
Then we're the witness of the virus. Because the virus has shown its functions, but only dependent on its relationship to another being.
Yeah, but I think you can solve this because, for example, even if a child, and I think this, I totally agree. Sorry, is the lady here yesterday who asked the question of what about the child being? That's good because I totally disagree with her. Believe me, I have to. Child is for me on the side of disaster, not the bad. What I mean is that I like those theories which are now very fashionable. I mean fashionable not in the bad sense, but in biology. To see a child in a womb before birth, fetus, not as some kind of, you know, organic blah blah, but as a terrorizing intruder. And to explain the placenta as a defense mechanism so that they don't kill each other. That is a terrifying shock. It's not natural or child and so on, no? Here I agree, at least here, if you are a feminist, give a proper due to Lacanians. Lacan's big motive is that woman is not mother at her most fundamental. That, as Lacan puts it somewhere so beautifully, behind every mother there is a Medea, you know, who is not that's true. Okay, so my answer to you would have been, even if it's the most intense virus, or the child, you know. You can draw the line the moment you can show how the fetus, the child, relation to other is mediated by self-relation. Like you contact the environment because you relate to yourself. Relate to yourself means my body tells me I need food, this is why I, you know that, like relating to what is precisely in this Hegelian speculative terms, when Hegel says relation to otherness is always self-relation, the living organism is the basic element here. So, what I'm saying is that in this sense, for Hegel, again, identity is a category of reflection, in the sense that it's not the most simple thing. You can talk about an identity only when you have the one, but the one is that the unifying feature which cannot be reduced to properties. And already in Hegel you find this where is negativity here? Double negation. But for Hegel, this oneness is the function of the name, either concept or proper name, we don't go into that now, I don't to designate that oneness. You say, okay, this may be this, that, and so on, around that, but basically it's a thing. And Hegel's point is that, you know, Hegel's famous saying, it was fashionable, he was not the first to say this, bombastic rather statement, the word, the name is the murder of the thing. No, there is an element of negativity in it. Precisely, if you want from the thing to extract, as it were, its identity, you name it, but in a way, you kill it in the sense that you extract it. Now, of course, now we come to the logic of desire. This is why Lacan links the so-called master signifier, what he calls S1, to the series of what he calls knowledge ordinary signifier, and this is why he links the master signifier to what he calls the object small a, this surplus enjoyment, however we call it, which is precisely the name for that mysterious X, which is of course a mythic property which makes you what you are. How does this function? Allow me to repeat some old analysis of mine to make this clear. Lacan has a wonderful definition of a master signifier somewhere where he says something very precise. He says that the master signifier is the point where the signifier falls into the signified. Very clear. Meaning, sense. I don't know what to say. I know all the stuff about signified. But what can this mysterious statement mean? It means that in a reflexive way, the name must, as it were, encounter itself in the designated object. It's constitutive of its identity. And that impossible objective feature, which would be the counterpart of a name, is the object small a. For example, you know, even let me put it in extremely naive terms, but which are appropriate here. Sorry, my God, so it costs some kind of obscene, erotic stuff. But don't be afraid, I will not rape any of you. It's probably because I'm really getting old and diabetic, and you know, when you no longer do it, you talk about it. But let's say I'm in love with one another. Sorry? No, I know what you are saying. Yes. As a matter of fact, no, as a matter of fact, okay, you provoked me, it's your fault, let me go to the end. I couldn't stand people, okay, in my case, I'm not gay, women who want to talk, you know, this, darling, say something, blah, 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 blah. No, when you fuck, when you talk, you talk. I hate this idea of whispering some. Making love is hard work for me. I think it's not bullshit if you do your work. None of them, oh darling, whatever, fuck. And, but you know that this is your choice. You provoke this, all is fault. You provoke this. That even it would be nice to build a semiotic square, kind of out of unfortunately, it's done only really, I don't think this is just should be done only for men, but it's wonderful. And a friend of mine, Dean McKenna, I know him because he is the husband of Juliet Flower McKenna, that San Francisco Acadian lady. And he did, he's also specialized in, he was the first, as it were, deconstructionist theorist of dualism. And a part of this, this slightly weird guy, he did a very serious analysis with all the data of the expression of on women's faces while they are sure, while they're doing it in hardcore pornography. He wasn't interested in the dirty things, what goes on down, but and he discovered something very precise that, as we all know, that it has nothing to do with any spontaneity. It's strictly codified. And then, I don't know the terms, he even told me that he contacted some guys who were involved in the hardcore industry, and they told me they even have technical terms for it. So there are 4 expressions codified. One is, I can help you with one is this simple border, you know this, how should I call it, ecstatic trance, whatever. This is, of course, very interesting. Then, the second one is ignorance. You know, some people find it charming when the woman, you know, like, doesn't concern me, like you, even one of the codified things is even that you, the woman is chewing a gum or whatever, just yawning, boring, like, I ignore it. This ignorance is about. And there is something unique. A fatal woman has to pretend to be born ignorant, which is why, if some of you know Russian, it's a wonderful irony. All Russian friends of mine know about it. You know, we opera lovers, every generation, we are lucky to encounter a lady, singer, soprano, who, my God, again, my very chauvinism, who is not this kind of a big fat lady where your worry is which managed to make the next step and you are all the time in anxiety in the opera, who is relatively beautiful, no? And, okay, every generation there is one or two. When I was very young in the 60s, it was an Italian star called Anna Moffo. And it's all your fault. You provoked me. Now let me tell you a wonderful detail. I never saw at Munich Winter Opera and got hold of some old stage manager who knew her. And I heard the rumor about Anna Moffo. This is for Milagenia, ethics of desire. And she told me it's true. You know what was the rumor about her? Her career stopped relatively early in mid-40s. Now, I warn you, you can prosecute me for harassment, this is her. The idea is that she was extremely sexualized, acting in orgies all the time. And her specialty was to fellatio on a series of men the same evening, swallowing everything. So then she detected troubles with her voice. She went to the doctor, and the doctor told her, you have to make a choice. Either you continue your singing career or orgies. No problem, she said. Orgies. Okay, but let's go on. Now, more serious. The most beautiful considered today, one of these is the Russian, the dark one, Anna Netrebko. Now, it's a wonderful irony if you know a little bit Russian. Netrebko means she doesn't need it. Treba is even, for example, in our Balkan territory, we have Potreba or Sahara water, which means she needs it like Sahara needs water. This is the extreme. Very Soviet, vulgar. So it's a wonderful way to fake beauty, but to have it in the name inscribed fuck off. I don't need you and so on, no? So okay, that's the second position. The third position is what I would have called in Habermasian terms instrumental activity. This, you know, this usually the lips can my God, it's hard work. Then there is the fourth position, which is almost the best for me for turning me on. This kind of a dismissive, ironic smile. The woman looks you into the eye and smiles. Is this all you can do? You know, and the wonder, and again, I spoke with the guys and I even once wanted to construct a kind of a Habermasian logic of three types, instrumental reason and so on, the whole logic of communication out of this, and so on. But it really works, and the lesson is much deeper than you think. My good friend Robert Fahler, who did the notion of interpassivity, an Austrian guy, he said that you cannot read. If you can German, do it. He now published it as a book. He did a wonderful book called Illusion of the Others, Illusionen der Anderen. The book I tried to push it now to be published into English. It did very well in German, by Zurkanzerlag. The problem is that in art circles, because he is most an art theorist, I don't know if you know it, I thought that we philosophers are the worst. But I discovered that art theorists are even worse. That there is such competition, you belong to one, and envy and so on, so it was always sabotaged by others and so on. So okay, he has a very nice idea that the things that we do as a transgression, sex, you get drunk, you swear and so on, it's not that out of custom you behave properly, but then when you can no longer control yourself, you explode. That they are basically that it's strictly codified and that you do it to belong to a group, it's always an acquired taste. For example, drinking. It can be demonstrated. He spoke with some doctors that, I'm not only a woman, as I said yesterday, you can see that I'm a little bit crazy, and there are two theories in Slovenia, and serious now. One is that mentally I'm in early puberty, 12 years, the other is that I'm like 8, 9, and the general agreement is that I'm regressing back. So, I tend to agree with it, that for example, drinking alcohol, you do get attached to it, but the way you begin is regularly first, you don't like it, it's like out of to keep up with your peers and so on and so on. It's to be part of a group, to imitate. Smoking is the same. And technically for me, maybe I'm still at that level and not because of any health arguments or what. I don't drink and I don't smoke, but because I simply don't like the taste of it. I don't get it what's in alcohol. Okay, there is also a Stalinist, while you are looking at a crazy guy who didn't yet discover what life is about. But there is also, of course, another aspect. Privately, I'm a Stalinist paranoia. My idea is if you get drunk, you lose control, and you can make an attack. One must be on the watch all the time. Okay, but let me go on. So the idea, a beautiful one of Robert Fahler, is that the same goes even for sexuality, and that the intent, believe me or not, I read I spoke even with some, how you call them, biologists, sexologists, those who reduce sex, pleasure to organic procedure and try, and they claim that from the purely organic standpoint, it's definitely without any doubt that masturbation is more pleasurable. And I can see it, you just sit down, you do it, you totally determine the rhythm that from the pure standpoint of intensity of pleasure, even orgasm and so on. I mean, doing it with another human being is unpractical, ridiculous, and so on and so on. So it's only the phantasmatic aspect which sustains, of course, in reality, the much greater pleasure and so on. So, sorry, yes? Was your experience different? Feel free to tell us how it was. No, sorry, please don't. This is called creative teaching. You creative teaching, sorry. You are a foreign like, where did I finish this madness of your mind? But no, his fault. He's guilty of everything up there. Yes, okay.
Since I got through the GS going right here.
Yeah.
He says that even he found that with his patients that even when they were having sex with their partner that they loved, they were still fantasizing about somebody else or something else.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the basic thing. Yes.
And that was almost impossible. So I think even the sex act itself becomes masturbatory.
Yeah. Well, no, I'm reading about it. I'm just afraid to repeat. I know that I already repeat myself too much, but that's how you should read. Sorry, you have a comment. Would you share, let's pretend we are in California, I would like to share your experience.
I'll share Hegel's experience. I heard Hegel recite, and he said, love is mutual masturbation in manure.
Why manure like shit? Why this must be a specifically Russian touch? Why manure?
It makes the sublime and the ridiculous.
Yeah. Yeah. No. What I wanted to say is that this is, but again, that's elementary. This is what Lacan means with there is no sexual relationship. That it's never you and your partner alone. There has to be the mediation of fantasy. It's almost never, I will explain immediately, it's almost never just you and the partner. It's the way you fantasize. But for Lacan, in this sense, that's my old joke, if we understand usually masturbation as sex with an imagined partner, you masturbate but you imagine doing it with another, then real sex is masturbating with a real partner. That is the same. The structure is that of a masturbation. The real partner is the one to dream about, and so on, which incidentally explains nicely the experience which I hope you also had. I'm having of that it's horrible. I'm sincere now here, but there's something disgustingly intimate, so I can tell you. In the middle of sexual act, does it happen to you that you somehow, how should I put it? I hope not too often. You simply disconnect. You lose contact, you start to observe yourself objectively, and you think, what am I doing? This stupid gesture. You know, like, you disconnect. That's where you disconnect from your fantasy. You are back into the stupid, thrown into the stupid reality. So, what is, but Lacan's point here, that's important, is not, here Lacan and in between, we are nonetheless more romantic for love. I claim that in authentic love is not only that. In authentic love, you reach the other. Authentic love is not merely or more romantic. So I don't agree with those like the Chicago girl who she called Laura Kipnis, who wrote a book against love, claiming love is, and it's fashionable in some radical circles to claim that love plays the same role as procreation in standard Catholic doctrine. In standard Catholicism it was sex is easy, it doesn't at least ultimately lead towards procreation. She claims today's censorship is just displaced. It's love doesn't, sex should be, is fully legitimate only if it is an expression of love and so on and so on. Well, I don't think that. If you don't hurt anyone, why not have it an occasional whatever you want? I cannot do it, I'm a very old-fashioned romantic. But what I want to say is that when Lacan speaks about this, reaching out to the real other and so on, that Lacan is here very, very romantic. He is as far as possible from this, how should I put it, cynical pseudo-psychoanalytic view that what we really want is only the brutal raw sex, but we just sublimate it with all these complicated fantasies. No, for Lacan it's the opposite. It's the brutal raw sex which is not material enough. Because you don't really relate to other, you basically just stage your fantasies and so on and so on. It's very difficult to really accept the other, not just somebody who fits your fantasy. And for Lacan, and I agree with you, that's love. Love for Lacan, there is a big change here in Lacan. All good interpreters know. Somewhere in the early 60s, Lacan reduced love to an imaginary narcissistic illusion. All this shit, in loving the others, you really love yourself in the other, love. And then Lacan played on imaginary love versus desire. Desire is the authentic thing. But later, Lacan changed the view, claiming that in love is, as he puts it very nicely, love is the way the real of drive descends or gets into the symbolic order. So what you quoted about that in real sexual act we fantasize and so on and so on, this is not, again, for Lacan, this is not all sex, this is not love. He doesn't devalue love. You know which example I use in one of my books? If you saw the movie, you will immediately get it. While also, Lacan says first that, especially he specifies for him this is typically male sexuality, phallic, masturbatory threesomes. But for woman, it's more threesomes of the other. And don't confuse this with a false version of Lacan, where some people think that Lacan's point is this, that women have some mystical outside language experience. No, there's a book which makes this point perfectly, or even a couple of books. If you see, for example, Bergman's persona, which I don't like, I prefer silence. But do you remember, I think some 20 minutes into the movie, the Anderson is telling the one who is still silent, reports on some small orgy on the beach years ago. Bergman was wise enough not to include any flashbacks, and it's an extremely erotic scene. This would be threesomes for the other. That talking about it gives you basically more pleasure almost than the thing itself. You know which movie works this way? You can very nicely discover that. Did you see he's a little bit too pretentious? I don't like it too much, but sometimes he's not so very stupid. The last von Trier Breaking the Waves. You remember the pact that the guy and Emily Watson make? She should screw around to tell him he exploits her. His pleasure is masturbatory. He needs her as an instrument to provide him fantasies so that he can masturbate. But for her, it's threesomes of the other. As he makes it very clear, while she actually seduces other men, it's disgusting for her. Her only pleasure is telling him about that. Yes?
What about the movie sexualizing
I know, but I will not bluff here. I half forgot about that movie because I don't like Andy McDowell. Sorry, I'm very well.
Someone like him watching that.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, but that's more who is the guy? James Spader, no? When he does it, it's more, okay, you can also read it as a kind of a how the guy slowly breaks out of this masturbatory circle and so on, gets into love. Yeah, you can, but okay, let's nonetheless, now we were totally lost. Let's go back to the main line. Yes, so, my point, where were we? Yes, the jump was from this fantasy and so on, and then to this point, 4 times of women's expression. Incidentally, this also raises an interesting question, don't be afraid, nothing tasteless, we follow now, about hardcore pornography. You know, what's your point of identification there? I absolutely don't think that you identify if you are a man, heterosexual man. I'm not talking about the elementary situation. Heterosexual man watching a heterosexual straight movie. I don't think that the point of identification is that you identify with the guy who is. No, that guy is pure instrument, which is why they usually use some sailors with tattoos, etc., which incidentally for me is extremely distinguishing. Because I'm very conservative here. Basically, I'm against hardcore pornography and I'm against even prostitution. I mean, no, women can do whatever they want. I just don't think, okay, some friends try to convince me I buy this, that. Maybe, I don't know, there are women who relate to money they earn in prostitution in the same way that psychoanalysts, who are the all prostitutes of the mind, relate to payment. As Lacan puts it very nicely, the function of money is to allow you to keep out of a certain libidinal circle. Why do you have basically to pay the analyst? So that he will not get thrown and become just another of people in whose, of that circle in whose traumas you are involved, and so on and so on. So I was told, but it's up to women to say it, I don't know, that if you, and I think this is a totally respectable position, if you just want raw sex and hate any involvement, emotional, that maybe that's how money can work. It's a kind of a guarantee of not getting involved. And it works this way. Let me give you one example, even clinical example. What was Freud's mistake in his most famous case, the treatment of Wolfman? You know Wolfman, the Russian nobleman? After October Revolution, he lost money, and Freud was too good. Freud helped him. Instead of Wolfman paying him, Freud gave him some money to survive. The result was clinically catastrophic. A big regression into paranoia, in the sense of, because if you are in this borderline, he's basically some kind of borderline case. You cannot say that he's clinical, but it triggered in the 20s regression to paranoia. Because Freud was all of a sudden, by paying him money, Freud lost this analytically neutral position. So this triggered immediately in Wolfman paranoia activity in the sense of why is Freud clinically right? This famous Hegelian case was, what does he want? Is that kind of plot to control me? Does Freud want me to marry his daughter or whatever? In this file you have a serious relapse, and then it's only later he got Wolfman in the late mid-20s, another analyst, an American one. Was made famous by that movie with Jane Fonda, Sentimento. Jane Fonda plays there the Dashiell Hammond's wife, the writer, what was her name? Lillian Kelman. But the Vanessa Redgrave character, that leftist communist who was also psychoanalyst Vienna, who is the model of that Muriel Gardiner, the pupil of Freud, was in Vienna in the 20s. That's the real life model of, and she then set things straight, she then cured Wolfman, and then it was surviving, he survived in the early 50s in Vienna and so on. But so, what I wanted to say is that maybe it works like this, but nonetheless, kind of thing, don't you think? There is so much, and maybe there are some cases, your friends tell me, where you have a, how to call the guy who controls the prostitute. Maybe there are some ideal relationships of a nice being who really protects you, but, as they say, I would like to see it, and I would like to really hear the entire story. What I find much more interesting as a problem is male prostitution. Because you know why? Because men have to prove it with erection and so on. So how can you link money being... Okay, but we are getting lost in it. Let's go back to Hegel and all this stuff. So the point of... That's where we started this regression. The point of Robert Fowler is how sex, all this, as it were, wild outbursts, that they are strictly, as Lacan would have put it, an affair of the big other. They are not, as it were, spontaneous explosions of our innermost blah blah blah. We have to learn them. These intimate transgressions are even more codified, and I noticed this with some of my friends, that it's a little bit like, remember the tasteless story I was telling you, that Albanian soldier, when we went into mother, it was totally ritualized, a little bit of obscenity, it was kind of obscene duty. We have to go through this, and maybe I am a bad one here, I accept it. But I noticed that that's how, and these are my relationship with some of my friends. When we meet, for example, my good friend, the Jewish anti-Zionist cinema maker, Woody Allen. When we met, we first go to obligatory 10 minutes, extremely vulgar, humiliating each other, you dirty Jew, you? How are you doing? Just to give you an idea of this really nasty obscenities. He always mocks me and tells me, you know, this disgusting myth about the Jews of that they eat Greek babies, children. He told me, come to me to dinner. I told him, no, I don't dine with Jews, never be tried. Then he tells me, but I will serve you a good Christian baby. And I tell him, no, the last time you cheated, you bought a discount, pre-frozen Christmas baby. Then he said, I promise you, and we go through this, and the perversity is that we both experience it as a kind of a ritualistic duty. Then after 5 minutes we say, okay, we did our duty, now we can talk normally. This is what Lacan means, the role of the big other and so on, the unconscious is outside. If there is a thing that Lacan is radically opposed to, it is precisely this idea that your desires or whatever are deep within you. Okay, let's now nonetheless go back to the main line, negativity and all that. Where were we with this self-negation? I guess how the signifier falls into the signified. It is, the way I explained it, in the sense that, okay, let me take a simple example. Antisemitism. When I developed this in some of my early books, maybe you know, if you know the joke, if you read my book, but it's now half forgotten, but it's there because I think it's much better than some of my books which are still printed around. Then with the negative, I take the example of precisely of antisemitism in the sense of what makes you anti-Semitic. If you say Jews are dirty, exploiting you, whatever, all the properties an anti-Semitic subject attributes to a Jew, it's not enough, I claim, to be anti-Semitic. You must turn it around. You are anti-Semitic if you say you are dirty exploiting because you are a Jew. And then if I ask you, but what is that X? You say, I don't know, is that mysterious something in you more than you? Like it's the same joke as with, for example, when you fall in love with a woman. Or with a man or with you know, this is an old joke, but it's obviously true. You know that if you know this eternal question, tell me why you love me. Of course, the point is that if you can answer the question, there is no love. Because the moment you can say, okay, I made a mental account, no, minus, your teeth are not quite straight, your ass is a little bit too narrow, whatever, or wide, plus, your breasts are beautiful, your mouth, blah, blah, there are much more pluses than minuses, so let's do it's out, it's not love. Love must be, so that you don't simply say, I love you because this, but all the real properties become, in your experience, of course, an expression of there is some, as Lacan likes to put it, there is something in you more than you. I don't know what, but on behalf of that X, I love you. Which is fine. The way this is confirmed, this is a nice melodramatic detail. I read it with this kind of deep love counseling reply to readers' answer, to readers' questions. That this is fine. And this effectively is the experience of most people, I was told. That, let's say you flirt with a guy or a girl, and you are still undecided. Symbolically, when do you fall in love, in the sense of, my God, I am in love. As a rule, it's through an imperfection. It's not that you say, oh my God, so many good things, now I love him or her. It's that you know some small imperfection, a clumsiness, the way she or he speaks, the too loud, stupid laughter, and then it has the form of fun. Instead, in spite of that, I nonetheless love him. That's how love always emerges as this kind of in spite of I love. It needs an index of imperfection. So, this is why, incidentally, this is a nice vulgar story, but it's true. I read some 20 years ago when they were still in Young. Again, this very stupid opinion poll in one of the city journals. They asked 1,000 men, like, who you prefer to survive, Cindy Crawford, Cindy Crawford, or what's the other one, Claudia Schiffer. Cindy Crawford won, and they gave the answer right to Claudia Schiffer is perfect. Cindy Crawford has a sign there, like it shouldn't be a perfect woman. There must be a small sign of imperfection. But what I want to say is that for Lacan, in libidinally relating to other people, that's my point now. The name stands for that X. You are not only that, you are a name. Okay, I will try to be objective. Is any Carla here or Christina? Okay, so I can use the name. I will not be a good also when you say emphatically, Carla or Christina is not just beautiful, she simply is Christina. The name tautologically refers precisely to that something more. It's the same when you say a Jew is a Jew. If you are anti-Semitic, you say, however they appear to be normal, there is something I don't know what in them. And now why does here signifier fall into the signifier? Here I will give you an example that I use in the early book, and it's still my favorite. You know, in socialism, we have a wonderful joke. First you should know that it's originates from Poland, I think, this joke. You must know that, part of the official communist ideology was that new socialist society is the synthesis of all that was the best in the entire history. So the joke went like this. Communism, socialism takes from tribal primitive societies primitivism, it takes from ancient antique societies slavery, it takes from medieval society feudal domination, it takes from capitalism exploitation, and it takes from socialism death. But you see the point, the name must be included into the series. And I claim exactly the same goes for anti-Semitism. It's clear that the figure of the Jew in anti-Semitism is a kind of an impossible standing for class struggle. And this is elementary Marxist, but I agree with the analysis. Why? Because if you look closely at the features attributed to the Jew, they are totally inconsistent. They are an impossible combination of upper level and lower level. Jews are rich, exploiting class. They are too intellectuals, too hardworking. But at the same time, Jews are supposed to be sexually seducing, dirty, not washing themselves, and so on and so on. They are literally a fetish. Like the denial is a bubble of class struggle. So you can say that, of course, now I'm talking about the anti-Semitic figure of the Jew, that it's exactly the same there. Anti-Semite, in his image of the Jew, takes from rich capitalists' exploitation, from poor people their dirtiness, from promiscuous people their sex drive, and from the Jew the man. That's no? But again, this reversal, when I said it's not just that Jews do this and that in anti-Semitic imagination, but you turn it around. They do this because you do this because you are Jew. This means, again, that what Lacan calls the object small a is produced. That mysterious X, something in you, the mystery of what is a Jew, and so on, which makes. I will talk about this a little bit in the evening, because the mystery here is a very interesting part. If you are looking into the roots of the Holocaust, is how things radically change precisely when Jews were, and this is a great quotas and so on. Although I am well aware how long the de facto apartheid and quotas for the Jews last. For example, did you know that at Princeton University in the United States, I was told it was the early 60s, that there were unwritten quotas, not more than so many Jews, or one of my most tragic but beautiful experiences. This makes you nonetheless a little bit softer on communism. I met in Israel an old communist Jew, and still he was celebrating Stalin and so on, privately of course. No, and I asked him, blah blah blah, are you a little bit crazy, Stalin, Poland, and so on. And he told me something very primitive, but very, not primitive, sorry, simple but beautiful. He told me that he was a Polish Jew from Poland, and then he told me, we cannot imagine how anti-Semitic Poland, incidentally, it still is today very much, no, was just before World War II. He told me that there were at Warsaw University when he was studying, if you have this big lecture hall, on the top left, reserved benches for the Jews, up there. And also, and it's nonetheless nice, he told me the only non-Jewish people who always came to us Jews and shook hands and so on were the communists. That's nice. Nonetheless, he told me he simply, whatever you say against communists, okay, now you can hear defend communists but still be against Stalin when you take into account that, I don't really know this, that the fate of the Polish Communist Party in those purges of the late 30s is probably the most terrible of them all. You know, when Stalin was doing the purges in different communist parties, he usually killed most of the leadership. But with regard, I don't know, was he already planning the division of Poland with Hitler or what, but his plan was a little bit more specific. The Polish communists simply wanted to kill the Poles. Basically, apart from a couple of hundred to the entire Polish Communist Party, all the membership hold on was they were all killed by Stalin. But what I want to say, let me go back, is that again, is that how you see, or let me give you another example to see how ideology works, which I also like very much. It's the same mechanism of master signifier. You saw the movie, I hope, Josh, very much Spielberg. Now you know that interpreters dwell in this stupid problem. What does the killing shark symbolize? What does it stand for? Is it, I don't know, you have left this reviews where they say it stands for, I don't know, big capital, whatever. You have rightist readings where they claim it's either fear of natural catastrophe, it's fear of immigrants, whatever. Incidentally, you know that Fidel Castro likes the movie, and he says, it's also clear to me, it's clear, it's sharks means the sharks of the great capital, it's American level, whatever. But I claim that it's wrong to ask this question. The point is that it has all and nothing. It does an exemplary ideological operation, the movie. The point is that, of course, an average citizen has all these fears. You fear being screwed up like now in this financial crisis by the banks. You fear immigrants will attack you. If you are racist, you fear I don't know what. You fear earthquake nature. But what the movie does is, as it were, replace all these fears with one signifier, and it's like the view, the shark. The point is precisely that you can have one clear object, things become clear, but still you can unite the inconsistent multiplicity of your views. It's exactly the same again with anti-Semitism. Imagine Germany in the late 20s, economic crisis and so on. People had all types of fears. They were afraid of being exploited, ruined by banks. They were afraid of sexual promiscuity, blah blah, whatever you want. What Hitler did was to offer them one, the name, by saying behind all these there is the Jewish blood. It means all these fears can be focused in this one figure. And this is what Lacan means, nothing mysterious by signifier without signifier. This is empty because, as I told you, apropos of the Jew and so on, or socialism, all the actual properties are taken from here and there. The only added ever to it is the name. And the empty name. The Jew. Of course, Jews are not empty. Now I'm talking about anti-Semitic imagery. And it's an extremely delicate question, but interesting. You know, this historical question, why were the Jews chosen to be Jews? That is to say, why were the real Jews chosen, elevated, unfortunately, to play the role of the Jew in the anti-Semitic imagination? One can say a lot here, but it's a dangerous topic. Why? Because on the one hand, it's too easy to say it's totally contingent. It could have been anyone else. On the other hand, if you give reasons in the wrong way, you may end up not justifying it. No? It's a tricky question, I know. But to go back, all I wanted to show to you is how this would be the Hegelian point about identity as self-reflective, about how you have a multitude of real problems, like socialism. You live miserable, people exploit you, and so on. You add just the name unites it all into the one. The name is an empty name, not empty in the sense it means nothing, but in the sense that what it adds is just performatively itself as a name. All content is taken from elsewhere. Now you will say, but names do designate something. There must be something which is the objective counterpoint to this empty signifier. That's what Lacan calls objects morale. And you know, this is how, again, we operate. When you say, I love, what's my choice? 10 minutes ago, Christina, Carla. No, Carla is why I avoided Carla. I really love it. First, I hate Carla Bruni. She's not my type, to make it very clear. But point or two, there's too many real hopes with me. I still like those early thrillers by John le Carré, where the big enemy was Carla. Carla was the name of that mysterious head of KGB who did it and so on. So don't mess with Carla. There is real love there. What I mean is that, you know, when you say this pathetically, Carla is Carla, it means it's not just the bunch of properties, it's the one, as it were. And in this sense, we have here, if you want, a negation of negation. You start with an object which doesn't yet have full identity. That would have been the position, but it's not. It even doesn't yet have the identity. Then this mess is negated, every determination is negation through determinate properties, beautiful, nice letter, sorry for blah blah blah, and then you negate the negation Christina or whatever. You add a name. The name in this sense signifier, the name falls into the signifier. In this sense, for Hegel, for example, the identity is a reflective category. Now, I'm sorry we don't have time to go into this because many critics have noted, and this is a serious debate in Hegel's studies. The problem is that Hegel introduces terms as concepts, identity difference, only at the beginning of the second book of Logic of Essence. But he uses them from the very beginning. So what does this mean? Is Hegel inconsistent? Should we say that from the very beginning he presupposes some conceptual determinations that he did effectively bring? I mean, this brings us to this intricate topic of the consistency of Hegel's logic and so on, which would have been too much. But that's my first point that I want to make with you. And here we don't have time to go to it, but please don't misunderstand me. Alain is my best friend, but you know what's for me a true definition of friendship? I saw a German, I loved the Nazi melodrama. You know that the big hit and Goebbels was once here. In Nazi Germany were musicals and melodramas. Goebbels knew very well you shouldn't feed the population just with stupid propaganda. Okay, and in one of them, the actress is a kind of a spoiled girl who has her fiancé and she humiliates him, mocks him all the time. Fiancé is a rich guy from upper classes, so the father of this girl tells her, you shouldn't treat him like this, he will drop you, whatever, I want you to marry him. You know what she answers? But I love him, and if I love him, I can do whatever I want to him. I mean, first of all, there is an element of truth in it. So, in other words, I love but you, so let me say all bad things I want. Seriously, all that stuff that he was making with intensity and so on and so on. I claim that a little bit, a lesson of Hegel would not hurt him. You know what I mean? That this aspect of, although he knows about it, we have a long debate here. You remember now, at the end, answering, he said, yes, identity in that world, the intuitionist world, yes, identity is symbolic, and so on and so on. But he oscillates here. For example, this also would have been the answer to one of your questions. Ask him this, and it's a very good question. I mean, he will be glad to answer you. Because one of you, I don't know if you are here, asked him a simple but precise question. And I like these simple precise questions because they are the nastiest, in the sense of they are the really tough questions. Like, how do you know that an event is an event? This is the eternal question that you is attacked for. Like, how do you distinguish an event from a pseudo event? Usually, politically, what is behind here is Heidegger. Because for you, Heidegger is an example of getting fascinated, seduced by a pseudo event, looking for a revolution. He thought he found it in the Nazi revolution. So how do you distinguish? I don't think that you can really catch him here. He has, read him closely, a precise definition of the site where an event emerges. You know, when he said, what he didn't develop yesterday, and please press him on this, not to catch him, but this is what you at his best. When he distinguishes within the multitude of a world, what he calls a world, the so-called eventual size, what he called minimally the non-existence. Sometimes he uses the wonderful name of symptomatic torsion, an element which is formally part of the set, but lacks any definite properties to be properly located within the set. It has the excess of the set. Sometimes he uses the term surnumerary or whatever. You know, it cannot be, it is included, but cannot be properly counted. So, in other words, that's crucial to understand him. It's not just that, just a multitude, multiplicity, you would have shocked me for this. Multitude is matter, you know, because matter is no? It's multiplicity. Incidentally, did you get what his wonderful point there, apropos multiplicity? It's a very nice position. I think he is right there. His idea is that, and it's again a very Hegelian, is that multiplicity is original. Ontologically, you don't start with one and then you say, okay, we have 1, 2 ones, we go on. No, originally, the multiple is original. And now we will say, but fuck it. Sorry, now I will be really nasty. I'm using these expressions and gestures so that you will be able to understand me. Sorry, what I was saying is that now you will say, you imagine you, the stupid butler that I imagine, we always think like this. Now you will say, but wait a minute, if you have multiple is by definition many ones. No, his point is no, it goes endless. You analyze the multiple, you go further, there are always many. You never, if anything, today's quantum physics makes exactly the same point, that you will never reach the atomic zero level. So, his very nice theory is that the correlate of multiple is not 1 but void, 0. And that one comes after. One is the result. You must do very specific operation between he describes them between multiple and zero. Basically, this would be the Lacanian solution. I'm not sure he agrees to it that you arrive at one if you count by counting nothing. By counting nothing. Okay, but that's more the problem of Frege. I don't know if you know this, it's a wonderful crucial take, the notion of sugar, which was introduced by Hilaire way back in Jacques Hilaire, and then by you wrote a polemics against it, I think, the big debate. But let me go on. So again, I don't think that this reproach holds, because the way to distinguish pseudo-event from event is precisely how they relate to this point of symptomal doctrine, point of inconsistency. That's the first ontological premise, which he sometimes elaborates, maybe not enough, is that every totality has its symptomal point. This can be put wonderfully in Lacanian notions. It means what? It means that every structure is self-reflexive, which means that let's take a classification. You know, at the beginning of his, what's the stupid English title, The Order of Things, Le Mot et le Chose, that Foucault refers to that Borges' famous classification of dogs. White dogs, fat dogs, all dogs which are owned by the emperor, and then at the end all the dogs who are not included in this list. That's the structural logic. That you, there must be a standing within a structure of what is not included in the structure. You must have this minimal reflexivity. Now you will tell me, this is high theory, what does it mean? I will give you a nasty example, which I use sometimes in my work, from Marxism itself. I claim that what is called Asiatic mode of production is such an empty, reflexive side. That is to say, it is clear if you read Marx really closely, in detail. It is clear that what really fits his conceptual scheme are the standard, well-known, how to call it, pre-class societies, tribal, whatever, slavery, feudalism, capitalism, and whatever shit comes after, who knows, no? But then, of course, Marx has specific ideas, despotism and so on. But if you look closely at it, what he calls Asiatic mode of production is basically a container where he throws practically everything which doesn't fit any of the others. You know, like everything goes there. From ancient China to Egypt to ancient Inca and so on, Latin America entire. So you see the paradox. This is a term which appears to refer to something positive, but it's really just a negative container. The only, ultimately, all this wealth of determinations, yes, Chinese, ancient Chinese empire, Hindu, whatever, shouldn't be seen. It's basically just a negative container. And this would have been then the symptomal, this excessive symptomal point. So I think that the reproach, and I'm not here dropping my topic, because this is how Hegel's logic works, this is Hegelian reflexivity. But the way that you, I think, can answer triumphantly this reproach. But how do you know, let's be concrete for example, how do you know that why October Revolution was an event, if it was, for me it was, to give you freedom of choice. But I give you that wonderful statement of faith. Well, some guy protested, oh, can I have the freedom of choice to say what I want, you know, let it out. I definitely give you the freedom of choice to say the stupidities you want to say. But then I take to myself the freedom of choice to shoot you for what you are saying. Okay, sorry, let me go on. So, it's clearly that they relate differently to what you called yesterday the inexistent. Because this, what he calls shift from inexistence to the maximum existence happens only in an event. In Nazism, point is just mystified covered up. In other words, let's class struggle. At least in principle, let's forget about the shit that actually happens. In a communist revolution, workers effectively, I'm not saying they do, should become or whatever, they set the standard. It's not that all others should be killed, because if there were all other classes, if this were to be the case, then Lenin should have been by killing himself. No, it's clear that he was a typical, even upper middle class guy who really had no idea of real working class. It's like the irony is that if you look at some Lenin's letters, that for some time he was living in Switzerland. And he was staying by some middle-class artisanal family who had a house there and had him a room, blah blah. And Lenin wrote enthusiastic letters to friends. Now I see I'm in contact with ordinary people, workers. Fuck him, these were not workers. This was typical, not even lower middle class, but nonetheless, what I want to say is that in Nazism also confronts the same problem, class struggle. But it doesn't do this operation. Let's shift the inexistent to the maximum intensity. On the contrary, it just wants to control the struggle by imputing the cause of the struggle to an external cause. Agent. It's not because society is in itself antagonistic, it's because the Jews from outside introduce chaos and so on, and then to impose on it some kind of hierarchic order and so on, where workers are still down, but they are taken care of, at least officially. All this shit, the relationship between capital and work shouldn't be just one of financial exploitation, capitalism should be a kind of a father taking care of, blah blah blah, all this idea of sentimental, more authentic relations between master and servant and so on and so on. So again, the moment you don't just say multiplicity and then miracle of the event, but the moment you take into account that event is very precisely defined as where, how an event can intervene, which is why maybe sometimes when you doesn't accentuate this enough, an event is purely structured. You can do the same thing, but if you do it a little bit too late, it's no longer an event. You know what I mean? You must do it at the right time. Sorry, did you want to? Or did you just... Sorry, this is the semantic misunderstanding. Often happens to me. I notice the guy scratching his hair, not you or both. Okay, sorry, this is called over-determination of nature and culture. Sorry,
He's self-reflexive nature.
Yeah.
Isn't it that he's trying to get at that it's either zero or infinity? Pretty much, that there is no self-reflexiveness.
We would have to go here to what he means by self-reflectiveness. When you touch this topic, because I think that even now he struggles a little bit with this, and for his own good, it would be good if in a debate, and again, I know he's directly behind his back, you can report anything you want, like all the things that I can tell. For example, this is my standard joke about him. No, I will immediately return to it, I will not forget what he said. For example, do you know which movies he likes? This is a standing joke. He knows that I always spread his slander, but it's true. Yeah, that's fine. So Dennis and County, he thinks it's a really great film. Then he has a soft spot for Armageddon, this kind of catastrophe. Nobody is perfect, I wish that. Sorry, but let's go on with this infinity and event and so on. Yeah. That in the sense that in being an event, he still claims that an event includes its own nomination. That is to say, this is another way to say that an event is an event only for those who participate in it. For example, if you look objectively
Down to your level, maybe let's take the orgasm as an event.
why should it be an event? Look, here I'm conservative. Why should orgasm be an event?
That causes us to want infinite number of events.
I can. but why should this be an event? Like, okay, let me be extremely verbal. Let's say I must say this. Let's say I must say this. Let's say I will go back, sorry, the text and waters. Let's say I must say this and I want to, I don't know, cut a needle into your eyes. What if I discover the desire to do it infinitely? I doubt this would count as well. You know what I mean?
Let's talk about my example.
Okay.
Or
Yeah.
an event that inspires infinite number of events. Like we always want more of it, right?
Yeah, but okay. So what's the point? Do you think this is enough of a, again, for Badiou, let's be precise. Event is something which intervenes at that point of symptomal torsion, the inexistence of the structure. Where you have this in orgasm. I tend more to agree with Badiou, who, you know, when he defines the situation, he said that every situation has this, not infinite in the positive sense, like the infinity of the event, but the measureless. For him, enjoyment, jouissance is infinite in the more Hegelian sense of the it's boundless. And as such, it's open to this or that use. Which is why, for example, Badiou, I agree here with him, opposes both standard versions of, you know, this old boring topic, sexuality and revolution. On the one hand, the conservative revolutionaries, like sexuality is the last step of bourgeois ideology to catch us, and you know, the true revolutionary must forget about his sexuality, be ascetic. Or on the other hand, this 68 stuff, you know, those in power rule us through sexual oppression, sexual liberation, blah blah. I spontaneously, to me, sexual enjoyment is more this formless and neutral.
Let's go back to your
Yeah.
statement about procreation. Let's say that orgasm can be an event inside of the idea of procreation.
Right.
Why not?
What makes procreation more than just the animal?
Well, you were making a point about sex outside of marriage no longer being illicit, right? Inside of the idea of love.
Yeah, but nonetheless, it doesn't make it in itself more authentic. What's the put it? That's a nice question you touched here. I'm so sad we cannot go endlessly into this. But I had a great debate with Badiou here, very personal, not in any nasty sense. And he also agreed with me that, you know, in the West we have, you know, that famous book, how is the guy who wrote it? I forgot my name. L'amour en Occident, Love in the West. That great, it will come to me the name, he's a very French historian of ideas. And it's even the great reference to Lacan, on the notion of courtly love, where the idea is true love is not possible within marriage. The true love has to be transgressive. I'm opposed to this idea. So back to you, okay, it can be outside marriage, but it's not a condition. Sorry, please go on.
Just a framework for the event.
Yeah.
Trying to establish a framework.
But what would have been event here? Yes, you are after it.
The event would have been an inception, I guess.
But why? What? Give me a precise definition. What makes a
Creation of life. That's the event.
Yeah, but again, why? I hear more about you as idealist. I mean, I think that you identify event too much with something beautiful new which happens. That's not enough.
Isn't that a material view, though, that related to?
Yeah, but again, for Badiou, again, I return to my old point. For Badiou to have an event, it must intervene into the symptomal point, this torsion, whatever, of a situation. As he emphasizes again and again, there are no universal events. Sorry?
I said there must be an indiscernible
Yeah. Yeah, that's the term I was using. I was missing. Yes, you are right. That for him, the response is indiscernible. Yeah. So for him, an event would have been if orgasm becomes through love. You know that it's yeah, but nonetheless, okay. cannot go into it. I'm tempted to say that it's... I don't know, mine should be more tricky here. I mean, how should I put it? You know, it's mystery. It's complex. What really happens, not in biological sense, but... You know what maybe this is my melodramatic mind, but you know which situations interest me as potentially event? Did you see the shitty melodrama? But it is not totally bad. I liked it when I was younger, with Meryl Streep and Robert De Niro, not the dear actor, falling in love, where they are both married, they start to meet, and then they decide to do it. They go to an empty apartment that is given to Robert De Niro to use it by a friend, and then they start to embrace, and they stop, they don't. This makes it an event, I claim. Because they are well aware that by doing it at that moment, at that precise moment, it would have meant it's just a cheap love affair. By not doing it, they assert it as no, I know you are there, yeah, you are, I said you in my mind, yeah. Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
No, okay, this is a very good conversation because the event has to introduce some graphs with all the graphs that were already been established with the
Yeah.
But it is related with sexuality because the event, what it does is opens up the field of possibility, like Captain suggested.
Yeah.
So it introduces infinity within each situation. And
Yeah, but not the infinity of the indiscernible. Again,
Lacan said that the only thing that is infinite is the woman's orgasm.
the only thing that...
Is infinite.
Yeah.
Is the woman's orgasm.
Yeah, but I must... Now we are entering another domain. With all my admiration for Lacan's encore, his seminal 20, I claim that he oscillates there, getting dangerously close sometimes to this idea of men are fully within the symbolic order, but women not fully. There is some aspect of infinite, incredible, intense enjoyment that we men can only, this, to use that term precisely of subject supposed to know, as if woman is the subject supposed to enjoy fully. Lacan is here much more ambiguous. I claim he, as it is always with Lacan, he cheats like crazy, but that's why I like him, because he's truly creative in the sense that he's experimenting, taking one path, going back, the next one. Okay, to simplify it very much, I claim Lacan oscillates there between the two versions of how are we to understand the so-called, we are talking now about these so-called formulas of, yes, I will give it back to you, formulas of sexuation, male, female. To put it very simply and elementary for Lacan, the main formula of sexuation is universality with an exception. You assert universality, but universality is founded on an exception. For women, it's not all, which means no universality, but this is what people tend to forget, also no exception. Now, how do you read this? The way I read it is, the way it is usually read is, men are fully within the phallic symbolic order, their jouissance is phallic, which means already mediated by the signifier, symbolic fantasies, blah blah. Women are only partially, only a part of a woman is involved in this edible symbolic castration dynamic. You also have an aspect of this unspeakable other jouissance, which is absolute, as exemplified in the mystical trance of Saint Teresa and so on and so on. I think this is a misreading, and I think that insofar as we understand
Danger would be you talk about the danger values theory here, would be the reduction to an answer, a universality.
No, sorry, now I'm making another point. Yeah, I don't see directly the link with but you. The point about, okay, I will explain it. Now I have the link with but you. But it's more, if you want to get an idea of this phallic male position, it would have been in St. Paul, the way that you interpret wonderfully St. Paul, that Paulinian dialectic of law and its transgression. It is the excess transgression which grounds the law, and it's the law which grounds transgression. That would be the male dialectic, as it were. And so for me, love, the way Paul understands love, would be formally, in this purely formalized term, on the feminine side, non-all, and so on, and so on. But let me just finish this the previous slide, because it's important. What I'm tempted to say is that the way I read it is that if the male position is the position of within the symbolic order but with an exception, then precisely the idea of the woman, who is this absolute woman outside language, fully enjoys in a trance, is a male fantasy. This is the ultimate male fantasy. This is not the non-all and so on. Even Lacan can be here. One can argue this Lacan through his own example, which is very unfortunate for him. Saint Teresa. Fuck him, read Saint Teresa. She was in no way outside the symbolic. She was writing like crazy. All her, you know how much she was writing? Her mystical experience, as nice analysis I think by Roland Barthes and other demonstrated, her mystical experience is all in her writing also. Yes, that's also a main fantasy, of course. Yes, Bernini and, you know, the greatest movie of last year. The demons and the demons. You also, we are all waiting for the new. It's out in 1 month from now, the new. The new Dan Brown. Do not follow work culture and stuff. Okay, let's stop this obscenity, sorry. No, but seriously, what I want to say is the way I read it is that the very idea of behind, the very idea that there is one side of woman, the mask, the civilized woman, but that beneath there is the true absolute woman. You know, she, like she with capital S, like, you know, that famous male chauvinist Reader Haggard, the author of Solomon Miles novel. He also wrote the novel She, where in the middle of Africa, a dark kingdom where an absolute woman. This is the main fantasy. So the way I read Lacan is that this other puissance he is talking about, it's not outside language, but it's on the contrary, fully in language. That woman is more in language than man. The fact that woman is not all in language doesn't mean part of her is out. It means she has no exception, as Lacan puts it. Non-all at the same time means there is nothing which is not in, which is outside. Lacan is much more paradoxical here. So I claim that Lacan's point is that universality needs a founding exception. Once you're on the feminine side, you no longer need an exception. So I think, again, all this topic, even Kristeva falls for it. No.
Like that infinity and zero, I mean, you're very examples right now.
I think I'm not good enough here. My simple answer, it's an extremely simple answer, would have been that in order to do this properly, but I'm too stupid and confused now to do it, would have been to relate to all this, it wasn't my conference yet, who did the different infinities, but you like Cantor. To go to Cantor, different types of infinity. That to put it in very stupid terms, male infinity, this the phallic orgasm that you mentioned, is still, I would say, no, that, okay, I put it in this way. When you have one orgasm, you want to go on or not. But the male formula would have been this, the simple pre-Cantorian infinity. More. It's kind of a linear simple infinity. You need to get the infinity of feminine puissance. You need a different type of...
An idealist
okay, what I wanted to aim at, but we look at that today, would be the Hegelian notion of infinity as self-relating without exception. I wanted to come at this later. But again, the point, let's at least conclude with this. What I wanted to conclude here is that, again, beware how you read Lacan. That don't fall into this trap of, feminine response, some mysterious feminine excess, and so on and so on and so on, which is fine. I think women should like that apparently anti-feminist idea of, although it was proposed by a woman, as you must know, of femininity as a masquerade. This means precisely that woman is more of a subject. Masquerade means like onion, you just have layers of masks. In the middle is nothing. What's this nothing? This nothing is the Cartesian subject, who is a nothing. And if you read German idealists at its deepest, for example, Schelling somewhere, the whole idea where she claims subjectivity at its most radical is feminine. This is why incidentally I broke Cartesian. You know that the standard feminist line, unfortunately, is the God is a male chauvinist, he's cogito, may appear neutral, but is in reality masculine. I think, on the contrary, it's feminine, which is why it's not an accident. I don't know if you know this, it's simply a historical data. Do you know that Descartes' first and most enthusiastic public, not only the Queen Christina, okay, but nonetheless, let's go back to a point, maybe this will make it closer for you, but you event. Okay, so again, I think you can deliver, but you can save you from that standard reproach by, look, always remembering it's not an inherent property which makes an event an event. It's the way it intervenes into a structure. Where so again, in his lateral element, being an event, he still has this theory that an event includes its nomination, which means, in another way, that an event is an event only for those who are engaged in the event. His own example is, for example, French Revolution. If you are an objective historian, you will never discover there was something, the great French Revolution. Then you can play the game by that of hegel, François Furet, the great liberal historian, French, whose whole point, but you know this, is to de-eventmentize, to un-event the French Revolution. So it wasn't a big thing, it was just some local French confusion because blah 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 and so on. So, no, this is fine, but you is very precise here when he refers to event as a grace, miracle. But the way he understands miracle is in the Jansenist and Calvinist sense. You know what? How? You know that it's a very beautiful theory of miracle, but they claim miracle doesn't violate the laws of nature. Miracle appears as a miracle only to those who believe in it. They don't. Miracle is not something that you can convince, like, you don't believe, I do, okay, I will show you a miracle, I can stand on my feet and jump up 20 meters. No, miracle is, and in this same sense, there are no neutral events. Events are events only for the engaged. But let me go on. The problem, and then you can counterpart. I just want to, where you should but you showed me to you that famous image of Paul shanking, no? It's not famous, but yeah. Okay, but you should maybe do a little bit of this procedure, but you for his own good, no? This is what that is. So one later in his logic of the world, he drops this. He no longer claims that an event includes its own nomination. He now, on the one hand, tends more and more to emphasize a gap between an event and its nomination. An event is something that just explodes, and then For example, in examples of Christianity, Christ's resurrection, doesn't matter if it happened or not, is the event. But it became an event only through his proper nomination with Paul, not even in the Gospels, with Paul. Now, the problem here is the following one, and what you know. Is there and I claim, maybe I'm wrong, that he tends to oscillate here. Is an event already in itself an event, or does an event only retroactively through its nomination and through fidelity of its followers, what you call in these religious Marxist terms, the basic work of love, where you work to inscribe the event into the order of being. Here I claim he is looking for different ways, like sometimes he sounds almost, for me, a little bit too close to deconstructionism, in the sense that an event is only a retroactive effect of its nomination. That something happens, it can be nothing. Retroactively, it becomes an event. What? For example,
Possibility or nothing.
sorry?
Infinite possibility or nothing.
Yeah. Yeah, but again, if you say this, then I think you get a little bit too close to this standard danger. Yeah, the danger, no? Because, but sometimes he sounds, again, as if it's only the nomination, which is not in creation then. On the other hand, sometimes he plays on an event as some traumatic occurrence for which we always look for a proper nomination, but we find it difficult even to find a proper name for it. For example, when he writes about 20th century or 19th century revolutions, sometimes he says that maybe all this Marxist terminology of class struggle is a wrong name. But exactly a wrong name for what? So, you see, this, he as it were oscillates between these two. So, my solution here is he wouldn't agree. No, it's of course Hegelian, both at the same time. My solution is even very is that no, I want to avoid both deviations, Stalinist, right wing and left wing. Right wing deviation would be a naive substantialist. There really is an event, a miracle happens, whatever, and then we try to catch up with it, what it is, blah blah blah. But as we like to say, there is a remainder, we never can do it, blah blah. Then the other deviation would be this deconstructionist game. All there is only a flux, game language, and retroactively, but in a totally contingent way, some things are elevated into the status of event, and so on. My
Well, I quote what he said last night, and that seems to be deviation.
Yeah.
This is, this theory of this is basically against the brutal use of dualism. So I think that's
Yeah. And okay, so let me go on. So no, but
the negation of
yeah, but let's go back to the event. My solution would be the following one. Again, maybe you know this. I often this example, but I found it in my books. What happens in Einstein? I simplify very much. I know, but to simplify, in Einstein's passage from special to general theory of relativity, as you probably know, one of the key moments of Einstein there is this curved space, curvature of space, that the space is not straight, blah blah. No, okay. Incidentally, this has wonderful uses for psychoanalysis, because what Lacan calls desire, the paradox of the very simplistic term of curved space, and precisely sometimes the shortest way to get from A to B is not a straight line, but because the space is curved, it's faster if you go around. But that's desire. Isn't the whole point of human desire that, I love Christina. If I just jump on her and through her, no, you must, whole point is to make it a tour. No? In other words, the space of desire is a curved space. No? Okay, but you know what's the shift? How to account for this curvature, curved space? Einstein first defines matter, in the inertia of matter, stuff, as that which curves space. To put it very simply, without matter, empty space would have been like geometrical flat. Then you put like, let's say, like this, you put some matter here and it curves the space. So that the curvature of the space is the effect of matter. But then comes the Hegelian genius, no? You know what is then Einstein's move? To turn things around, to say that no, the curvature of the space is original and matter is just an effect of the curved space. I love this purely formal materialism. You can get rid of this. You know, they hate this vulgar materialism where you think, oh, it must smell, you must feel it like the inertia of matter. I claim that today, and here I agree with Badiou, let me go back to that point of infinity and so on. Did you notice something very strange? How in the 20th century, it started with Heidegger. Finitude became more and more the last resort of spiritualism, idealism. Before, in the 19th century, to be for finitude was usually the vulgar materialism. Only finite real material things exist, infinity is a metaphysical dream, and so on and so on. But then, today, more and more, it is science in its pure formalism which gets more and more infinities, and here, Badiou is right, as far as I can understand. I talked with some mathematicians, partially, I hope I understood them, that this is the result of Cantor's revolution, where, you know what's the point? In Cantor, infinity was linked to the one. Infinity was the transcending one and so on. From Cantor, you have a material, multiple infinity of the multiple. But what I'm saying is that, for example, look at the cinema. Isn't it strange that the author, who is maybe the most spiritualist movie maker of the 20th century, the Russian guy, Tarkovsky, is at the same time the most materialist? Do you remember how a spiritual experience looks in Tarkovsky? It's not heaven. You immerse yourself deeply into the earth, all the dirt, mud, water, and so on. This idea of materialized spirituality. So I think that in this sense we live in paradoxical time where finitude no longer acts but to emphasize that we humans are thrown into a world always a finite situation. Precisely this limitation opens then up a space for some divine spiritual otherness. Of course, as they will say, this is post-metaphysical otherness. You know all this crap, I don't like it. Maybe you do, pseudo-dynastia or whatever, but you say, of course, there is no God as a positive entity, but there is a void of otherness. And out of this void, some X is addressing us and so on, you know, all this again and so on and so on. So in this sense, I totally agree with Badiou when he claimed that today, this kind of what Einstein did, this kind of that this is a very materialist move, not idealist. This idea that it's not that you need some substantial reality which curves the space, but that curved space comes first, and the inertia of matter is just some kind of illusory, imaginary perception of curved space. Now you will say, I'm drinking here. Let me conclude with, we are back to Hegel here, because my idea, you thought I lost my train, I often do, but this time exceptionally, I think we are back at Hegel. Because I think that this passage, to put it in very simplistic terms, this passage from first, the special theory of relativity, that is to say, the space is curved because of the presence of matter, to the second stage where the curvature of the space is from Kant to Hegel. Kant still needs the thing in itself, which, as it were, guards the space for Hegel. And this is and I will say, but these are totally abstract, stupid associations. What this has to do with reality. You allow me to conclude, then you get your shitty break or whatever. Two examples, one from politics, the other from psychoanalysis. Trauma. How does Freud relate to trauma? Let's take the most classical example, although I don't see what is so dramatic about it. I would rather like this if it would not make me throw out. You know, Wolfman again, you know, Freud reconstructs the trauma of 1 year and a half or when a small boy observing parents copulating a temple. But look closely at what Freud says there. His point is not the guy was doing nice and then, oh my God, he saw his father screwing my mom, what does this mean, whatever, and he was traumatized. It's totally, read Freud. He says that when the child saw this 1.5 years, or it doesn't matter, there was absolutely nothing dramatic about it. He simply registered it. Nothing, neutral. It remains totally plain, not even as a latent trauma, but just as some kind of a neutral trace. Then, only later, to be precise, and when, I don't know, when does it start? I think around 4, 5, 6, that children start to bother about the origin of how children, and when they start to develop these sexual, so-called children sexual theories. At that point, being perplexed by what is sexuality, he re-traumatized this neutral experience. He elevated it as an answer. It was elevated, resuscitated as a traumatic fantasy. So you see the point. The point is, first there was, let's say, vaguely that a trauma curves the space of our mental perception. In what sense? Even in almost literal primitive sense. Let's say you have a certain straight geometric classification of space. Left, right, up, down, apples, whatever. A neutral category. Then let's say that something dramatic happens. Like, sorry for the basis. You saw something horrible, or you were attacked, raped, whatever, I don't know. Sorry for the basis. An apple was stuck out to your head on the 4th floor in a certain part of the city. Then of course, this would have literally curved your space. You would probably blank because I would erase that, and you know, it would no longer be straight, but for Freud, this is the lesson of when the so-called traumatic fact, the small boy observing the parents screwing a tergo, didn't curve his space. His mental space got curved by a totally symbolic, it means within the symbolic order, enigma of sexuality. He had blanks there, so you get my point. His space was curved, and then he mobilized the stuff, the matter of this memory as a trauma to fill in the gap. So the trauma is first a formal trauma, in the sense of the mental space is curved. Now you will say, what can this mean politically? I give you a very simple example, the one we were already talking about, anti-Semitism. Precisely, fascists are Kantians, Marxists, Hegelians. In what sense? For fascists, clearly, the social space is symmetrical, non-curved in an ideal sense. If you have a nice Aryan or whatever, for example, Tibetan, do you know that Nazis loved Tibet? You know why? Their dream was that all the land down is already penetrated by Semitic corruption, and that you have to go up. For them, Tibet was even more than Nordic Europe, the island of not yet corrupted by Semitic decadence society. Okay, but let me go on. So, here you have, the idea is that we have a nice harmonious social entities. Juice is the matter which intervenes and curves the space, introducing imbalance, blah blah. For a Marxist, the social space is curved originally because of class struggle and so on, antagonism, and the Jew as the trauma comes second, as a vacuum, to fill it in, to fill in the curve, and so on and so on. The last conclusion to be drawn from this is that this is, I think, it's crucial to read the Lacanian notion of the real in this way. It's not the substantial real. It's not I hear nicely and then something terribly. It's kind of a purely formal real. It's just some inherent impossibility. You know, it's a very dialectical Hegelian thought. It's not I would have been fully what I am, but something prevents me, an obstacle from being. No, it's I am blocked in myself, and every positive cause comes secondary, already fills in the gap of a certain inherent impossibility. What has this to do with Hegel? That's the whole point of what Hegel calls the primacy of inherent self-contradiction with regard to external opposition. For Hegel, external opposition always comes second with regard to inherent self-contradiction, and so on and so on. You know what? Let's make a break and then we go on. Okay, so we did a little bit of identity. Let me go on with what does Hegel mean? Just a couple of simple examples, just that you get the notion. What does Hegel mean by negation of negation? It's a self-related negation, but in a very precise sense. It's not simply, you know, as what you explained yesterday, you have, let's say, two possibilities only. A or B, there is no third, so if you negate A, you get B, if you negate B, you get R back to A. No. It's something different. One can even say that only the negation of negation is a radical, is a true negation. Or one can also put it in this way. The first negation moves within a certain field. It's only in a negation of negation that the field itself is negated. What do you mean by this? Okay, let's go to examples. I think I use a little bit of this if you know it, but it's not so popular, which I like. This theological book of debate that I'm engaged in, Monstrosity of Christ, with the theologist John Milbank. I think I refer there to Wagner, Richard Wagner. He wrote already, when he was relatively young, a piece of drama which he then put the opera Jesus of Nazareth. And there I think he interprets in a wonderful way this, these big formulas of Jesus, this radicalization of the scripture. Okay, so we did a little bit of identity. Let me go on with what does Hegel mean? Just a couple of simple examples, just that you get the motion. What does Hegel mean by negation of negation? It's a self-related negation, but in a very precise sense. It's not simply, you know, as what you explained yesterday, you have, let's say, two possibilities only. A or B, there is no third, so if you negate A, you get B, if you negate B, you get R back to A. No. It's something different. One can even say that only the negation of negation is a radical, is a true negation. Or one can also put it in this way. uncertain field. It's only in the negation of negation that the field itself is created. What do you mean by this? Okay, let's go to examples. I think I use a little bit of this, if you know it, but it's not so popular, because I like this theological book of debate that I've engaged with Monstrosity of Christ with the theologist John Milbank. I think I refer there to Wagner, Richard Wagner. He wrote already, when he was relatively young, a piece of drama which he then played the opera Jesus of Nazareth. And there I think he interprets in a wonderful way this, these big formulas of Jesus, this radicalization of the simple Jewish injunctions that it's not only if you have sex with a woman, illegitimate outside marriage sex that you see, it's already if you desire that, or all these famous asymmetrical formulas, or if somebody is not eye for an eye, but if somebody's, how does Wagner interpret this? He gives a wonderful example, for example, of sex. Wagner starts with the simple opposition between sex within marriage, let's call it legal sex, and how should we call it? Illegitimate sex, or whatever. And then he says, of course, first one is the domain of the law, legal sex, and then he says, but not only is illegitimate sex sinful, but sex within marriage, which is not grounded in love, is even a greater sin. And then he does a wonderful rhetorical term when he says, because illegitimate sex doesn't undermine marriage from within. It does from the outside it transgresses marriage. But he says, sex in marriage without love ruins the idea of marriage from within. It's a kind of a corruption from within, which is why this is the truth. You get my point? If, for Wagner, the sex outside marriage is a simple negation of a proper sex, sex in marriage without love is the negation of a negation in the sense of radical destruction, the true catastrophe. And then, very nicely, in a way, with reference to Proudhon, Wagner does the same with property and death. He says, okay, we have legal property, of course, it's bad to steal. But then he says, if you have legal property with which you exploit others, it's even worse than theft, because you undermine the ethical foundations of the notion of property from within. So, this would be at a very elementary level what Hegel aims at with his negation of negation. You start with an external opposition, let's say legal marriage sin. But then you discover that the legal term already contains its own much more radical negation, which, as it were, explodes, undermines the entire field. In other words, at the level of, for example, property. We have property and theft, but the ultimate result is, the saying of Proudhon, that property as such already is theft. It means you isolate it, steal it from the collective, and so on and so on. This is the mechanism. That first you have the external negation, and then you discover how the first term already is, in this sense, its own negation. Property already is theft. How does in Hegel you find this, and that's the whole point of Hegel, in a wonderfully precise way apropos of the dialectic of law and crime. The elementary relationship is of course one of transgression. We have property, we have the law, and we have its violation, crime. But, and then people usually think that the Hegelian dialectics is a kind of a negation of negation through judicial punishment. Like rule of law, somebody breaks the law, accusation, punishment is the negation of negation. No, I find many things very important here, where I'm fully Hegelian, up to the point of madness. For example, to show you know what is Hegel's defense of death penalty, no? That it's the ultimate recognition of the criminal as a free human being. He said the only way to treat a criminal respectfully is to punish him, because only by punishing him fully you treat him as a proper autonomous human being. And incidentally, reading sometimes some kind of weird politically correct stuff, I didn't almost agree with it, because it sounds very politically correct, maybe this duality which you sometimes find. You know how, for example, if a white man does something horrible, it's bad. If a black guy does it, it's victims, circumstances, blah blah. Of course this is true, but what I'm saying is we are walking in dangerous waters there, because you are also depriving him or her of the autonomy. This is what is always false in this self-flagellation, self-humiliation of whites, We want to be guilty for everything, even if there is now a civil war in some African independent states, such still or consequences of our colonialism, etc. It is as if we whites, sometimes in things like this, want to say, if we can no longer be white man's burden in the sense of we take care for and are good colonial, then at least we want to be the ultimate bad guys, like whatever happens we are responsible for. But I claim that often, how to put it, there is a hidden arrogance in this. Like in who wrote, okay, so that I don't get lost in it again. Read the one who I really appreciate, and he's not a soft liberal. If there was a hardliner, it's Franz Fanon. Read the last pages of his That Black Skin White Masks, where he says it's a wonderful, I claim, manifesto avant la lettre against political correctness. Where he openly, he says, I find no satisfaction in eternally putting the blame on the white man and so on and so on. He sees the utter falsity of this eternal victimization. Are you aware you are guilty for slavery fight? And he even in advance attacks that Black Athena stuff, where he said, I know it would be wonderful to discover that there was somewhere in Egypt, let us say 300, 400 years before Christ, a philosopher who was in constant dialogue with Plato, and to prove that Plato stole ideas for him, but he says brutally, it matters nothing for liberation politically today, and so on and so on and so on. So again, I fully subscribe to Fanon, well, Fanon is much more problematic for some reason. All he said about liberating force of violence and so on and so on. I'm not a soft guy here. All I'm saying is beware of this, how should I call it, beware of this, there is a way to humiliate yourself, which is really a perverted way to reassert your priority. For example, look at how in the politically correct universe, de facto how it works, how you are allowed to assert your identity. You notice how the zero-level standard is WASP, a white Protestant man. There, if you assert your identity, if you say, I want my culture, my rituals, you're worse than that. Then the logic is that I'm very brutal here, but unfortunately I claim it works like this in reality. The further you go, the more they are allowed. If Inuits or Native Americans assert their identity, what will they do? Then the more you approach it, the worse it goes. Blacks, it's still okay, suspicion begins. Then with Italians, no, Mexicans is okay, Italians, suspicion began, Catholics, but with white, now this, you will say, but this is correct, the people who are closer, in racist way, who were more oppressive, it is true. But the problem is that this position of the most guilty one, like also reserves to you the universal position. These same white people who are ready to renounce their identity. Yes, we are guilty, the worst exploiters. We do not have right to celebrate our identity and so on. These same white people, nonetheless, usually act as the ones who are, to put it bluntly, teaching all others how to reassert their identity. You know, there is always, again, this lie that in renouncing your particularity as a white man, you secretly reassert your universality. That is the trick there. So I claim that the best this is the true victory over colonialism. When, of course, they did it with a little bit of irony. I remember when Margaret Thatcher visited China. I don't know when it happened, when she was or even after. I think it was after her deposition. The Chinese president, in a toast, said, we should be nonetheless, in spite of all the horrors, be grateful to British colonization of Hong Kong, Shanghai. It did shake us out of our lethargy and so on and so on. Only the one who is already free can do this. The message was, we can say this because you are really no longer our master. We are people now. They no longer need to play this game, but and so on and so on and so on. No? So, okay, but nonetheless, so to go back to my point, that with later, yes, I was with punishment and so on. This is not the main point of Hegel. That you have the law gets alienated or negated in the crime, and then the negation of negation, the punishment, the rule of law is re-established. This dialectic is, as it is very clear in Hegel, is, as it were, and if you look at when Hegel speaks about founding of states, great heroes and so on, with another much more interesting dialectics, which is the opposite dialectics, that it is not that crime is a subspecies of law, part of the self-mediation dialectic of law, in the sense of, again, law, transgression of the law, crime, re-establishment. No, it is that law itself is a moment of crime, in the sense of law is universalized crime. Law is the crime. With Hegel, for example, he is very open here when he speaks, he can be quite brutal there, about great heroes, founders of states. These are criminals who impose their crime as universal. And at that point, so that it is rather law, the rule of law, which is a subspecies of crime, as it were. And again, you can study it in detail about how Hegel is very clear that every power, that the origin, as Benjamin Franklin and all that stuff, not divine violence, but mythic violence, and so on, this idea of violent origins of the law, and so on and so on. So in other words, okay, maybe this is enough for today. I would prefer to go into this stuff more in detail. Tomorrow we already did all the retroactivity stuff. Let's go a little bit on as far as we can, and then tomorrow we conclude Hegel, if it's okay with you, and then the last day we can maybe do some general stuff which is really connected with Hegel, ethics of psychoanalysis and so on, all that stuff. Okay, one way to make clear what I was aiming at in this reading of Hegel would have been the distinction between potentiality and virtuality. You know that Cupid, okay, he refers to Badiou, the half-father of this speculative, very speculative realism, Meyasu. Maybe you know his book, it's an excellent book of ontology. After the finitude, it's one big attack against this Kantian transcendental horizon finitude thinking. Okay, but let's not go into this. What interests me is the way this guy, Meyasu, proposes the distinction between potentiality and virtuality. is that potentiality is and along the same lines he distinguishes between chance and contingency. Potentiality is something possible that can happen, but it is as such already inscribed as a possibility within the frame of what is possible at a certain level. For example, if you throw a dice, how do you call it now, with 6 numbers, you have 1 6 that it will be, I don't know which number, 1, 2, 6 or whatever, no? So, of course, you can say that if you analyze it in detail, it's not a change, but let us say at least it appears so. So, you throw it, one of the numbers will appear. It's a change and it's a potential. But for him, contingency is when something, virtuality is something which emerges in a contingent way, is something which formally has the status of a miracle. This would be what you call an event. Something which emerges and which precisely you cannot reduce it to the set of what already pre-exists. Of what already pre-exists. So his idea is that he tries to link this then to the relationship between time and space, that in potentiality, space has priority over time. That is to say, what can emerge in the course of time is always already inscribed as a possibility in the spatial constellation. For example, again, you throw a dice, one of the 6 numbers. It's a chance, potentiality, but possibilities are realized which pre-exist. For him, virtuality is when something emerges as it were ex nihilo, from nothing, in the sense that it's genuinely new. It's literally a product of time. You cannot reduce it to its causes, or as Meyasu puts it in very nice term, that it's the actualization, something happening which creates its own possibility. You cannot isolate it in advance as possible. And then, of course, I love this. Insofar as we do, as we usually do, insofar as we understand God as this eternal, atemporal set network of all possible worlds, God knew everything in advance. For him, I love this. Miracle is the ultimate proof of materialism. Because miracle means precisely that something happened which was not yet included into this matrix of all, this eternal matrix of all possibilities by God. What all I wanted to tell you is that then the great problem here, and here I disagree with Meyasu, incidentally, his reasoning is much more complex here. Because, although it's difficult to pronounce English in contrast to many French people, his English is very good. Like his antipathy. Although, again, the French is there, I cannot resist it. I think that you is acting there a little bit. You know, in what sense? Did you notice how selective his French or English pronunciation is? Like in grammar, with verbs and so on, he goes into English, but with fundamental terms. He prefers what about the possibility of, you know, these comes as if he wants to stick that to it. Okay, that's another point. No, what I want to say is that, I have other problems with that, but he is an incredible speculative talent. His idea is the one, of course, radical contingency. The contingency of laws of nature, not only in the sense of that the laws are contingent in the sense of there is no reason why for example, we know this Newton's law of whatever acceleration, but why is it like this? Why not 2 times faster or whatever? I mean, there is no reason for the law itself. In this sense, Geist is right to say that that modern science is irrational in this sense. And in this sense, it's a very interesting debate. When the Pope when he had that unfortunate debate with Muslims and he attacked modern science as irrational. I mean, okay, he attacked the Muslims, claiming their Islamic religion by allowing for a totally irrational God beyond, who can give you totally crazy orders, do whatever. It's too dangerous. He claimed that the Christian emphasis on logos as reason, the idea being that nonetheless you can count on God, that God with all these crazy orders will retain a certain distance because he did not, that it's much more rational and so on. I'm here totally opposed to what he says. He didn't do his own homework, because it's crucial to see how, when he explains what he means with irrationality, Benedict the Pope refers, for example, to Darwinism as irrational. Why? Because it's purely contingent, no progress, development, and people like Dennett, Dawkins, and so on who feel they are radical. I mean, Darwinism is very radical still today, because true Darwinism is not what we think, a kind of progressive evolutionary adaptation. It's just total contingency. The lesson is not the stronger, the most better adapted one wins. The lesson is that the process is totally contingent. There is no clever adaptation. Like, you develop in this way, then circumstances can change, some catastrophe, and another guy who was weaker is stronger, and there is no teleology, history could have taken a totally different turn, and so on. So this is for him irrational. In this sense, modern science is irrational. Not irrational in the sense of mystic madness, but irrational in the sense that the laws are utterly contingent. In the sense of that there is no necessity, or to put it in more traditional words, deeper meaning of the laws themselves. And this is precisely, of course, what Benedict wants. He wants this Aristotelian universe where everything, as it were, serves something as a deeper meaning. Not only this primitive sense of that evolution is directed in a certain sense, but in this sense, that the whole cosmos is a hierarchy where the lower is the foundation for the higher, and so on and so on. So again, in this sense, again, I repeat it, irrationality, only in the sense in which irrationality rather in the sense of radical contingency. That's the point of Mayer's, and then he wonderfully solves here all the problems in a very Hegelian way, I claim. All the problems of how can we know things in themselves. He also gives a very problematic but very intelligent Kantorian, referring to Kantorian notion of infinity, answer to the big reproach that you can address him. The reproach is the following one. If everything is radically contingent, not only in the sense that we cannot ground the laws of nature in the higher reason, that laws are just what they are, then Meillassoux goes even further. He says we have no guarantee, Hume was right, that laws themselves will not be suspended and things will start to behave in a different way, following different laws. So laws are also contingent in this way. But now the obvious reproach to Meillassoux is the problem of probability. If the universe is totally contingent. No deeper natural necessity. It can go this or that way. Why, nonetheless, do we observe such a strong uniformity? Why does a stone always fall, atoms, electrons always? Why nonetheless such a uniformity? It's, to give an example that he himself gives, isn't this the same thing as if we were to claim that when you throw a dice it's contingent, but then almost always the same number would have, no? Wouldn't this make you suspicious? Is it really contingent? Isn't the dice somehow malformed or whatever? Can it really be contingent if always the same number pops up? He makes here a line of reasoning which is intelligent, but I don't think it works. His idea is the following one. That this probabilistic argument against contingency, again, if something is relatively uniform, it's very improbable that it's fully contingent. Again, if you throw the dice, if it's always the same number, it's probably isn't contingent. He claims that this works only if you move in a pre-Cantorian universe. That is to say, if you are dealing with a finite set, not even infinity of possibilities, only within this it's meaningful to talk about probability. If you can define the whole field and say, like as in this case, the probability for number 6 to pop up is, I don't know, 1/6 of a percent. 16 and something, yes. Then for him it's crucial that you have to totalize. You must have the ability, the capacity, the possibility to totalize, to see all the possibilities, to define the probability, and then based on this you can say that uniformity is improbable, so it's not contingent. But he claims if we accept reality, that reality is structured in the Cantorian way, where, as you know, Cantor claims you can always be infinities from infinities themselves, higher level infinities, and so on. In other words, infinities are non-all. You never can have an infinity as a concept enveloping, unifying all other infinities. In other words, there is no God as infinite one, which incidentally explains wonderfully even Cantor's personal troubles. You probably know the story. He was deeply Catholic and he was terribly tortured because he suspected that he is doing something horrible with his discovery of this Cantorian infinities. No? And he was right. He was ruining this link of infinite one, all encompassing, by introducing non-all a multiplicity within the very field of infinity. Again, you have this infinity, that infinity, they can be related to each other, but you cannot formulate one supra-infinity. So, again, by Assu's point, because you have these multiple infinities, you cannot even formulate the possibility. You cannot say this natural, you cannot form, even as an abstract concept, a totality of all possibilities with regard to which you could then say this is very improbable. And his idea is that because that this makes the probabilistic argument invalid, which is why we shouldn't be surprised if nature behaves in the same way. We should be surprised only if we do it. I think the argument doesn't work, frankly. I don't think that to claim that something is improbable, you don't have to know the entire field of possibilities. You know what I mean? Like, sorry, yes?
But perhaps this is the interpretation of the subject better, because it is what exists, which is the infinity.
Yeah.
And then it is the count of this, which is the human operation, which for us is difficult to consider infinity in every situation. So we
argument. The problem is that, if I remember it correctly, and maybe you know better than me, isn't it that the way I remember it, that Mayasu confronts this problem, but his point is, and I as a Hegelian agree with him, his point is that, how should I put it, ultimately he rejects this gap between epistemology and ontology. For him, you cannot play to the end this game of claiming that things only, because the standard human or natural scientist answer would have been, of course things are contingent, but they appear to us contingent, not fully grounded, because of the limitation of our cognitive abilities. No? Like, we don't know why, so it appears to us, even, but if we were to have a complete knowledge of reality, there would have been no contingency and so on and so on. So for him, the key point, his ontological hypothesis, is that contingency and so on, all that is not only subjective, it's also objective. It's in the thing itself. And I think this is a deeply Hegelian move, where you establish, that's the big trick, that's the ultimate, as I tried to improvise yesterday, the trump card, as it were, that Hegel is playing again and again. That what you should, that's the whole point of Hegel's teaching of contradiction and so on. Let me give you a simple example again, and this will also give us a first introduction into what Hegel means with this mysterious notion, which appears so mystical, self-movement, self-deployment of a notion. Let's say you have a certain phenomenon. You analyze something, a society, let us say. Let's say you approach it gradually. You follow a certain path of knowledge, you reach a dead end, you follow a different path, you reach a dead end. So the naive, realistic view would have been, there is out there reality, this asymptotic view. We can just infinitely approach it. There is out there reality, we will never know it fully. So all this movement of, first you try the hypothesis, I don't know, if we deal with society as the example I was giving you yesterday, first we try the hypothesis of, I don't know, social reality is built of the interaction of individuals. Okay, we start to a limit, then we go to what if society is an objective, almost natural mechanism? What if our free interaction is only our subjective illusion? You do this, it doesn't work, you try another. So the idea then is, that's all we can do. We cannot ever reach the object itself. We can only approach it in this way, in that way, but the concrete object with all the infinite web of determinations escapes us. The Hegelian solution would have been to accept this mutually exclusive, different versions. The way, for example, we moved from psychological dimension, we tried to reconstruct society, these imaginary zero-level scenarios. A couple of primitive people there, they started to interact, and through some phenomenological genesis, out of the interaction, you construct a minimum of replication through repetition, habits. When this doesn't go, you make a shift to a more objectivist, like Durkheim, some kind of social objectivity and so on. Again, in the standard view, these movements are just the movements of your cognition. But what if you say that what appeared to you as your cognition is a movement in the thing itself? What do I mean by this? Let me maybe give you another example. This is a pure Marxist example, but it's Marx at his best. You know how Marx speaks about abstract labor, abstract work. He says concrete labor is concrete work, always on a determinate object. Abstract labor is just pure abstract spending energy and so on and so on. Now you will say this is purely our cognitive approach. We only have in reality real, concrete people, and we abstract. Abstraction is all only in our mind. An abstraction is just an abstract part of the full reality. You know, this idea, objects in themselves are full, this basic nominalist idea. We abstract a feature. Apple is many things, but the power of our reason is to abstract, being green, being soft, being whatever you want. But Marx will say, let's take, for example, a bourgeois society. When you go on the market, you there act as abstract. The difference between you as a concrete worker, and you as an abstract worker is the reality of the market. Because when you are paid as abstract and so on, your work gets more. So you see, the distinction which appears epistemological, it's even a very experiential distinction of what you do on the market. And you remember what I told you yesterday about concrete universality. Now, the true tension is not only between particulars, but between universal idea and its particular realization. This would have been the same for Hegel, for example. For Hegel, let's take a state. Every universality for Hegel tries to realize itself, but always in an imperfect way. For example, we have the notion of state as a community, blah blah. And Hegel is here a Marxist. In a sense, he is fully aware that every state, every really existing state is at some level alienated, imposed of society, blah blah blah. So what this means is that it's not only that real states exist, but that we abstract the general idea of a state. No, the struggle between the general idea of a state, the notion of the state, what Hegel calls the concept, and the concrete form of states is something which pushes the very real development. No, this is not idealist. It means the state tries to be something to regulate society, it fails, it develops. So you see what I mean there? What appears to be an epistemological distinction, purely conceptual, we abstract the notion of the state from concrete states. This is inscribed into reality itself as the eternal imbalance of any notion of state, which is why Hegel's conclusion is here a radical one, is that there is a state which fully fits its notion, but it's no longer a state, it's a religious community. Which is why at the end of his history of philosophy of history, or of his philosophy of right, you know what happens? You have a state, but then things go bad. You have world history and war, and then you pass to absolute spirit, art, religion, and so on. So this brings us to another wonderful Hegelian paradox, which is that in the dialectic between universal and its examples, exemplifications, Hegel is, if I, in a tasteless way, I know I repeated the joke here already 2-3 times, you know, me as a woman who likes examples and so on, Hegel is ultra-woman here. Because, you know, what is the basic movement of Hegel? You know, the standard Platonic idealist notion is that there is always more in the pure idea than in its examples. You have the pure idea of a table, we can only make tables which approach their idea. The material models, as it were, exemplifications, are just attempts to imitate, to come close to the pure idea. For Hegel, it's exactly the opposite, and he wonderfully plays on this ambiguity. He knows it's a wrong etymology, but it's a wonderful one. You know, the German word for example is Beispiel. Spielen, to play, by what happens, hangs along, what comes by, comes on the top of it, as it were. For Hegel, example is never just an example, imperfect example. Example is the truth of an idea. Example, in the past, an example, in the sense of actualization, manifestation, materialization of a notion, doesn't fit the notion, it always means all the worse for the notion itself. The failure to exemplify a notion indicates, or so to put it in our way for Hegel, if the state, an empirical state, never reaches up, can realize fully the ideal of the state, this means there is some, correct? The failure in the state itself. So this is so immediately. This is how, for example, you should read Hegel when, especially phenomenology of spirit, you can see this. How does Hegel undermine a certain position? Phenomenology can be read, it's way too simple, I know, but as a series of certain, let's call them naively, existential attitudes. For example, you have the attitude of a hedonist. You say, my goal is just to enjoy life. You have the attitude of ascetism, where you say, my body is sinful, I must get rid of my body, purify myself, blah, blah, blah. How does Hegel undermine each of these positions? Not by criticizing it from outside, not by imposing an external measure, but saying, but this is not how it is. In fact, it's how we know how it is. All we have are these different positions. Hegel literally exemplifies each position and tries to show how the very exemplification, when you do what you claim you are doing, you are always doing something more, you undermine the idea. For example, it's an extremely simple one, but that's why I'm mentioning it. He's to simplify to the utmost. In the chapter of this famous chapter of unhappy consciousness, his critique of asceticism is that the official position, as it were, of an ascetic is my body is sinful, I must get rid of my body, and so on and so on. My body is unimportant, disgusting, so they whip themselves, torture, blah, blah. But Hegel's point here is that extremely simple is that, but what they are doing is that what day and night they are obsessed, they work on their body. So, through the very practice of what they are doing, they are undermining the position. You see, it's crucial to notice this. Hegel only proceeds in this way of, what we call it, of immanent self-criticism. He always takes you at your word. You claim you are doing this. Okay, let's test you. Go to the end, do it. And then his wager is that when you go to the end doing what you claim you are doing, you will undermine it and the new figure will emerge and so on and so on and so on. Again, but that's the point. What does he mean by process for the event? Because he explicitly says, he emphasizes all the time that an event is something momentary, evanescent. And then the point is fidelity, traces, and so on. You know what I mean? Like, of course there is a process, but my point is precisely how does this sounds for me too Hegelian in his position. The idea that the event is nothing but its own process. No, he has a character. He always emphasizes that event is like a momentary flash, and then you have the problem of fidelity. I don't think he would have accepted, he said, no, again, let me be very clear. I'm here on his side. I share the same problems that in a properly Hegelian way. I think that precisely these oscillations are very productive. I think the theory gets interesting precisely when you are forced to be inconsistent and I mean, theories which just function smoothly are totally simply not interesting. The same is when we are talking about it, for example, in cognitivism. I like intelligent cognitivists who admit, there is a deadlock, a problem here, something happens, and then this is on what I focus in the middle chapter of part of that obscenity parallax view, on how all of them have to admit that in order for all this brain neuronal retroaction to get to consciousness, a kind of a magic short circuit should happen, when it appears as if the result effect causes its own cause. And it's interesting how totally different authors, they all have the recourse to the same metaphor. I think that's where intelligent, there are intelligent cognitivists who admit this deadlock because you maybe know the debate between so-called reductionists and the great idealist guy is David Calvert. The great novelist simply thinks that he has a point, but I don't take his point. His position is very simply that there is a way, of course, all conscious activities, even the most complex ones, of course you can somehow reduce them to neural processes and so on, but his point is very nice. He says the problem is not complexity. He rejects, and I totally agree with him here, the idea that we can have a stupid automatic mechanism as long as the tasks are relatively simple. That you need consciousness with a certain amount of complexity. I don't think this. I think first, if anything, consciousness, as every neurobiologist will tell you, consciousness is an operator of simplification. Consciousness simplifies. And I think if there is my dogma is weak here, and I don't know if they were just flattering me, but when I get a debate, private debate, not big public, with some neurologists, I will be very modest, I don't want to boast too much. They pretend that I don't know what they were talking after I left. Maybe who that jerk that we got rid of him, but at least face to face they pretend that they were interested, that there is something in it, namely in what? I said that my two basic dogmas are that it's not complexity, it's quite the opposite, the simplification. You know, this is what you meant, probably he explained it also to you during his classes, this crucial point, what he calls of le point, the point. You know, you have a complex situation, then at a certain point you should say a decision, yes or no, this brutal reduction. And also, for example, when you have a complex situation, the true work of intelligence is not this, here, me and Badiou, that's our private joke, like to make fun of unfair, a little bit of Derrida. He says that Derrida's basic dogma is always, but the situation is a little bit more complex. No, like, it's not like this, it's more, no, of course it's complex, but this is common sense stupidity, no? The act of consciousness is precisely when you have a complex phenomenon, and of course in real life everything is complex, to isolate one feature, to say, but it's really about this. So that again, consciousness is an operator of simplification. All that complexity, your unconscious, not even in the Freudian sense, in the simple sense of, you know, what called, sorry? Non-conscious, yes, can do. And the second thing, and that's what interests some, big interest some brain scientists I spoke with, is my idea is that, and based it on a very simple analogy, that consciousness is at its zero level, it must have emerged as a consciousness of a failure. In the, you know, in a simple sense, you are, for example, writing. You write it automatically, it's totally ingrained into your neuronal reflexes, you don't think about it. When do you become aware of it as such? When something doesn't function. At that point, oh my God, you notice things when they don't function. And my idea was simply to generalize this radically. What if consciousness as such is originally linked to some ultimate failure? Maybe Heideggerians would have said death or some failure, non-functioning and so on. So that again, I don't do this, because you know why? This is, I think, the only way to avoid one of the good arguments of those who, of Chalmers, those guys, who have a very good argument against this people who try to prove that consciousness can be reduced to neural processes. What they prove is, let's say, they take a very complex activity, and then they prove it that you can account for this activity at the purely material level of neuronal interaction, whatever, that you can reduce it. But then the question remains, if you can reduce it, why then consciousness at all? You know what I mean? the better you explain complex activities through neural mechanism, the more the enigma remains. Why do you need to be aware of it? Why doesn't it simply function as a kind of a complex computer? What is the function of awareness? And I don't think that they usually then, even with Dennett, whom I always appreciate, I don't agree here, he tends to play the card of complexity. Like, when things get complex at a certain level, you simply need some kind of a central agency which is all the blah blah blah. I don't think that works. Here again, I have a limited sympathy with how is the guy called Chalmers, who says that, his big argument that the problem is not complexity, the problem is this, how do they call it, the hard problem, raw fact of awareness. Why awareness? In what sense does it help our survival adaptation to be aware of something? Why cannot our day, okay, it's easy to say, but let me take an example. You can say, my God, I walk around, I become aware of I don't really believe it works, it's by nature, so don't take it personally. I like that scorpion, who bites the frog in the middle of the stream, even if he will die for it. Let's say I walk on Saturday, I see one of you. My reaction is, let's take a tour so that you don't ask me some stupid questions. So, it's my nature. What I want to say is that, let me say clearly, my awareness functions as a survival mechanism and so on, how it helps me survive. But then I can say, but still it's not clear, why should I be aware of it? Why can't we do it as a simple blind mechanism which perceives the danger and gives the signal? You know what I mean? The raw fact of awareness is an enigma. And I don't agree again with Chalmers' conclusion, where, as probably know, his idea is simply that to the force, I think this is the big strong atomic force, gravity, whatever, magnetic force, that the only solution is to a kind of it's ironic how, as a big idealist, he ends up in a way in a strange mixture of idealism with the most vulgar materialism. He says that the only way is to grasp awareness as simply another fundamental natural force. It's literally, quintessence. You know what quintessence is? The fifth essence. So that on the top of, the four ones, the big strong atomic force and magnetic and what's the other shit? Gravity or what, no? That to this four we should simply add another fundamental force. But I think this is precisely the false issue. He simply, four. There are four. And now we all know the story. Superficially, the big problem is how to unite them and all that and so on. And here interesting things happen. This oscillation about string theory. First it was winning, then it was losing. Then some 10 years ago it was winning, but now this is the stock market tendency, quantum physics. Now it's losing again. And it's very interesting what's the latest tendency I was told. There is a wonderful term called Ptolemization. Ptolemeus. This was geocentric system. And then there were new data which didn't fit. So, to maintain his model, he had to introduce more and more complex supplementary hypotheses. So, the idea is that, yes, we have a problem, but that string theory is not too radical, but not radical enough. It's still a Ptolemization, it's not yet Copernicus. Ptolemization, which is why they need all this shit, 10 dimensions, and the tragedy is that it's not only that we cannot measure them, they even didn't devise a possible experiment of how to measure and so on. So, I like this speculation. The idea is that we will have to wait for a much more radical revolution. And the hypothesis is that one or two, either time or space, will have to go, probably time. That is to to say that one of these very elementary constituents of reality will have to be erased. Now finally.
To get back to your fundamental theory about a failure that accounts for at least the question of why consciousness.
Yeah.
This reminds me of Julian Jaynes, you know?
Who is this?
Julian Jaynes, The Origin of Consciousness and the Breakdown of the Bicameral Mind.
I yeah.
And it was that, it's sort of like the usage of mirror neurons. This is a kind of fundamental breakdown. Because the brain needs to talk to itself, neurophysiologically even, this is what creates consciousness. It's kind of like a materialism, but not exactly. Do you know?
No. I only know I know this idea of is he the guy who claimed that, for example, prior to ancient Greece, people simply were still bicameral in the sense that they for them simply, for example, what they experience as sacred and so on, consciousness, it was simply another power.
Yeah, so culture becomes stitching together of
Yes.
consciousness.
Not spontaneous. You know what's only my problem here? I am afraid of a temptation here. Temptation in the sense that, you know, these theories are so attractive that we, bluffing philosophers, are easily seduced and, oh my God, then you link this to Hegel, oh, I don't know if you have this expression, if you are too pretentious, we have this, back to obscenity, we have this expression, you think you are holding God by his balls, absolutely not. So I like the theory. I'm just simply skeptical in the sense of how tested it is scientifically. I know that wonderful things, Catherine Malabou and Hegelian brain scientists convince me that wonderful things are going on now in brain sciences on the top quality, especially about this, we all know, this so-called plasticity of mind. Not only this vulgar plasticity in the sense of transfunctioning and so on, but all the stuff which makes it very easy and nice for a Hegelian like her to. So if you want a good book of Hegel, again, look at it's published by Queen's University Press. The title is The Future of Hegel. Malabou, M-A-L-A-B-O-U, Catherine Malabou. It's translated in English. What's also very good is that it has a long introduction, which was originally in French, a review of the book. A long introduction by Derrida, which is a wonderful text. You can see that you cannot oppose in this simplistic way Derrida versus Hegel. Hegel, total metaphysics, everything is swallowed by the idea. Derrida knows something remains and so on. Derrida is she almost reconverted Derrida to Hegel. Because Derrida was, if you read him closely, was all the time much more ambiguous towards Hegel. For example, a standard deconstructionist would tell you the basic mechanism Hegelian of is Aufhebung, sublation. You took something and you elevate it, internalize it through idealization. But then it appears that the basic motive of deconstruction is but this sublation, the reduction of the otherness through mediation, internalization, never fully functions, there is always a remainder and so on. So it appears as if the ultimate push topic of Derrida is precisely anti-sublation, anti-Hegel. But no, already somebody in his early works, I don't know where, forgot, Derrida says that sublation, what Hegel calls Aufhebung, is so close to difference that the line is almost imperceptible sometimes. So again, Derrida always emphasized that, he even said sometimes that maybe Hegel is not the ultimate idealist, but on the contrary, the point where metaphysics comes closest to deconstruction. Okay, but listen, we get lost here. Let's do some work, Hegel today, and maybe a little bit tomorrow, and some ethics. Okay, so I want to begin with, again, the basic difference between this kind of organic evolution and what Hegel means by a dialectical process. Organic evolution is, to put it very simply, a deployment of a global universal principle. At all levels, at the individual level, you have an organism. Of course, everything changes, your stuff changes, you are in contact, but through all these gradual changes, the organism survives. This, like you have a certain, we cannot say universality, but encompassing entity, the one, how the organic process is how the one survives through the continuous generation, corruption, and so on. Things change all the time so that they remain the same. And even if we move from individual level to the higher level of a species, you can say it's the same. It's that individuals die, are born, struggle, but precisely through this very constant dynamic process, the species remains the same, sustains itself. And this is what people usually understand by dialectics. How you don't have, on the one hand, the stability of some universal principle, and then the irrelevant empirical movement, but that an idea is alive precisely when it maintains itself through its dialectic. But for Hegel, precisely is the limit of nature. Let's put it in this way. Okay, now you will say, but also in nature, a species can vanish. Yes, but then it's simple external negation, Hegel would have said. It's not empirical negation. Like, I reproduce myself, then a stronger animal comes, eats me up, or an asteroid hits me, I die. Okay, but this is, Hegel would have put it, totally external contingents. It can happen, of course, but it's irrelevant. The principle, again, of life is that the universality of the one remains by itself through the other. You interact with the other, and it is this very interaction which sustains you as the one. And of course, that this sounds very dialectical, like, oh my God, you see how it's the very change which allows me to remain the same. The moment I no longer change, I die, I'm not even the same, and so on and so on. But this is not what Hegel is about. Why not? For Hegel, there is something quite different which goes on in what he calls spirit, human history. It is, imagine it like this. If, why not? Something dirty like Wolfgang, fuck off, and so on. He will not be able to. I like Wolfgang, but he pretends to be liberal. He always accuses me, you are a proper Stalinist. But then, did you notice how from time to time, he's from East Germany, no? He denies it now, but the Stalinist, how you call it, discipline, blah, blah. Now, then, all of a sudden, you get a trace of this harshness. Like yesterday, did you notice how, when we were talking about Adorno, Habermas, and he said, yes, Habermas is a traitor. This is very hard to say. This is this brutal traitor, like all this gentle Wolfgang, or this Lassen, Gelassen kind of traitor, and so on. I love it. So I told Wolfgang, he needs more of that. Okay, so again, here we have the one or the same. Life is this house, and here we have continuous changes. Life is this how the one maintains himself through the very process of changes. Again, as I told you, at individual level, you have to change to interact precisely to remain the same. And again, people usually think that this is dialectics. You see how sameness and unity are connected, the only way to remain the same is to change, blah, blah, blah. In Hegel, something different happens. Let's say we start with one. We have a process. But then, as I developed yesterday, you remember when I said how an idea in its realization undermines itself? We have then I realize myself, in particular life, and the idea itself dissolves, and another element, as it were, takes over. The change is at this level for Hegel. The change, the universal itself, it's not just the medium which remains the same. The changes are at this level. So that people usually say that it all remains with Hegel within the same totality. The subject externalizes itself, then it swallows back the otherness, and so on. Yes, the idea comes back to itself, but to put it in further terms, it's no longer the same idea. The idea, this disappears, and through the process, another idea comes out with. Idea which was previously just a moment here. What do I mean by this? For example, take Marx puts this in wonderfully simple terms. Take the relationship of money and capital. First, money is the encompassing, no, even at the zero level, what runs the process are simply commodities. Commodity is the master. You produce something that you want to exchange, and money is just a subordinate moment. Not in the sense of, I don't know, I produce something, you produce something. We exchange it, but then it gets too complex. What if you have something that I wanted? We need a mediator, money, blah blah. So it's money. Here at the elementary level, money still appears to be a subordinate moment. Then medium of exchange. Then something happens with capital. It is that money, which was previously a subordinate moment, becomes the subject of the process. It's no longer commodity, money, commodity. It's no longer that, this, again, as Marx put it, in a simple pre-capitalist exchange, the movement is commodity, money, commodity. I sell something in order to buy another thing. With capital, money, which was just the subordinating mediator, becomes the subject. So that it is what encompasses the process. The true subject of the process becomes what was previously just a subordinate moment, was money itself. The same goes for Marx for production. Marx put this in wonderful terms when he says that from the individual standpoint of the producer, you produce to satisfy your needs. But from the global standpoint, needs are generated in order to keep the production running. The true goal of the historical process is not to satisfy your needs, but it's the development of production itself, and so on and so on. So, sorry? Is that? I don't know how to call it. Is it here an idiot? Okay, yeah, but what does it mean? What does it say, this law?
The need generates production. Or that the production generates the need. You produce the goods, you have a need for
Yeah, I didn't even know that this law says law, because it's already, how should I put it, Marx said this already in a different way, so on, the production, even very much, my intention is like humanist Marx, so on.
that reverses the usual capitalist formula of finite being filled.
Yeah.
The goods who cares, and then eventually the need was hot rod.
Yeah, you can say that. But what let's experiment, sorry.
Well, yeah, it sounds like Lewis Mumford's ideas on technological determinism, that the way of doing something becomes the reason for doing something.
But let's not lose the thread now. I agree, but these are all examples. You see how, and this is what Hegel, how the process is a process of something, a subject. What happens for Hegel in spiritual property dialectics is that it's not only that the same reproduces itself through changes, is that the very encompassing unity, as it were, of a process changes. Something which was previously a subordinated moment becomes the totalizing moment. So what happens in history is not that the totality differentiates itself, no, that historical process is rather a constant process of re-totalization. What changes, it's not that you have, let us say, let's take state again. You don't have a concept of state which then realizes itself in different forms. What is for Hegel at stake in historical changes is that the very general notion of what is and what a state means changes. The struggle is at the level of universality. Let me give you an example. It's a simple one, but I'm not, let's make something clear with all my feelings so that you will not misunderstood me. When I say let's take a simple example, the idiot I'm addressing here is me, not you. That is to say, I'm always obsessed precisely because I'm dealing with theorists who are usually considered difficult to read, even for some people, bluffing like Lacan, Hegel. I'm obsessed with this idea. If you can't put it clearly, don't bluff about it and so on. So I think that, again, we are back at what consciousness is and so on. You know, the great art is not to play this complexity. The great art is, and here this is Hegel's strength of, to provide a simple formula or image and then all of a sudden, oh my God, you say, now I see. Which is why I will later come to a joke, which I think is the ultimate Hegelian joke, probably you know it. But let's go back to it. Let's take, I think I mentioned this in one of my books, let's take the history of philosophy. You cannot say, this is what I mean that Hegel means with either complete universality or this change at the very level of universality or historicity proper. When you read an introduction to philosophy, you usually get, it's a simple point again that I will make, you usually get some kind of general classification. It can be of philosophical disciplines, or it can be of different orientations. You can say, what would be the usual thing to say? If we have today 3-4 main tendencies in philosophy. We have different modes of analytic philosophy, more traditional philosophy of science, language analysis, or now more cognitive brain sciences. We have phenomenology, we have deconstructionism, we have versions of German idealism. So you simply differentiate, but you know where I challenge you? This would be the Hegelian challenge. If you look at it closely, you will see that no such mapping is neutral. Every such mapping presupposes already a certain philosophical standpoint. There is no meta-language. It is clear that, for example, usually such a distinction of philosophy either has an analytical bias where the story is, and it will be very arrogant today, the story is that only with contemporary analytical philosophy, post-classical, not that logical empiricism, but this contemporary cognitivism, philosophy simply became another positive knowledge science. So that the gap is continental philosophy is poetry, it can have interesting metaphoric insights, but the Heideggerian would put a totally different accent. That analytical philosophy is not a proper philosophy at all. It's basically just some kind of positive description. That the task of philosophy is to think, to reflect on, I simplify it, what Heidegger calls Ereignis event or Lichtung, in the sense of opening, clearing, the way the meaning of being is disclosed to us. This kind of ultra-transcendental reflection of what historically for us today means something creates being and so on. So for him that's not. So what I'm telling you is that there is no neutral classification. That according to each philosophical orientation is not only itself, but it's itself and a certain view on the totality. And the point is that you cannot step on your own shoulder and give a neutral classification. Every classification, the totality of philosophy appears to you differently if you're an analytical philosopher, if you're a deconstructionist, the big divide will be between, this constant attempt how to overcome metaphysics. Their story is there's a certain metaphysical closure, and then the measure is how much did you break through to some other skill, which is why, and here, but you once wonderfully annoyed Wolfgang, where Wolfgang was attacking in one debate years ago, in this stupid evening talks, me and Alain as being two dualists, still thinking of metaphysical category, this, that, dualist, but he says, no, today we live in a different era, we are entering different domain, post-metaphysical, blah, blah. And then of course, when you, in a very nasty way, said, so your dualism is dualism and non-dualism. It's a self-differential dualism, which is even a stronger one, no? Also, I remember that this was a nice story. Oh, it was so mean, it was so mad also when I read it. Amical Coronel gave a talk. So maybe some of you were there some 4 years ago, I think, where on Wagner and Nietzsche. And her point was that the greatness of Nietzsche was to find the strength to betray Wagner, his masterpiece. Then she went into all this poetry of how the creative moment of thinking is the betrayal of the master. No? And then with one bitchy remark, but you ruined the show. Just ask her, okay, where is your betrayal of Derrida? And then it was incredible how this simple remark, there was also the other, how is he called, another deconstructionist follower of Derrida, I forgot his name, the German guy, who was there, and Amital's answer was to immediate resort to what you would have called paraconsistent logic. Yes, it's not really always, there are exceptions. Then something, the deconstructionist did a very desperate move. He said, Derrida doesn't need this because he's so creative that he is all the time already betraying himself and so on. No? It was quite funny to note how they, okay, it's a nice spaghetti moment, but let me go on. So, philosophy back. You see, at a very simple point, the wager of Hegel's notion of historicity or concrete universality, it's not that there is no universality, there is universality, but then the life is in universality itself. We are at the level of, and this is history. History is history of universalities. History means precisely there is no meta-language. In the sense of there is no, you cannot step out of you on your shoulder and see globally how things are. Every all-encompassing view on history is already part of history. For example, even in politics, you remember, if you are not too young, that, now I'm teaching, but it's unfortunate that, you remember that once upon a time in politics, there was something called left and right. Maybe you remember those old times. You know what? Here you have this, what I'm talking about at its purest. Left and right, yes, but you cannot give, I challenge you to give a neutral description of the social political space where you will say what is left, what is right. If you look closely, you will see that every description of what is left and what is right is already either leftist or rightist description. Because left and right are not just two political positions within a political space. The totality of the space appears to you different if you are a right-winger or a left-winger. To put it in very simplistic terms, not always, but fundamentally, the basic rightist motive is that of organic stability. First, a true right-winger doesn't say I'm a right-winger. They like to distinguish the organic center and the extremes. For them, it would be this organic, stable center and the extreme excesses. For the left winger, it's the opposite. It's that the fundamental fact is struggle as such. So, you see my point. what Hegel means by historicity proper. Again, it's not only that the universal idea then articulates itself, that for example, philosophy subdivides into this, that philosophy, and so on. Each particularity, as it were, has its own universality. The only way to define what is philosophy is to go through all forms of philosophy. Not because of a simple evolutionism that philosophy develops, but again, because there is no neutral universal notion of philosophy. You know, the movement is at the level of universality itself. That would be, to put it in very simple one. And we inspire in politics for Hegel. The historical moment proper occurs in the moments when a certain historical form is threatened, and then a new form arises. And Hegel is very clearly here. This is the role of so-called great historical personalities, heroes who are at the same time criminals in the sense of outside the law. And the way Hegel is usually read is that, yes, you as a hero follow your arrogant instincts, like of course Caesar wanted power. But you are following the line of what Hegel calls cunning of reason. You are an unconscious tool of a historical reason. You think you are following your narrow motives, egotism and so on, but in reality you are just an instrument of the higher rationality, reasoning, history, and so on and so on. I don't think it works as such. It works like this in Hegel. I think we should here take into account what I already said and rather see the process as much more open. When a certain historical form is falling apart, there is a moment of genuine contingency. And then the hero does something, and if he is lucky, you can hear following quote in his wonderful text. You should read him, he's not an idiot. The guy who died, the British philosopher Bernard Williams. You know what he calls moral luck. This is a deeply Hegelian idea. The idea that even in morality, you cannot in advance measure the ethical status of an act by the purity of intention, whatever, that it depends on the very ethical status of an act, depends on how it turns and so on and so on. So again, Hegel's idea is rather that something which is a contingency may, through a repetition, then establish itself as necessity. The example here would have been precisely Caesar. You know, Hegel uses this nice paradox that Caesar is at the same time the name of an individual, and then it became a title. That's for Hegel the function of repetition. First you do it, you fail, but you return as universality. In order for a thing to assert itself as necessity, it has to repeat itself. So again, first you have a person, Caesar, then it's repeated as a title. And in a wonderfully funny way, Hegel goes through history, giving other examples of how Napoleon also had to lose twice. First in 1813, then in 1850. No? So that his was a necessity. So now let's go on. What does Hegel means by this retrospective character of the meaning of our acts? That's again, now I will do a little bit of Antigone, because that's Hegel's basic insight, that Hegel is not an intentionalist. His position is extremely interesting here. Very modern, if you want. Hegel's point is not you do something that, you know, all this game of intention, you intend to do something that, for Hegel, the meaning of an act arises only through the act itself. For Hegel, the rule is rather that you intend to do something, that it's only through the meaning, through the act itself, that you discover retroactively what you really meant to do. Meaning is not pre-existing. Hegel is not here in this sense an internalist. Hegel is totally opposed to this false hermeneutic idea of what do I know, what did you mean with that? I would have to know your mind to know what did you mean. No, for Hegel you yourself don't know what you meant. You wanted something, but it's through the act that it becomes retroactively clear to you what you meant. And again, in a radical reading of Hegel, I claim this doesn't mean that somebody else does know. That you know, that you are just a tool. You think you are doing A, but some divine intelligence, reasoning, history controls it. No, it's contingency. Reasoning of history, it's history is Hegel, as Gould, Stephen Jay Gould, Marxist Darwinian, would put it, one big process of acceptation. Hegel, I think, is the arch theories of acceptation. You do something meant for a certain goal, it's accepted, but in an improvised, open way. I will try to prove this to you now by taking the big example from phenomenology, Antigone. It is so elementary that I didn't want you to give you the literature, but if you want, tomorrow I can give you some parts of Hegel which are worth reading. I prefer this arrogant way. Not you read Hegel, then we interpret it. I tell you what to look in Hegel, then you read Hegel. So, yeah. Okay, so for Hegel, what is crucial, as you maybe know, is the passage from tragedy to comedy. Comedy is for Hegel the truth of tragedy. It doesn't mean the usual thing that tragedy is not serious. The way Hegel is interpreted here is again in a false pseudo-dialectical way. People usually think like this. Once you are caught into the action, you participate, it's tragic, it's the real struggle. But then, from the position of the universal idea, you see how all these struggles are just moments in a global unity. So this is wisdom, how we find our struggles, but you know all these ridiculously stupid problems like, aren't we only elements in some higher theater piece written by God, we don't even know what, and so on and so on. I hate proverbs. I think proverbs are the stupidity of language embodied. What are proverbs? Whatever you do, you always find a proverb to justify it, I claim. Let's say I'm doing something which is a little bit risky. I succeed. What will be your reaction if you are stupid? I'm not saying you are. Probably will tell something like, I don't know, which maybe we have proverbs like only those who risk profit or whatever, like proverbs justifying the necessity of taking a risk. Let us say that I fail. No, you will get the gain. I don't know, we in Balkan, it is in Slovenia, we have a nice proverb, it's skeptical. It says something like, you cannot urinate against the wind, you know. And incidentally, if you talk about slips of tongue which produce obscene effects, this is my favorite ultimate obscenity. Once I made this point in Paris at a seminar by Jacques Villers, and I wanted to make this point again, and I wanted to translate, of course it was in French, into French, this, you cannot urinate against the wind. I confused the French words, and I confused instead of on a petit I said on a petit. You cannot cheat contre le vent. And Miller was here, he just looked coldly at me and said, the wind must be really strong. No, these were nice moments of piety there, no? Okay, but let's go on. So, it's not this position of wisdom that Hegel means by the passage from tragedy to comedy. He means something else. What he wants to illustrate, apropos Antigone, is again precisely this retrospectivity of the true meaning of our acts. You do something, retrospectively you discover But for Hegel, this discovery is constitutive. You get my point. It's not that some higher intelligence knew from the very beginning. No, there is no reasoning history in this sense. Reason is always retroactive. You can tell a story, but only afterwards. Okay, what's Hegel's point of Antigone? Antigone, for Hegel, deploys what happens when a subject acts upon the premises of some, what Hegel calls ethics of immediate substantial custom. What the idea is that, you know how Antigone acts confronting Graham. It's not a reflective act. It's not the idea. Her point is not to argue in this typical modern way, conflicting ethical claims. He simply does it because it's in her nature to do it. He's referring as a fact to something, some unwritten laws compel her to do it what she's doing. And for Hegel, this immediate reliance on this ethical substance. You know, Antigone is not thinking strategically, like in certain situation you act like this, like that. It's this kind of ethical, substantial immediacy. Here is this beautiful quote. Zeus did not announce those laws which would justify her resistance to Creon. Zeus did not announce those laws to me, and justice, living with the gods below, sent no such laws for men. I did not think anything which you proclaimed strong enough to let a mortal override the gods and their unwritten and unchanging laws. They are not just for today or yesterday, but exist forever, and no one knows where they first appeared. So I did not mean to let the fear of any human will lead to my punishment among the gods. So again, her position here is what Hegel calls immediate ethical substance. You rely on your, let's call it very naively, spontaneous ethical instinct. I cannot do it otherwise. That's the substantial justice that is which is an organic part of my being. Hegel is very precise here. He doesn't oppose this to freedom. Now, let's do a little bit of analysis. Hegel is not saying that Antigone is, as it were, dominated by some compulsive mechanism. No, this is already the modern notion. If you experience something as some kind of a blind mechanism which compels you to act in a certain way, it means you already have a minimum of distance to experience it as something externally imposed. Which is why Hegel is totally right to say that this idea of l'homme machine, we humans are just victims dominated by some objective mechanism, this is a typical position of modern freedom. Because, you know, you already, in order to experience something as a compulsion, you already must have a minimal position outside. If you are in the compulsion, it's not a compulsion. And now, this is why Antigone is for Hegel also the figure of love. What is love? Love is, on the one hand, the ultimate freedom. We all know you cannot fall in love on an order. You can't be, although, okay, it's more complex in politics, everything is possible. We do say, you must love your parents, you must love your country, but it's another point. Let's not go in. What I'm saying is that, let's say if you fall in love, that's the paradox of love. On the one hand, it's free in the sense that you shouldn't be, if you are forced by yourself or by an external authority to love somebody, it's no longer love. So love is in this sense free. You feel all your being in authentic passionate love. But at the same time, it's not free in the sense that you have absolutely no choice. You know what I mean? Like, you cannot say, no, I will not go into absolutely will not. You must already probably have a long list to report me to some politically correct committee or what. I don't want to add. But, okay, I will look up, okay. You know, if I say now I want to fall in love, it's a lady there, let's compare. The moment I approach, it's not love. Love is always, the choice of love is always retroactive. In authentic love, you never know when you fall in love. All of a sudden, retroactively, you discover I am in love. You cannot, the now is never here. And here you have, at some time we don't have time for it, the most subversive, beautiful speculations of the other great German idealist, Schelling, who goes into this, how the highest freedom is always unconscious. Namely, contrary to the common sense, which tells us free acts must be conscious, for Schelling, the ultimate freedom is unconscious, in the sense of this fundamental decision, which you, with your conscious ego, like fundamental decision, like the choice of a love partner, for example, which is contingent, totally free. Like love is by definition contingent. You never know in whom love can be totally. You never know in whom you end up falling in love. But the point is that it is necessarily experienced as something not even blindly imposed. It's simply your nature. You cannot do it otherwise. And I like this Schelling's nice totalitarian view. His idea is that even if you have no choice, you are still fully responsible for it. That what you cannot do is to say, he even takes this theological example. He says, okay, slightly anti-Semitic, I'm sorry, example. He says, it was forever decided, determined in the very fate of Judas that he will betray Christ. He didn't have a choice. It was his destiny. But nonetheless, he is fully responsible for it. And then he makes a much more appropriate, not such a stupid, anti-Semitic, concrete example, and it's true, when he says that when you encounter a truly evil person, and I did encounter some of them, it's true, you can see that their evil is part of their nature. They simply are like that. But nonetheless, they are responsible. Okay, Schelling's solution of this enigma, which you find already in Kant, is a wonderful one. It's a kind of a transcendental a priori act. It sounds idealist, but it's not. It's very close to what in psychoanalysis we would have called the choice of the fundamental factors. That in some kind of atemporal, a priori act, we are, as Sartre would have put it, responsible for our project, for what we are. Of course, in our temporal reality, we experience this as our nature. You cannot change it. But fundamentally, at an unconscious level, we are responsible for it. And this is how also Freud says, when, Freud already answers this boring Foucauldian reproach before Foucault's time, of course, that psychoanalysis is comparable to confession. You have to confess your blah blah. No, Freud says that psychoanalysis is much worse. In confession, you are responsible for what you did, for blah blah. For what you know, you should tell everything. In psychoanalysis, you are responsible even for what you don't know and what you didn't do and so on. No? Because again, it's this, let's call it choice of fundamental fact. But okay, now let's go further. Here, you can see the difference between what Hegel calls the substantial ethics, this naivety of ethical substance, where you simply act like this because you cannot do it otherwise, and the modern ethics. The modern ethics for Hegel is the paradigm of modern ethics is Immanuel Kant. Then Kant brings to extreme this idea of reflexive character of all ethical norms, in the sense of, for Kant, the laws that you have, moral laws, moral norms, whatever that you follow, are never simply given to you. You are responsible for them. This is what Kant means by radical freedom and so on. When Kant makes you, what does Kant mean by subjective autonomy, which is exactly the opposite of Antigone? He doesn't oh, you are free to act autonomously. No. What Kant prohibits is, you know, this typical ethical excuse. Let's say, I have to hurt you as part of my duty. I have to do something because of my moral duty which will hurt you, and you are my friend. And then the usual hypocritical excuse is, I'm sorry, but I know it will hurt you, but I cannot help it. It's not my choice. It's my duty. No, you cannot say this for Kant. For Kant, you are not only responsible to do your duty, you are also responsible to define what your duty is. You should stand behind it. There is, again, this typical modernity, there is no substantial other which guarantees, as it were, to you that this is your duty. That's modern freedom. It's kind of a more reflexive freedom. It's not only freedom, you can follow your duty or not. It's freedom in the sense of responsibility, or so to put it in another way. People usually say there is no excuse for not doing your duty. You have to do it. Kant is adding another twist to it. His point is there is also no excuse for doing your duty. In the sense of you cannot say, sorry, that's my duty. No, you have to stand fully behind it. This is why, going back to the stuff, sorry?
Give me a good example.
Yes.
Yesterday, the Scottish Justice Minister.
Yeah, yesterday also,
And
yeah.
he said, I'm doing my job. I didn't choose this moment.
Yeah.
I'm doing my
Yeah, yeah.
And he stood behind me. He didn't blame anybody.
I like this, that he stood behind.
I don't agree
Yeah.
with him or whatever, but
You know what bothered me? Okay, let's not lose time on this, but I would like to reply to this. You know what interests me is that I have no sympathy for terrorists, blah blah, but something did intrigue me. If you watch TV, do you notice that Scottish guy, I think the father of one of the victims or the side, who said if that is true, it really puts everything in the new light. That they discovered that there was some break into where the luggage was kept at Heathrow the night before for this flight, and that not only they didn't inquire into this, but that this entire event was suppressed, which is with great probability probably where the bomb was. And if this is true, then it's truly, it's not just Arab terrorists looking for excuses.
There's a strong suspicion, not individual suspects,
Yeah.
but mainstream media, that something's being suppressed. That
Yeah.
it's really not.
Yeah, again, I'm not here to paranoia. I don't buy those stories. Although, again, I know there are some shady things. You know those stories of, how you call it, of the September 11 was all staged by... I don't know enough about it, no? But generally, I tend to be more skeptical. You know why? Because my position is that ultimately I don't think it matters. What matters is how it was used ideologically. I put it, I think that paranoia theories tend to overdo that. What they don't get is that the point they are trying to make can be made also without this paranoia surplus. But okay, let's go back to that. So, you know this story? Here I respectfully disagree with Hannah Arendt. This story that Kant is the philosopher of unconditional duty, whatever you should do your duty, and that in this sense Eichmann was genuinely a Kantian, because you know that Eichmann's defense was a Kantian one. He explicitly referred to Kant. He said, I just did what I perceived as my duty. My duty was to follow the orders for my country, and Führer's law command was for me my duty, so I was just a Kantian. I think it's totally wrong, because what Kant prohibits you is precisely this way of erasing, it's not me, I was just following orders. No, you have to stand behind. You cannot turn yourself just into an instrument. That's what Kant's autonomy is. It's a much more radical position than it may appear. And incidentally, don't dismiss Kant as too easy. Kant is an extremely interesting philosopher. When things philosophy is something which started with Kant and ended with Hegel. Before they were doing some confused intuitions, after they tried to overturn, but nobody even understood Hegel, and so on and so on. Everything happened there. So, what is so interesting in Kant, here is the same as with Hegel. Let's do a short, we are back to Hegel, but the Hegelian critique of Kant. Kant often makes a philosophical choice. And then, as what you would have put it, he behaves paraposition. No? He wants to withdraw. He's afraid of the consequence. Which is why today we should repeat Kant. And I think what Lacan did is to repeat Kant in this sense. Lacanian ethics or psychoanalysis in a way is very Kantian. What do I mean by this? Let me give a couple of examples which will interest you. First, minor examples, which are fun but crucial. You know how Kant often says something and then is afraid of the consequences and withdraws. For example, Kant asks the question at some point in his metaphysics of morals, rather of customs, are there situations where you are allowed to kill another human being with impunity? Then he enumerates two such possibilities. One is the relatively obvious one in his life, the duel of honor. Apart from war, which is relatively the duel. If you have a duel, I challenge you, you kill me, it's okay. It may be not legal, but it's somehow ethically acceptable for me. Maybe. Then he does an example which is terrifying. Even legitimate. And he uses the terrifying parallel with smuggled commodity. He said in the same way that the state has the right to destroy a smuggled commodity because it physically exists but not legally, it's not covered by the law. In the same way, an illegitimate child exists just physically, not legally, and parents have the right to kill it, the mother. And then in a typical Kantian move, in a footnote, he said, of course, it doesn't mean we should really do it, blah, 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 blah. It's there. Another Kantian madness, and Hegel was shocked by this. You know, in the same book, Metaphysics of Morals, Kant extremely brutally consequent definition of marriage. You must know it, it's wonderful. That is the contract between the two adults of a mutual use of sex organs for pleasure. None of this, you know, higher unity, blah blah. And Kant gives a wonderful answer when, okay, let's not go into it. What I want to tell you is that he is consequent here. Because it's not just this one point, because if you look at the page later, this is Kant at his comical best. He asks the question, if the husband runs away from a wife, does the wife have the right to call police to bring the husband back? Kant's answer is yes. Why? Because the husband ran away with a piece of property which according to the marriage contract was the property of a wife, the baby. So it's not some spiritual unity, it's just, you know, bringing back property and so on and so on. But now let's go to more serious matters.
What did Hegel answer about the contract?
Pretty boring. It Kant doesn't see the higher spiritual unity and that it's not just sexual pleasure. This is Hegel at his worst, I think. He plays this, all the spiritual unity stuff and so on. Okay, but then where things go really great is in what is maybe the best, the most provocative Kant. The late Kant, writes his last big book on, it's called Religion Within the Limits of Reason Alone, where he, as you probably know, proposes this strange category of, and you will see immediately why the oscillation is crucial, what he first calls diabolical evil. What's his problem there? His problem is that you can be, there are elementary forms of evil which are simple egotism. Like, I don't know, you have money there, I push you away, I steal the money. Why? Because I want the money for profitable reasons, or whatever. Sorry for taking this example. I rape you for pleasure, I humiliate you to win, or whatever. It's, it's evil things you do for obvious profitable reasons. And Kant is well aware that these reasons can be, that this works even for good, and that if you do it for some, what Kant calls pathological reasons. Kant doesn't mean in the sense of clinical pathology, but in the sense of depending on contingent, immediate empirical circumstances, it disqualifies you what you do as a true ethical act. For example, I help, but I do this even if I'm not aware of it in order to impress others. Not that what really pushes me is how nice I will appear in the eyes of others, or even a step further. Even if it's only that it makes me feel well, I will admire myself, it also disqualifies. So then, for Kant, a true ethical act must be done, that's his famous definition, purely autonomous only for the sake of duty. You did it because you knew you have to do it, because it's your duty, not because of any profit, even it's a very sublime profit of feeling well. Then Kant encounters a problem, where he asks the question, but is it possible also to imagine a radical diabolical evil along the same lines? An evil which you do not because of any profit that you will get from it, pleasure, power, humiliating the other, whatever, but just for the sake of it. That you are, as it were, evil out of principle. And here again he oscillates. He starts by affirming it, but then he quickly, not explicitly, but if you follow closely the text you can see, he gets the terrifying consequence, which is that if you allow for an evil act like this, radical evil, then it is undistinguishable from the good. Because Kant defines good as something that you do just for the sake of principle, not for pathological reasons. Not because it brings you pain, pleasure, money, but just because you can do it. Now, if you allow for this kind of radical evil, and in this sense, here are things get complicated. This is why Kant then is forced to save his notion of the good, is forced to proclaim that this kind of diabolical, radical evil is not possible, evil done just for the sake of it, but that he then quickly reinterprets radical evil not as an act which is done just for the sake of it, but as, which would be maybe it's more complex than one of the definitions of this kind of diabolical evil. That's why here we are in these waters. Milk, Paradise Lost, that famous statement by that evil beat out by good. So you do evil because you treat it as the supreme good, not for any pathological profit and so on. So then Kant reinterprets radical evil as simply a radical tendency in our human nature to do evil. Just that evil is not just kind of a contingent element, some of us have it, some not. It's something that cannot be eradicated, an eternal constitutive propensity of our being, which totally, which of course makes it much more inoffensive. What's Kant's problem? This is why Lacan then made the line, proposed that Kant did some. What does Kant mean? Because for Lacan, when he says Kant, some is the truth of Kant, be very careful. Lacan's point is not Kant was secretly a saint. This is the standard. We need to know that. We need this Kantian duty, this sadistic pleasure. Haha, you have to do your duty, even if it would be a catastrophe. It's kind of a super ego, like that proverbial school teacher who beats the children with pupils and says to himself, oh, it makes me cry, but I have to do it. It's duty, it's for their own good, but then it's for your sadistic pleasure. This is how Kant's moral rigorism usually. No, what Lacan claims is that it's not Kant who is It's Sartre who is a Kantian. That is to say, Marquis de Sades' injunction of this unconditional pleasure is beyond the pleasure principle. It's somehow, it's in a way, a choice of evil for the sake of it. And as I repeated in two of my books, you know which is the best example of this? I cannot restrain from repeating it. Do you know Don Giovanni? Not the real version, that is more complex, but Mozart's opera. You know what happens at the end when the stone guest arrives and confronts Don Giovanni? Read it carefully, the libretto. The stone guest is not there to punish Don Giovanni. He comes there to help him. He basically tells Don Giovanni, your life is at an end. You will die now. I give you a final chance. If before dying you repent your sins, then you still can be saved. If not, you go to hell, you will burn forever. What Don Giovanni does is he said, no, 7 times. I don't repent, but look, this is pure anger. Because Don Giovanni knows he has nothing to gain by remaining faithful to his sinful life. He is at the end. He gains nothing. If he repents, he can be saved. If he persists in his sins, he will burn forever. And nonetheless he insists. It's evil, that's precisely evil without my book. It's even if you pay the highest price, I insist in my book. And this brings us to this typical romantic figure, you know, the Baroness, demoniac hero. This is where things get interesting with Kant. You can also see where Sartre was a Kantian at another level. If you read Marquis de Sade, there is first an obvious way to see where Sade is Kantian. I mean, like, one of the most boring books that I've read, which is why I didn't read to the end, is that 120 days of Sodom, no? You know how it gets more and more purely formalized. Up to number 100, there are at least some descriptions of the acts. But then around 200-300, it gets more and more a purely mathematical permutation, like take a cow, a dog, 2 young ladies, and 2 boys, and they screw in this way. Then the next one, take 1 cow, 3 boys, and it becomes kind of, it's purely intellectual code. It's the coldest thing you can imagine. There is no earthly path. And to go on, if you read Sartre carefully, you can see what's his problem. He starts as a primitive naturalist. Okay? We have a nature which not only wants to create but also wants to destroy. The natural way is this circle of life. Things have to fall apart so that new things are born and so on. So, you have this anti-oppressive message. Religion is unnatural, is suppressing our true nature. So, let's throw off religious chains, let's fully live our nature. But then, in a much more interesting way, Sartre gets the point that in this way we just exchange one slavery for another. We are no longer slaves of God, but we still remain slaves of nature. And here then comes to Sartre the idea of what he calls absolute gravity. An act of violence which is so radical that it doesn't only fit the flow of nature, but that it interrupts the very flow of nature. Like it cuts this. Which is why Sartre was so interested in this radical death, where you don't just kill someone so that then out of this another person is born, whatever, but you, as it were, stop the very cycle of reproduction and so on. And what's my point here? That what Kant calls an autonomous act is precisely the same thing. It's, as Kant put it, something which cannot be accounted for in the terms of the chain of natural causalities. It's an act ex nihilo, out of nowhere. So things are much more complex here. But nonetheless, let's go a little bit further before the break for Romy. So, again, back to Antigone. She is the opposite of this modern reflexive ethics, where you don't just do your duty, the more painful part is to decide what your duty is. This is a typically modern Freudian, but already in Hegel you find this suspicion that this is unimaginable for Antigone, for this naive world of antiquity. The idea that you cannot trust your substantial ethical instincts, they can cheat. You can experience something as your duty, but what if you are doing it for some secretly pathological reasons to profit in a secret way? This universalized suspicion is typically modern. Okay, let's go on with Antigone. So this is her immediate ethical nature, but Hegel tries to prove that there is already a crack in this edifice, that Antigone's universe collapses. How? His point is that this is her starting point of Antigone. These unwritten eternal laws which are simply here are telling her that a dead person should be properly buried through the ritual and so on, and that's her duty. That's what she is. She cannot help. But once she does the forbidden act, performing the funeral rite for, how do you pronounce it? I pronounce it usually the Greek, but Polyneikos, how do you pronounce it? Polyneikos, whatever. Okay, I will speak the Greek. And confronts the consequences. The threat that she will die while still alive, that she will be excommunicated, buried alive. Only then she becomes aware of the actual rule that guided her. Through the act, she discovers beneath this universality one has to respect unwritten laws, the particular rule. That's another quote which comes later from Antigone. What law do I appeal to claiming this? And then, this is the famous passage. If my husband died, there would be another one. And if I were to lose a child of mine, I would have another with some other man. But since my father and my mother too are hidden away in father's house, I never have another living brother. That was the law I used to honor, and so on. So here, after that, she said something very different. It's not that generally unwritten laws say we should burn. She said only for the brother. And it's interesting how dramatic this point is. Do you know that there is, the history of interpretations of Antigone? Do you know that for a long time, one of the predominant ways to get rid of it, for example, Geist claimed this must have been a later inception. It cannot be so vulgar, the idea, only for my brother. And now perhaps the friend is dead, my friend Eddie. Even Judith Butler, in her book on Antigone, goes into this, like it's not only brother. Everyone is embarrassed by this motive. But for Hegel, that's the whole point. Through the act, she thinks before acting that I'm doing this out of a general principle. When confronted with the true consequences of the act, she becomes aware that no, she wouldn't have done it if another of her relatives or friends would have been dead and buried. There is only for her brother. Why? Now we come to the crucial point, which will bring us to Antigone's limitation. Of course, what you will say is, it's incest. Of course, incestuous love. And then you have one maybe good argument to claim it. Is that, okay, maybe it wouldn't have been incest in another family. But in fact, we are talking about Oedipus family. No, if it's not incest here, then very it is. But I claim, no. I claim that, and this is the genius of Jacques Lacan's interpretation of Antigone in his seminar of ethics, how he never mentions incest. I think we should apply here that wonderful rule by Lévi-Strauss, who claimed, maybe it was, I don't know, that he discovered, Claude Lévi-Strauss, the anthropologist, a tribe which claimed that all dreams have sexual meaning, all except sexual dreams. So I claim that precisely because this is Oedipus family where incest was like practical affair of the day, you cannot persist this into it. Why then? Why the brother? Again, the key point is Antigone was able to formulate this insight only after she accomplished her act. only once she did it, did she become aware of what she did, of what really motivated her. So, again, through the act which we pass from abstract universality, respect the dead, they all deserve funeral rites, to this concrete privileged example. Why? Okay, Hegel gives them a wonderful reason why, because the link to the brother is the link to pure otherness. What kind of otherness, brother? Here we encounter the Hegel's reason. That here we encounter the limitation of Antigone. Brother is, for Antigone, an other deprived of all personal features. Which is why Antigone's deed, when she says it doesn't matter what my brother did, it may all be true what Creon claims. He was a traitor, wanted to destroy our city and so on, but he is my brother. So Hegel's point is that that's the limit of this naive ethics, that the respect you pay to another no longer concerns the living but the dead. To love someone for what he is, not for what he did, is ultimately to love him as a corpse. That is to say, that's for him the inherent limitation, again, of this naive love, that it works only if the other whom you unconditionally love is reduced to a dead one. Okay, here Antigone catastrophically again confronts the limitation and so on and so on. But how then do we pass from this to tragedy? This is the beauty of Hegel. Hegel's point, and I think he was absolutely right, is that it's not that after the Greek tragedies there comes comedy. Either already in the Greek time you know how it was usually done. 4 games, I think, per day. This not double bill as in Hollywood when I was young, but quadruple bill. And it was, 3 tragedies and a comedy. Not only this way, and also not only historically, in the sense that that later in Roman times we have comedy. For Hegel, there is a precise point, precisely as a reaction to realizing the deadlock of the love, this mortifying dimension, that the comical element occurs in Antigone herself. Let me be precise here. How? Hegel noticed something weird happening to Antigone after she pathetically assumes her fate. After she is condemned and she knows she will die, she totally changes. If you look the play attentively, you will even notice that only at that time she becomes beautiful black. Before she's a nasty bitch. Remember her conversations with Isman and her sister, how brutal she is towards her and so on. I mean, if there is a so-called warm human being in Antigone, it's Isman. Antigone is a bitch. I mean, fuck you, I wouldn't like to have Antigone for my sister, if you ask me, no? Because she would celebrate me after I'm dead. What she does to cope with her predicament is Hegel's point. She starts to act. She loses this natural immediacy. I organically do my duty. She displays already a level of self-awareness and reflectivity about her role. Let me give you one of the quotes. When she says, I've heard about a guest of ours, daughter of Tantalus from Phrygia. She went to an excruciating death in Sibylus, right on the mountain peak. The stone there, just like clinging ivy, wore her down, and now some people say the snow and rain never leave her there as she laments. Below her beating eyes, her neck is wet with tears. God brings me to a final rest which most resembles hers. Why is this comedy for Hegel? She is already composing poems on herself. You know what she is doing here? It's no longer immediate suffering. It's as if I'm dying and I say, imagine, I'm like a hero and so on. You know what I mean? She's immediately, as it were, mythifying herself. She's using metaphors to designate herself, displaying a self-consciously artistic ability involved in playing the role of a character. In other words, at this moment, Antigone is no longer immediately Antigone. As we put it, she starts to play Antigone. She starts to construct the role of Antigone. And this, for Hegel, this is how he defines comedy. For him, in comedy, he gives a very strange definition of comedy, which appears counterintuitive, but I think it's wonderfully correct. For Hegel, in a comedy, the gap between the actor as real person and the role he acts is displayed on the stage itself. What does Hegel mean by this? Not that you do not act your role but you comment on it, but something different, something that, let me give you an example. What makes it comical, a certain situation, is that you act a certain role, but then, and it's part of your role as an actor, I'm not talking about now, as acting, that you include some kind of ironic comments on what you are doing. An example, for example, do you remember those, I think this is the famous feature of those I Love Lucy balls here. It's how, you know, when something ridiculous happens, she looks into the camera and says, that's the moment of reflexivity. But this is not the real Lucille ball. This is the comical reflexivity, like directly addressing the public, what's happening here and so on. And the idea is that Antigone at that point becomes Lucille ball. It's her version of saying this. So again, for Hegel, the crucial thing that happened with the passage from tragedy to comedy, is that you lose this organic immediacy. You no longer are what you are, you play yourself. You play a role of what you are. Now let's go a step further. Hegel's point is here a wonderful one. It's quite the opposite of the usual postmodern, the bad postmodernism. The postmodern version of the so-called return of the real wisdom. You know, some people think it's somehow, avant-garde, radical, when you awaken people from the illusion of reality. Theater, and when you make them aware that it's only a theater piece, it's only a film. I don't know. When I was young, for example, it was fashionable to slaughter a chicken on stage. Really, the idea was this pseudo-Brechtianism, you know. Destroy the illusion, make people aware, and so on. Now here, if you allow me a brief reference to Lacanian real, this is not Lacanian real. This is exactly, I claim, the escape from real. For Lacan, real is precisely that what you try to escape from when you escape into reality. You are afraid that the illusion would grab you too deeply, that the real of the illusion would grab you. So how do I mean this? For example, where is the real in sexuality? So, back to my vulgar nature, I read somewhere that one of the medieval strategies to cure a man from lust for women was to look at the beauty. I will not show it because it's not to be let's say this is to look at a woman who is now young, beautiful, and imagine either how she will be 40 years from now without the thinking and so on, whatever, or even more easily, imagine how she is within her body. You know, you shoot a nice skin, but then you know, all the shit, the intestines and so on and so on. So the idea is confront that real and it will cure you of desire. But that's not the Lacanian real. The Lacanian real is this is wisdom. This is wisdom. Confront reality and so on. For Lacan, the real is precisely the pure power of this surface which may drag you into it. Real is for Lacan pure appearance. It's not this idea of we have appearances and we have to penetrate the appearances into the real. Real is not what you get at once you tear away the screen of appearances. Real is the spectral power of appearance as such. You know which movie portrays this Geist? I hope you saw it, fucking I like it. I admit it. Jim Carrey, The Mask. The real is not, behind the mask is just his fucking stupid face. And his face is stupid enough. The real is, and here you see why real is for Lacan death drive and compulsion to repeat. Real, you remember when he puts the mask on, he gets caught into this absolute compulsion to act like a cartoon character. This is the spectral undead real. He becomes an entity of pure drive. He even uses once in the character he plays a wonderful phrase where he says, it's horrible, I'm totally lost because I can do whatever I want. What I made, if you don't believe it to me, here you can encounter it. I made a very brutal, I don't want to repeat it, it wasn't nice, experiment with my son here when he was young. The trigger was to be here. I showed him I approached him with a mask on. He was a little bit afraid. Then I put the mask off. Don't you see, hell, you're stupid fucking father. Then I put the mask on, he was terrified even more again. And he was right. No, correct, to the sense that he knew that there is more reality in the mask. That, the real is not the reality behind the mask. The real is the spectral excess of the mask itself, yes? There are limits to my bluffing. I'm tempted to say, I don't know. I don't know enough to answer you properly because I maybe should have said this, but I am much spontaneously, I'm on the side of Brecht here. The way I would have said Brecht would have been to claim that this reading of Brecht, this so-called extradiation, I prefer not to say alienation because for Brecht it's the opposite, alright? It's not alienation in this Marxist sense, it's just this denaturalization, no? I think it's not Brecht's deepest message, is not be aware, although Brecht sometimes talks about this, be aware that it's only an illusion, reality behind. No, Brecht was fully aware of this logic of the mask, which is why, for example, my favorite Brecht, of course, the most studied one, is that famous, the mask number, the measure taken, where a couple of comrades have to sacrifice one of them. It was usually read as a justification of Stalinist purpose, which is totally not. That play precisely was never performed in Soviet Union. And you have this wonderful notion also of a forced choice. Then the Gaulists tell the young revolutionary, tell him, there is a custom now we have to keep. Now we will ask you, do you want, do you accept to be killed? But whatever you say, we will kill you or something like that. Giving you a choice. But what is so crucial there, if you read the play, is that what was the mistake of the young comrade? That when he saw suffering, he tear off the mask. The central theme of the play is when he insists, but people, I'm here to help you, and so on and so on. That was the betrayal. That was the betrayal. Which is why, again, and then you have all this Brecht's extreme, almost comic, revolutionary masochism, where after killing him, I love this, the corpse of these comrades sings a song where they say, oh, if I were to be the last piece of sheet of dirt, which has to be cleansed so that the room is clean and yet, and so on and so on. But again, what I think is this is why also Brecht was against psychology. he was always for the form, you know. Brecht also played this game of, and this is what I like in Brecht, his extraneation, I think, it's not so much reality. It's actors commenting on their role, but not from the standpoint of a real person, but from much more abstract theoretical point. Like I like in Brecht this totally unrealistic way where, you know, an actor comes on stage, addresses the public and says, I am a journalist who is paid by imperialists to spread reactionary propaganda. Now I will approach a worker and I will try to corrupt him and so on and so on. This kind of thing transpires, which again, I don't think it's reality. I mean, Brecht was deeply fascinated by the real in the mask. You know that about his table, he had the Japanese mask of some evil spirit, this kind of a distorted face, and he wrote a wonderful poem, terrifying maybe, claiming that this mask is there to remind him how difficult it is to be true. That any idiot can be good, you just have to be blah 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 blah. Sorry. Do you want something to say? Or yes, okay.
You mentioned, backtracking to, you mentioned, like, in the spectral state of your state, which you sit in for that real state.
No. That's a good point.
Yeah, I just want to make one point about that. And that is that, actually, physics, it's true, there are only surfaces of Richard Feynman, Nobel Prize for electrodynamics.
Yeah.
He used to bring a brick into his students and he'd say, okay, these are the surfaces of the brick, show me inside the brick. And he'd smash it with a hammer and he'd say, okay, what's inside the brick? And then we had two more surfaces. So they'd say, well, we don't know. Then they'd smash it again and say, okay, now we have 100 surfaces. And then they'd be nothing but white problem. They'd say, okay, now we have millions of surfaces. There's nothing but surface in this brick. There's nothing in it. So the whole idea that the surface is not real and that we have to go inside and find it is actually physically not true. It's just
Yes, physically, but what I would have said is two things. What I would have said is that nonetheless, isn't it that in a way, the moment you are at the level of life in this, you know what I mean? Like, it's counterintuitive to say, okay, we take this myself, that, okay, this is surface, but then you come in and it's another surface. It's not simply another surface. The skin is effectively a surface in some sense. You cannot say, you know, that when you, which is why my ultimate dream that I like is this idea to treat skin as another dress. For example, I am still shocked. I remember when I was a young boy, I remember a wonderful cartoon, anti-feminist, where a woman, after a party, washes herself and goes to the toilet and puts with a cream and soap off first all the maquillage, lips, and then she goes on washing her face and puts off the eyes, the nose, and so on. So after finishing the wash, that kind of a, you know what, again, I think that here, but I go a step further. I agree that the notion of death is purely how should I put it, there are only surfaces, but there is an irreducible depth effect. And this is what Lacan's point is, you must know it, that wonderful old story that Lacan uses again and again, when Lacan tries to explain what is the difference between humans and animals, what humans, maybe it's wrong. I spoke with some biologists, maybe study animal behavior, they were people, some of them, okay, it doesn't matter, it's not the logic. You know, that famous, sorry if I repeat myself, you must know it, example that Lacan returns to again and again about the legendary ancient myth of a competition, Celsius Parasius, between the two painters. They compete who will do a better painting. First one of them, I always forget which one, paints a painting of grapes. It's so realistic that when the birds see it, they eat the grapes. Then the other one invites him to his room and the painter sees a curtain and asks him, okay, show me what is behind the curtain, what did you paint? And he says, can be treated in a simple, direct way of you pretend that you are A, but you are in reality B. Only humans can cheat, according to Lacan, and don't know if it's true, in a reflexive way, that you cheat in such a way that you say A, because you count on the fact that the other will think that this is only a mask for B, but you cheat by telling the truth. That only humans can cheat by telling the truth. Like, let's say, another sadistic example. Sorry, I love you all, but let's say, but I will meet you. This is just my evil mind. You know what Aristotle said? There are Plato. There are only two kinds of persons. Those who have evil dreams and those who do evil things in reality. You know everything. But let's say, I know that you suspect me that I want to avoid talking with you, your boring questions after the class. No? Let us say that I know that you know. So let us say you encounter me on the street and you ask me, where will you be in the evening? Up here or down in the lobby? Now I tell you, I will be down in the lobby. My idea is that because you suspect me, you will come here. He was lying. No? But I will count on this that I will really stay in the lobby. No? You know that to lie in the guise of truth. Or, how should I put it? To feign, as Lacan puts it. To play. That's for Lacan the truly symbolic trick. And so, sorry, back to this point. So for Lacan, this is, how should I put it? This is the symbolic cheating as such, and sorry, you want to?
Well, that's the thing this Jewish joke was the business
Oh, that's Lacan's big example, yes, where are you going to?
They always lie because they're
yeah.
I want to mix, and then finally one day the person says the truth. I want to mix together. You lie, you really are going to mix.
Yeah, the Freudian version is, but you know who has the best example of this? I eternally quote it, I'm sorry if I repeat myself, it is the classical one. Marx Brothers, you know, that one. This guy talks as an idiot, acts as an idiot. You shouldn't distribute this guy is an idiot. I mean, so in this sense, Hegel uses exactly the same metaphor, where he says that behind the veil of appearance is nothing, there is only what we put behind, or to put it in another way, for Hegel, death is the appearance of death, in the sense of, how should I put it, death is a matter of appearance, in the sense of, there is nothing really behind, but you can organize appearances in such a way that the appearance will be generated that there is something behind the appearance. That all there is are appearances, all there is are inconsistencies. So what does this mean? Now just to conclude, then you get your fucking break. Yes? Yeah. Yeah.
So I'm trying to see where do you think the power of real guess is?
Yes.
Where does the real get its strength? Like where does the best becomes a fragile thing? How?
It's a good question. Maybe I don't like to bluff more than necessary. I don't think I have a proper answer now. What I would have said is the point is, yes, I agree with you, and this is linked to the remark you made before, no? Lacan started with this depreciation of appearance as imaginary and so on and so on. I think it's crucial in how only in later Lacan, starting from seminar 11, the real is no longer this hard real, this pseudo-Nietzschean real, you know, this idea of real is too dramatic, too painful, so we need screams, we need masks. No, the real is this spectral force of appearance as such. Now, my answer would have been, it's very abstract, but I know it will not convince you, but all I can do now is just to give you a general direction. My answer would have been the way Lacan treat fantasy, that is to say, how does the mask relate to its location? If the mask some symbolic or whatever other content, it's imaginary. If the mask is a mask of nothing, it's real. You know, I will give you a simple example, but maybe it will work, which I often use to show this power of real as death drive and so on and so on. That's real. You remember, did you see David Lynch Mulholland Drive? You remember that nice scene when they are in some city dress or whatever club, where actress singer is singing on stage, she collapses, the singing goes on. This is the moment of the real where, as it were, it's almost like, you know, Cheshire Cat in Alice in Wonderland, when the partial object, the smile survives in Jesus. So here, there is even a better scene that you find along the same lines I laid out, which may be the best, in that underestimated masterpiece by Sergio Leone, his last film, Once Upon a Time in America. You remember at the beginning, the phone is ringing endlessly, and then you get the whole flashback, 3 minutes, then the guy picks up the phone, but the ringing goes on. Now, of course, this is not a magic movie. That is to say, both in Lynch and here in Sergio Leone, you immediately afterwards get a rational explanation. In Sergio Leone, in David Lynch is of course that it was a playback. In Sergio Leone, is simply that the scene we saw, somebody picking up the phone, was still within the hallucination that we watched the real phone and so on. But what I'm saying is that this magical moment when some appearance wrongs you, but appearance beneath which there is nothing. I think this is maybe the most horrible experience. The experience when appearance is deprived of its substance. This is their drug. Let me give another example to make it clear. Are you just scratching or you have a question? Okay, can I just finish the question? Sorry. You know, usually we say images are just appearances and there is a substance. Because this is how, for example, Schopenhauer interpreted the power of music. That why is music more forceful than other arts? His idea was other arts works like poetry, painting, works through representations, images, but music in its rhythm directly renders what Schopenhauer calls the will, the life force. And you can get this access in a romantic way. Did you see, for example, the effect is usually kitschy, Chaplin's masterpiece, I think, City Lights. You remember at the end when the girl, before blind girl, recognizes him, you have this Puccini-like pitching, triumphant music, and then you have the end, but the music goes on. It's as if you have this excess over the images of pure life force. But that would be life drive. But then, the example I usually quote, maybe you know it really traumatized me when I saw it. It really worked. Some Banshee, the ballet guy, staged some piece of Weber, Anton Weber. You know what's the problem with Weber? You have these complete works on 3 cities, no? Like Weber's longest piece is 10 minutes or something like that, no? So, of course, how did Banshee do it? You have dancers dancing on music. Then, music stops, they continue to dance. I mean, the effect was terrifying. As if the living dead, you know. It is as if precisely they are, before you took the appearance as representation of the will, life force, or whatever. But then, this death drive force of appearance is for me precisely when you subtract the life substance, but the appearance goes on. But let me just conclude because then after the break we will go into another line, if you allow me. I just want now to overrun another criticism that you may have, which is that my result is kind of extremely boring postmodern stupidity that, we just play roles, there are just appearances, there is no authenticity, but before I do this, sorry, very question.
Well, I just wanted to add to the not only the sort of this mask coming behind it, but the appearance of maybe there being something behind it, a phallus, sort of, like last time you mentioned the square root of negative 1 or something is real, and also, it's also the phallus. So in terms of like where it's sort of haunting us comes from, yeah, it's a haunting us of the mask of the thing behind it, but even in things like the mask that like twists and kind of like distorts the space, that weird distortion, that holy shit, there is something behind it, and there shouldn't be. That's also power here.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, yes. I mean, once you understand how to listen, just again, I want to make that point clearly, why that I think, maybe you know it, but I cannot explain repeating it, a wonderful movie example of how we can nonetheless gain authenticity, but the notion of authenticity that emerges here is not this actor studio authenticity, like this is why I hate Marlon Brando and those guys, like as if, tear down the masks and act out your true impulses, but what if we define authenticity as a kind of a tragic full identification with the mask itself? I'm talking here, maybe you know it, about a really nice film by Roberto Rossellini. Maybe you know it, I think it's available now, but difficult to get, from 1959, General della Rovere. It's a story about, it takes place in 43 in the north, occupied Italy, about a small tight group who is physically very similar to a big resistance leader. So the Germans had that leader arrested, but he died in prison. So the Germans made a plan. They arrest this small group and offer him the deal. The resistance, that's crucial to know, doesn't yet know that General della Rovere, the big hero, is dead. So they tell him, we will dress you like General della Rovere, and we will put you in prison. We will put you into prison to mingle with other prisoners as General della Rovere, because they will think you are the big resistance hero. They will confide you about, resistance activity. So you will tell us what you learned, then you can go to Switzerland to marry or whatever. The guy accepted, but then identifies with the role. He plays the role to the end. He is shocked as General della Rovere and so on. That's, for me, a very nice example of the authenticity of the mask itself. You play to the end. I prefer much more as a model of authenticity, the full identification with the mask, than this idea of tearing down the mask. I already, as I mentioned to you, the first or the second day, I think, this idea of tearing down the mask is always the worst of ideology. This cheap wisdom of, we are not only our ideological roles, we are humans, and so on. Yes?
There's another great example from Jorge Luis Borges.
Which one? I will plagiarize you.
The movie version is called Spider Stratagem by Bertolucci. And the short story is called Theme of the Traitor and Hero. And the short story is set in Ireland, in which this son comes back to town, where his father is a mythical hero.
Yeah.
And then he discovers, in fact, that his father was not a hero, but he betrayed the cause, and the partisans, or
Yeah.
the insurrectionists, took him as a traitor and shot him, but they organized to look like he was acting for the cause. So the traitor becomes a hero. But he also assumes it.
Yeah.
And in the entire version of the movie, the young man lives in the hometown where it's set in fascist
Yeah.
And then he discovers that everybody is in on the play. He's the only one that doesn't know.
Oh my God, thanks very much. If you mention it, then I can put, how we do it. I love this absolute hypocrisy. That when I will be honest, I will put a footnote, but a small footnote at the end of the book, I owe this idea to you. You know how you can play even a next year game. So that you say, after writing this book, I discovered that a good friend of mine had a similar idea and so on. You have all these strategies of thinking and so on. You know, when I was the next year, but he was mad at me, with John Copeland, I took an idea from her. So in the first version, I put the footnote. You know, you have this phrase, typical, where you say, I borrowed this idea from blah blah, but of course, it's this idea, but all, if there are any mistakes in these developments, they are my fault. I just turned it around. I said, I took this idea from John Copeland, but I developed it, so it's mine. But if anything is wrong, then fuck it, it's her idea. Unfortunately, she disappointed me. She had some problems. She didn't. She wanted to be said. Okay, but you know what? There are yes, speaking Bertolucci, I totally agree with you. I think the early Bertolucci's are his true masterpieces. This one, and then of course Primo della Rivoluzione, Before the Revolution, and so on. He was, I think his 20th century, Novecento is so-so. After that, starting with that became Kleber, La Luna, Instant Story, it goes down. Then movies like The Little Buddha, they are stuff for Gulag. Okay, let's do it now and then we go on this. Okay, now, okay, we will not be able to go through the whole entire line, but I will try to give you an idea of what Hegel calls reflexivity, how this function in contrast, what I announced already at the beginning, in contrast to what is usually referred to as this post-Hegelian anti-philosophy, this idea that we should break out of the closed circle of philosophical idealist representation into some kind of real life foundation. My thesis will be in I will take as my example a short story by Italo Calvino, which I want to give a twist to it, kind of a Stalinist twist, making it Hegelian. It's just to give you first an idea of this reflexivity between inside and outside. The story is told, maybe it's one of these well-known volumes, A King Listens. It focuses on the sense of hearing. In an anonymous kingdom, the royal palace becomes a giant ear, and the king, obsessed and paralyzed by fears of rebellion, tries to hear every fragile sound that reverberates in his palace. Footsteps of the servants, whispers, conversations, fanfare trumpets at the raising of the flag, ceremonies, sounds of the city at the outskirts of the palace, riots, rumble of the riders, and so on and so on. The king cannot see the source of all these sounds, but is obsessed by interpreting their meaning and the destiny they are predicting. This interpretive paranoia only seems to, so again, that's how the king lives. He kind of knows sounds everywhere I go. Look at it, right, what do they mean, and so on and so on. Is it a plot against me or whatever? Interpreting all of this. Then something happens which puts a stop to this interpretive paranoia and completely enchants the king. Through the window, the wind brings in a singing voice of a woman, a voice of pure beauty, unique, irreplaceable. For the king, it is the sound of freedom. He steps out of the palace into the open space and mingles there with the crowd. Now, again, the first thing you should bear in mind here is that this king is not the traditional monarch, but a modern totalitarian type. The traditional king doesn't care about his environment. He arrogantly ignores it. He leaves the worry to prevent plots to his ministers. It is the modern leader who is obsessed by plots. To rule is to interpret the perfect formula for Stalinism, which was the system of endless paranoia hermeneutics. So, unfortunately not for Calvino himself, a fantasy. Precisely the fantasy of breaking out of the closed circle of representations, of rejoining the pure outside of the innocent presence of the feminine voice, which is a kind of excess of the self-mirroring prison house of representations. This voice needs no interpretation, it only gives body to the voice which enjoys, as it were, its own exercise. But this is, again, if I got it correctly, how Calvino himself proposes the story. It's another variation on his own Susan Sontag motive of against interpretation. That is vicious circle of interpretation is a kind of a closure prison of language of our existence and death. The art of life is to break out of this into the fresh air of immediate presence. But I think that I will simply try now to, of course, I disagree with this. I think this is a metaphysical myth. So how should we rewrite the story? If you know my English studies mind, you will already have guessed it. How should we rewrite the story to make it the way I want to have it? What is missing here is the way this innocent externality of the voice is itself already, how shall I put it, marked, inscribed into the mirror of interpretive representation. What we should do is this, I think. This is how I would have added just one paragraph to the story. When the king exits the palace, following the voice, he is immediately arrested. The feminine voice was an instrument of the plotters to lure him out of the safety of the guarded palace, and so on and so on. I would like to precisely, this point of externality he clings to, he falls into the trap. That's the true plot. The true plot is not all the rumors and so on. The true intelligent plot is precisely to give you the way out, which brings us, if I may indulge in another ideological reflection, maybe you notice that, nonetheless, which brings us to how we should interpret this critique of ideology, this, how should I call it, reference to the obscenity of the sounds themselves, the obscene materiality of language, voice, of symbolic texture. Maybe you know the story, but I'd like to repeat it. Something happened. I come from Slovenia, which is south of Austria. In south of Austria, bordering Slovenia, there is a province called Carinthia. They had the glorious leader, Jörg Haider, the well-known proto-fascist populist. His card, which he played again and again in politics, was that which is totally ridiculous. We Slovenes pose a threat to Carinthia that we want to occupy. So, his big political motto was Carinthia bleibt Deutsch. Carinthia will or should remain German. How did some friends of mine, not of mine, I met them later, leftists counter-attack? Not as you would have expected with a complex interpretation. They didn't point out how he evokes, all this usual boring Marxist stuff. He evokes imaginary fears and so on. No, to cover up some contradictions, whatever. No, they did something extremely simple and efficient to render Haider disgusting. They bought space half a page in daily newspapers, and they just printed first this well-known phrase, Carinthia must remain or will remain German, Carinthia bleibt Deutsch, and then they just supplemented it with a series of totally meaningless, obscene variations. The whole ad read like this: Carinthia bleibt Deutsch, Carinthia bleibt Deutsch, Carinthia bleibt Deutsch, and so on. So, all of us, it was just kind of an effect of disgusting obscenity. This is also one of the mechanisms that we shouldn't underestimate. For example, when do you know the German whatever you call it, industrial hard rock band, Rammstein. I like them. I think they're very good I think they're basically doing the same. I think that when they, some people, liberals who believe, have this divided attitude towards them. They say, yes, we know that they are ironic towards, because their spectacle is a kind of imitation of this hard totalitarian rituals, all that stuff. The usual story is, yes, we know it's ironic undermining, but what if there are some young people who directly identify with this and effectively become humans and so on and so on? But I claim this totally misreads what they are effectively doing. They are not simply repeating the Nazi strategy. They are reducing it to this kind of signifying nonsense. They are doing to the Nazi formulas, they are doing this obscene carefully typed ploys, blind ploys or whatever, so that simply by suspending sense, you become aware of the materiality, signifying materiality in all its objectives. I think it is very effective, much more maybe than direct critique of ideology. So again, I totally reject those who see this danger of, if you imitate totalitarian rituals, you play with fire. It all depends on how you imitate them. They're basically, I think, doing the same as we already mentioned this, basically doing the same as what Chaplin was doing with his great dictator, when the king will Hitler has this incomprehensible, disgusting language, which is German but not German, and so on and so on. I think that, and this even makes even a more general point, similar to the point I was making yesterday about the third wave experiment. I can give you another example along these lines, even more horrifying. Did you see the movie, or I don't know if it's also in the theater play musical, Cabaret? Life of Lady, blah blah. Okay. Do you remember that allegedly Peter moment when the three of them are in the countryside and stop in an inn, and then that young boy starts to sing the song a bird, blah blah, and then awake, tomorrow belongs to me, and so on. Now, if you want to test if your friends are serious intellectuals or half-intellectual idiots, observe their reaction to this. If, as the majority of my friends did it, if they say, oh, now I understand the appeal of fascism, no, they are idiots. I think the movie is deeply cheating there. It is part of what, again, I agree here with Badiou, who is also deeply suspicious of this notion, again, it's Susan Sontag is here, at least the best girl for me, who, in her essay of Leni Riefenstahl, she tries to prove that already, that it's not only her Nazi period, but that if you go to early and late works of Leni Riefenstahl, that she was always fascinated by motives which you can designate as some kind of proto-fascist. For example, her so-called Bergfilme, mountain films from the 20s, these heroic, sacrificial, struggling, top of the mountains and so on. The masterpieces, the Flower Leaf, the Blue Light from 32, I think, which attracted Hitler's attention, and so Hitler invited her to do the Triumph of the Will. And then you know that after World War II, she celebrated in her photo album some of the black tribe in Kenya, I think that's Kenya. The idea was that again, she was fascinated by this masculine strength, beauty, and then at the end, you know what she was doing in her final years? Going, it's incredible, when she was going deep into the sea, diving when she was 80, even 90. But the idea is that there is a continuous life. I totally oppose this. Of course she was a disgusting opportunist and so on. But I think that you should not confuse fascism with what we usually dismiss as proto-fascism. fascism. Sorry, why? As we all know, I hope you know, Hitler took this from Social Democrats. Social Democrats started to do it. Now, a liberal answer here would have been, of course, because the whole spirit of the age was already totalitarian. No, again, it is crucial to drop here, I agree with you, this idea of proto-fascism. In the sense of it's not yet fascism, but the elements are there. The elements are there, but this, here I buy this kind of deconstruction notion of rather Althusserien of ideology as articulation. What makes fascism are not all these elements. Okay, some of them are not fascist. I'm not saying you can articulate anti-Semitism in a different progressive way. I think that anti-Semitism, or at least anti-Semitic logic, is an absolute fact. In the sense of you cannot play the game on. We can have progressive movement and just to make things move at the beginning, use a little bit to mobilize people of anti-Semitism. I think that anti-Semitism is an absolute symptom and sign that something is wrong if it's a left anti-Semitism with the leftist project, except as it is here, for example, in the Soviet Union. We precisely can locate the moment when the Soviet ideology took this latent anti-Semitic turn. It was precisely with the full ascension of power to Stalin, where, as you probably know, their whole ideological legitimacy changed. All of a sudden, family was reasserted as the central, divorce, abortion when it wasn't. So again, back to Leni Riefenstahl, you see, one shouldn't concede to the enemy too much. In the sense of, I tended to say almost 80%, 90% of Nazi values, we should take them over. There is nothing, I'm not saying, but there is nothing inherently Nazi in the notion, for example, of social solidarity. No, this can mean this and that. The problem is when you define social solidarity in racial terms as against the threat of the Jewish intruder. That's only what makes it, not in itself. The notion of discipline, sacrifice for community. I hate liberals who, the moment you mention sacrifice, struggle, proto-fascism. No, why? Sorry, why? And again, we should go here to the end. I don't think there is anything already proto-fascist in Leni Riefenstahl's those mountain movies. And maybe I mentioned this to you, sorry if I repeat myself. I know that I mentioned this in some group, but not here, I think. There is even a material proof, an element which puts up. Her most famous mountain film, Das Blaue Licht, the blue light, about a small city in mountains and then a mysterious girl living up there who is the outcast. I know some of my Jewish friends even try to read this movie as a kind of a portrait of anti-Semitism, because the girl then the citizen, the inhabitants of the village try to reach her and so on. But more important, a simple data. You know who was the main author of the scenario for this movie? The great cinema theorist Bela Baruch, who was a Jew and a communist, and was at that time, 31, the lover of Leni Riefenstahl. So you know that what matters is this possibly contingency of history. You should always remember ideology. Here I agree with my now enemy once we were friends, Ernesto Laclau, who emphasized in a very nice deconstructionist way this logic of ideology as articulation, in the sense that ideological space is a space of, as it were, free-floating motives, elements. And then each element has a differential value in the sense that it can be exchanged with other elements. That no element, almost exceptions, anti-Semitism, but even here, Ernesto is too crazy, he doesn't agree with me, he believes in progressive anti-Semitism and so on. For example, you can give very simple examples. Let's take ecology. Ecology is in itself neutral. Neutral in the sense that you you can have a socialist ecology, claiming the root of it is capitalist exploitation, only a centralized state control can blah blah. You can have a conservative ecology, claiming things went bad with industrial revolution, before we should return to whatever. You can have, I don't know, anti-centralist anarchist ecology. You know, this idea, let's return to small self-sustaining communities and so on. You can even have an entrainment, for example, of ecology with feminism, claiming that the brutal exploitation of nature was always somehow linked to the subordinate roles of women. You can have capitalist ecology, claiming that, and there is an element of truth in it, that if you look at historical record, if anything, the so-called socialist states, their record about ecology is much worse. The true ecological catastrophes are in Soviet Union, probably China, and so on. And you can also say that, actually, I have nothing against this. Up to a certain point, market does work. I just think it doesn't work all the way. You know, this idea of including the ecological market as the so-called, I think, the economic term is externality into the price and so on and so on. So what I'm saying, you see the idea, is that this is how ideological space works. Every element is potentially free-floating. It doesn't have a full identity. It's a kind of open for all others, or even feminism. You can have anti-capitalist feminism claiming, you know, feminism is, you can have this, that kind of, I mean, all elements you take can be entrained in these different ways. So, the idea is then that to analyze an ideology, it's not enough to reduce it to elements, and to say, we have these elements, discipline, sacrifice, and so on, proper fascism. No, there is no proper fascism. Fascism is or it's not. Fascism is a certain articulation, which means when fascism is the structural principle of the claim itself, as it were. When you enclaim the whole series in a certain way, for which you need, you remember, as I said about anti-Semitism, a master thing. Sorry, yes? No, I prefer to be interrupted now, because I run out of steam, so... Sorry, you know why I said, because this is a nice example of that, what we were talking before of having a... If you interrupt me now, I will be able to evoke the false appearance that I still get so many things to say, but just to interrupt. But there is nothing, so to save myself, I need you to brutally interrupt my creative thought. Yes.
It seems the way of it that they are really free-flowing, it's only the structure of closures, and like you said, there's everything that's in. But I think that Rosa, the Luxembourg, he's exactly on spot. When he said that the thin line between socialism and barbarism, what the theory does with central antagonism, whether it exposes it or whether it exposes it.
I totally agree with you, and that was my big fight with Ernesto. Ernesto thinks that it's part of what he calls Marxist fundamentalism, essentialism, to even talk about the central antagonism. He wants this absolute open plurality. He claims we have a multitude of struggles, for example, anti-capitalist struggle, only one of the struggles, we have racist struggle, feminist struggle, up and down, and he claims that we can build all possible claims of equivalence among them, but that there is absolutely no priority for him. The priority of any of the struggles is the substantialist essentialism. I claim here he regresses from his own previous work. If you ask me, I think maybe his crucial best book is Before Hegemony and Social Strategy. Remember his book on, I think it's Politics and Ideology in Marxist Theory. It's an early book. It was published by First Books in English. He doesn't want to reprint it because there, in a very nice way, he interprets precisely along the lines that you suggested now, class struggle, not as a direct content, but precisely as a formal principle of articulation of elements. That class, and this can be done in a triumphant way. In what sense? That in a very Hegelian way, you should distinguish two levels of class struggle. Class struggle as the formal principle and class struggle as one of the elements, where they can be in contradiction. For example, Fred Jensen drew my attention to this. Take the United States politics. How often, not class struggle, let's say class antagonism, is overdetermined in a totally inverted way. For example, that was Fred Jensen, nice example. Do you know that legendary TV debate between Richard Nixon and John Kennedy? John Kennedy's whole point was there, I'm the upper class guy, Nixon acted as lower class guy, and so on and so on. And then even, unfortunately, I claim, often it happens with US feminism officials that sometimes, not always, I'm well aware of attempts to organize the Spanish working illegal immigrants within every area, blah, blah, blah. But what I'm saying is that often, especially when it's connected to this primitive anti-Islamic American politics, often, what lurks in the background is this idea. The upper middle class women are truly liberated by it's the rednecks, the stupid working class who are the true fundamentalists, and so on and so on. So, what I'm saying is that you can have a class struggle, a class position of the, let's say, bad guys, whatever you call it, which uses many working class elements. This is the whole point of populism, which is why there I'm so sad we don't have time to debate this, because we're maybe too much in this Hegelian thing. This is where I had this ferocious debate with Ernesto Laclau. He thinks populism is also neutral, not only neutral, but even more on the good side, as it were. I claim that populism is irreducible in its very notion, as you put it nicely, the blurring of the radical antagonism. Populism always, to refer to, Ernesto likes to use this nice Lacanian variation of the woman doesn't exist, society doesn't exist. For populism, society does exist. That's the basic premise of populism. The way populists deal, this is why populism can easily be anti-Semitic. For example, of course, the problem here is political one, no? Ernesto's horizon is the old leftist Peronist, no? And he likes Peron. Unfortunately, I claim maybe Peron had some good elements, but basically he was a catastrophe for Argentina. Peron, the basic mechanism of populism is always cut off the corrupted excess and let's get all together. On the top of it, I claim, populism has always an element of, as they put it in France, je ne veux rien savoir. I don't want to know anything about it. There is always an element of this willful thing, like, don't bullshit with the complexity, tell me simply who the elements are, and so on and so on. And let me tell you a transcendental experience of my metaphysical, in the sense of, like, a simple thing. Maybe you know the story, it's wonderful. When this crisis, not later even, they mentioned this, where I was sitting, sorry, now I really have written and repeating myself, even with regard to what I'm doing here. Did I already told you the story of how, when there were those tea parties in the United States, tea parties, Republicans protesting Obama taxes, how I was sitting behind a TV, did I? No, okay. So it's a wonderful story. I will tell you what shocked me, and this brings us back to the principle articulation. I was jumping between the two TV programs, tired as a dog in a hotel. The one, of course, let's make a test, if some of you are from the United States. Which TV channel do you watch for news? Fox. They are the only amusing ones. They carry those bloodless liberals expecting their I know that I'm not great, but okay. As usual, I was watching Fox News, no? But then on PBS, I noticed a nice documentary on, you know, who is Pete Seeger, the great leftist folk icon. Okay. And then something from on Fox News, there was a live transmission of one of these Republican meetings against Obama. No, all this, you know, Obama with the tax state and so on. And there was a kind of a fake folk singer singing an anti-Obama song. And then I was jumping between this and Pete Seeger song. And what extraordinarily shocked me is the resemblance. There was a Pete Seeger song saying, "We ordinary people screwed by the big business and blah blah blah." And I love Pete Seeger. Then I jumped, this guy says, Washington bureaucracy taking out taxes, we poor working people of Texas will pay the price and so on and so on. How? This is what I'm aiming at. How? And this is a very sad tendency in the United States. How this fundamental populist anti-central power motive is almost totally today reappropriated and changed into the rightist change. So again, I totally agree with you here. I think I don't. First, the second thing that I think is, if you read this book, but it's an interesting book, although it has a violent attack on me, this book, The Populist Reason, it has very nice moments, but I think simply that this purely formal notion of populism is too abstract in what sense? He is forced to proclaim communism for populists, people like Mao Zedong, Yugoslav President Tito and so on, which I think is madness. In no reasonable sense of politics are they populists. I think that again, populism is precisely a way to appeal to all these reference, ordinary hardworking people, blah blah, but denying the fundamental antagonism. And again, the problem of Ernesto is that he thinks that this is essentialism and so on and so on. My problem with him is another one, that if you look at his own work, he denies it, but don't he get some of the work? Because I think that it's not even true that in his own work, all different struggles are really just floating in the same way. His, and especially with Chantal Mouffe, who is also has some interesting reflections here, they obviously privilege the so-called democratic revolution. And for them, if you look it closely, they even put it directly like this in the hegemony and socialist strategy book, that all other struggles are basically for them the extension of democratic struggle. As they put it, feminist struggle emerged when people said, okay, equality, why not also democracy for we? Then socialism, when people said political equality, why not also economic justice and so on and so on. So again, I agree with you. Your point is that, and then I have another problem, which is even more fundamental here with Ernesto. It's that, you know, I developed this in that triple orgy book where that was very paradoxical experience, that the Germany, contingency, whatever, and the book of debates between Butler and Ernesto. The paradox was that at the end, I stopped being friendly. He turned against me personally, Ernesto. With me, it went okay. But already while we were writing it, Ernesto got violent, but it was a conflict with Judy, because he was so brutal and patronizing in replying to her, you know, this type of style, and she was fully justified in being furious. She asked him to tone it down. For example, I know she started a paragraph with, "Oh, our beloved Judy is here, shooting with her standard guns," and so on, you know, this kind of a patronizing attitude. But so then he moved to a million things term violent precisely concerning this cluster and so on. I think that the problem of historicity is not solved there, in the sense of, I made this point, but I think it's also a weak point of Judith, and typically I never got an answer from them. My problem is, this brings us back to them. Why historicism is not true historicity? Do you know, I go to Judith Butler's gender drama. Okay, you know the line. Did you notice how the book has, as it were, two texts? On one hand, it has a theory of how we are constituted as sexual entities. You know, all this theory of it's not natural, essentialist, it's performatively enacted, contingent, all that stuff. On the other hand, she tells, in the structure of the book, a very linear narrative. It starts with stupid zero-level essentialism, when people at some meeting zero point thought that our sexual identities are purely natural. And then, Freud already makes one step, not radical enough. Lacan goes a little bit further, not radical enough, and to be slightly cynical. At the end, we learn her lesson, how things really are. With Ernesto, still the best book with him and Chantalco written, it's the same. You have this idea of this pure fluidity, contingency of social identity, and then he also supplements this with a linear narrative. It starts with pure essentialism, and then, you have the first breaks, Trotsky, Bolsheviks, this idea of uneven development, Gramsci, struggle for hegemony, but the idea is they still don't go far enough. They remain still essentialist. They think they can still combine contingency with class struggle, Mao, but then finally Ernesto comes and says, no, contingency is radical. There is all there is this totally contingent discursive game, struggle for hegemony is totally open, contingent, and so on and so on. My answer to this, I didn't get the question. If you don't believe me, read the book, because I formulate this question, I think, if not in the first already text of mine, in the second, which is precisely the relationship between these two aspects. That is to say, their basic theory, all social identities are discursively constructed in an open, contingent process of symbolic articulation, and the linear narrative they are telling. In other words, is there positive theory of radically contingent social construction of our, discursive construction of our social identities? Is this just something which holds for our historical moment? Or is it that it was like this from the very beginning, to put it in slightly cynical terms, that already the early Neanderthals were fighting ideological struggles for hegemony and constructing their identity, and that it's only today that we see it? If this is true, then why do we see it only today? Why is it that Marx or others, why is it that in the 19th century they were stupid essentialists and now we see it? That is to say, what is their theory? Is it a universal theory, or is it a theory of a certain precise historical moment, which can be defined as a moment of post-modernity, in the sense of when socialism as an alternative collapsed? As we all know, all that remained was this multiplicity of single issues, and then the most you can dream about is a kind of a rainbow coalition, not in the specific sense of Jesse Katz, but like a contingent chain of equivalences between multiplicity of struggles, which, as Ernesto always emphasizes, should not be supported by any essential reference to some central struggle, but is totally open, contingent. For example, for Ernesto, there is nothing which naturally links ecological struggle with socialist struggle. There is nothing in the nature of ecology which privileges the link with socialism. It's totally open contingent struggle. So again, my problem is, what is the status of their own theory, global theory, contingent construction and so on? Is it historical or all the time? The worst solution would have been a primitive pseudo-Hegelian one, that it's true all the time, but it's only today in our historical moment that we can see, because we live in an era where our identities are directly experienced as contingent and so on, and so on. So what I'm saying is that there is a kind of a meta-history which is missing there. They don't provide a proper account for the historical status of their own theory. And my further point is that this is why they are, for me, ultimately simply providing the ideology of a certain very limited moment of the leftist struggle in the time of relative hegemony of the capitalist system, where nobody even thinks about global change. All you can imagine are these marginal resistances, strategic alliances, and so on. But you wanted to counterattack, or to say something.
Yeah, but it's not wrong. The accusation all of you throw in the book is that the other is closet Kantian.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, but again, the whole point is, this is very interesting because, the sympathies are interesting here because as Ernesto put it nicely, me and Ernesto are for Lacan, for the Lacanian real against Zizek, who thinks Lacanian real is another form of essentialism, whatever. I always think that basically she understands real in this simple sense of, something that really is independently of symbolic contingency, whatever. On the other hand, me and Judith are Hegelians. I mean, much more sympathetic to Hegel, and Ernesto is, for Ernesto he has this very boring textbook idea of Hegel as an absolute idealist, where everything follows in a conceptual necessity, and so on and so on. So, but again, so you see, my reproach to them, my basic reproach doesn't concern the truth or not, but the social status, I mean the historical impact of their own theory. My reproach to Judith is that what she is describing is not some historical alternative, but simply a purified, clean form of what already is today the ruling ideology, which is why I claim she can all the time to construct some patriarchal scare which is no longer operative today. I simply don't think that today our predominant hegemonic ideological identity, ideological address is the call for some kind of patriarchal identity, and then we need to subvert it and so on. I think on the contrary that today's what she is saying is simply I don't see a subversive action. I think that if you say to someone, listen, your sexuality is not your natural essence, you are free to reconstruct it, screw boys, girls, doing with age, sorry for the bad taste remarks, to reinvent yourself again and again. There is no fixed. I mean, a young people tell you, yes, that's what I'm doing. I mean, you see what I mean? I don't see the subversive action. Okay, sorry, we didn't go further. Tomorrow I promised you the last reflections on Hegel and so on. This is how you recognize a truly great thinker. That, of course, there are phenomena where Hegel fell short, couldn't grasp them. But it's not in the sense that, there was some totally different logic which Hegel wasn't able to grasp. It is more as if what escaped Hegel in some phenomena was the very Hegelian dimension of it. Like the Hegel didn't see it. What do I mean by this? Okay, let me begin in a very simple, honest, empiricist way by a series of topics, concepts, operative, important in our times, where one can claim Hegel really cannot fit them. First, the concept of repetition. I already spoke about this, I want to repeat it. The point is, what kind of repetition? We all know Hegel does have even a very nice theory of repetition. But it's a repetition which is never, let's call it zero repetition, just repetition. It's always a repetition through idealization or Aufhebung, sublation. No, like, you know the classical examples. The idea is what first happens and appears is experienced as something contingent. Through repetition it is aufgehoben, turned into a notion. Like ultra classical example, I'm sorry, I repeat it all the time. Hegel's beautiful theory of Caesar. Caesar, first we have Caesar as a name, that guy who screwed Cleopatra and so on, Julius Caesar. Then we get Caesar dies and returns precisely as Caesar the title, as a universal notion, idealization. In this sense, what Hegel cannot think, we may say, but is it true? I think it's more ambiguous. It's pure repetition. Repetition without this moment of idealization, Aufhebung. In other words, and I think Gilles Deleuze is right when he focuses on two strange bedfellows which are part of the same, sorry to use this obscene word, spiritual constellation, Kierkegaard and Freud. I think Deleuze is right in emphasizing that there are two aspects to so-called post-Hegelian or post-idealist break in the 19th century. We usually focus too much on this Marxian aspect of and Feuerbach and so on, positivity, like against the self-enclosed circle of ideas, the assertion of some positive reality and so on. But I think this is maybe even the less important part of the post-Hegelian break. What is truly new is repetition. Repetition in Kierkegaard, it's crucial. You know that the whole Kierkegaard's edifice is Christianity, religion as repetition against philosophy. For Kierkegaard, from Socrates or Plato rather to Hegel, like Erinnerung, rememoration. And of course in Freud, it's absolutely crucial, the compulsion to repeat, which as Freud emphasizes is precisely this blind compulsion. So this is the first thing. The second thing, unconscious. Now I will immediately elaborate this, because in a way Hegel definitely can think an unconscious, and I checked it up, even Lacan is aware of it. He says, I think, I may be wrong, that it's in Seminar on Identification, that there is a Hegelian unconscious, but Lacan insists not the same as Freudian. Overdetermination. Then, this is the truly hard point, modern formalized science. Hegel obviously dismisses it as something pertaining to understanding as opposed to authentic reason, mechanical and so on. And we can then say, can Hegel really think class struggle antagonism, like in the class struggle, like sexual difference and so on. Now I want to complicate things a little bit, because you know, apropos each of these topics, we can demonstrate that it's never a question of Hegel simply cannot do it. It's yes, he cannot do it, but, for example, with repetition, I will return it at the very end. I think, nonetheless, that we can find traces of precisely a non-productive repetition in Hegel. It's there in the background, but it's there. Where? And again, if there will be time, but I suspect there will not be time, so and now that much, so that my conscience will be clear, I will announce it. Some of the apparently most problematic reactionary parts of Hegel have precisely this dimension. For example, let me go to the darkest of the darkest, Hegel's deduction of the necessity of war, which is supposed, you know, opposing to this Kantian dream of eternal peace. If you look closely at the reasoning behind it, you can see that Hegel was not, as he is usually interpreted by liberals today, Hegel was not into this dream of a bourgeois society as prose, like prosaic society, the antagonisms are over, we lead our peaceful lives and so conceptual necessity that precisely there cannot be lasting peace between universal and particular. That from time to time, okay, Hegel gives here a reasoning which may sound almost reactionary, but I claim it's not. The idea is that from time to time, we citizens living in our more or less satisfied, petty lives, each at our place, have to be reminded from time to time of the strength of abstract negativity. Like Hegel puts it in a wonderful, brutal way, appropriate to his time. Now we would have even more horrible examples, when he says that it's easy for a religious man to claim, the vanity of all earthly life, but he said that this we do it in a hypocritical life. You say vanity, all eternal life is vain, and then you go to a nice restaurant and so on. But Hegel says it's slightly different when you really get this lesson, like when a foreign soldier with a saber is killing, he mentions like the Russians, when the Cossack is killing your family in front of your house, you get the same lesson, but you get it for the real, of the vanity of the... So, what I'm saying is that here is one example of how it's not true that Hegel's ultimate vision is that of peace of the developed, prosaic, bourgeois society. He knows that there is an excess of negativity which repeatedly has to be reasserted. And if there will be time, what I would like to do, because this is the game I'll be playing today, push Hegel forwards, beyond Hegel, but through Hegel. I think what I will try, some of the developments may be even known to you, is to show, apropos 3-4 topics, how Hegel was inconsistent with himself. Where was he inconsistent? I claim that what Hegel, because again, the point of his theory of war is that again, the meaning of the war is not external. It's not from time to time we have to show to the others that we are stronger or whatever. No. The true meaning of war is purely that you should experience your own abstract freedom, negativity, and so on. So what Hegel should have done is what I'm tempted to call and it can be, I will do it in my next book, the one that you graciously mentioned, much more in detail, namely to demonstrate how, you know what Hegel should have done there? What I like to call the Thomas Jefferson step. To say not only war with outside, but from, this wonderful totalitarian metaphor of Thomas Jefferson, that the tree of liberty has to be watered by blood from time to time, and even here an idea came to me, a Hegelian idea of synthesis of the opposites. This is what I like about the Jacobins, where in their terror, the state terror against the individuals, everyone could have been guillotined, in a way overlaps by the popular terror. It's both at the same time. I think we need to shake us up from time to time, some kind of Jacobinical terror. I would even go a step further and say that the status of this terror is the same as the status of madness. In that, what do you think? That you own the world and can be late or what? Okay, sorry. He's my best friend, you can guess from what this. I published it in a book with Continuum, together with the German guy Marcus Gabriel, Hegel's theory of madness. Again, he is more Foucault than Michel Foucault, I claim there. He wonderfully developed how madness is not just an abstract possibility, but it's a necessary step on the path to humanity. Humanity you don't pass from animal to human directly. You have to go through this step of, at least threat of madness. It's only as a reaction to madness that the properly human dimension of what Hegel calls Gewohnheit, customs, emerges. And Hegel also has there a wonderful theory how mechanical customs, discipline, you learn something without understanding it, is the basis of all humanity. You have to begin with this blind dream and so on. Only then. So again, there he is consequent, Hegel. There he admits that it's not that madness as a possibility of this outbreak of radical negativity is sublated, aufgehoben in some higher spiritual unity. No, it's only that it always remains there lurking beneath as a possibility to explode. All that Hegel had to do, but was a little bit too conformist, is to follow, again, his own logic also to the domain of social order, war, and so on. Okay, more about this later. Let me move now to the unconscious. I think that linked to this topic of the unconscious is the topic of overdetermination. Here we can make a good argument that Hegel, what he cannot do is the Freudian unconscious. That is to say, Hegelian unconscious is a transcendental unconscious of the form. You know how in one of the key passages of the Introduction to Phenomenology, when Hegel describes the emergence of a new form of life, he says it happens, but the individuals just experience it as coming from nowhere. They don't see its formal aspect. And Hegel repeats this again and again, like when we speak, we don't see the universal character of what we say. You know, already at the most elementary, the beginning of phenomenology, sense certainty, when Hegel says, you say now, you mean this now, what you don't know is that it's a universal every now, and so on. So again, for Hegel, unconscious is the abstract form. The Freudian unconscious, of course, is totally particular contingent. Like, this is maybe what Hegel cannot think, sorry to mention an example that you maybe know, in, for example, one of the wonderful dreams that I really like from Freud's interpretation of dreams is a woman patient who reports to Freud a dream that she was at the funeral, felt very sad, and so on and so on. Then Freud discovers again what's the meaning of the dream. It's that at that funeral she encountered her ex-love and was very glad about it. But in no way can you get at this point through a hermeneutic analysis of the dream. Everything is there to cheat. She feels sad, funeral, and so on and so on. You see, the whole point is this totally contingent partial connection. This brings us to overdetermination. Hegel, in a formal sense, can think overdetermination. Again, in this formal sense of what he calls oppositional determination, that an element can be overdetermined by itself, in the sense that, as even Marx refers to this in the that introduction to Grundrisse methodological introduction, how you have four species, no? Production, distribution, exchange, consumption, and that production encounters itself as its own species, is in this purely formal sense overdetermined. But again, what Hegel cannot think is the complex network of particular links organized along the contingent lines of condensation, displacement, and so on. Or in more general terms, the Hegelian process always deals with radical, clear-cut solutions or resolutions. What is foreign to Hegel is the Freudian logic of pragmatic, opportunistic compromises. This is, I think, maybe the true limit. Not that Hegel was not radical enough, but that Hegel was too radical, in the sense that, you know, when you have a tension, Hegel's automatic reaction is, let's push it to the end, resolve it. While isn't the whole of Freudian unconscious one big shitty compromise? You know, in the sense of, I like that, but I don't want to admit it, so let's do a compromise, let's stage it, but let's not quite admit it, and so on and so on. So we get a kind of a complicated network of distortions, where where again there is no clear resolution. Just think about maybe Freud's most famous example, that of Signorelli from the beginning of Psychopathology of Everyday Life. You know the story. Freud himself couldn't recall the name of the painter of the Orvieto frescoes, Signorelli, and produced as substitutes the names of two other painters, Botticelli and Boltraffio. And then his analysis brings to light the process of associations which links Signorelli to Botticelli and Boltraffio. The village, Trafoi, was where Freud received the message of the suicide of one of his patients. Hair like signor, hair, the German word for master, is linked to a trip to Herzegovina, Bosnia and Herzegovina, when an old Muslim told Freud that after you no longer can engage in sex, there is no reason to go on living, and so on and so on. But you see the point, you don't get a clear cut or whatever, you get just a series of connections with no final radical resolution. I'm a little bit tempted to defend Hegel, at least on two counts. First, it's not quite true that Hegel doesn't always opt for a clear-cut resolution. You know, maybe the most famous passage in entire Hegelian phenomenology of master and servant, the fight, I mean, the result there is a compromise. They don't go to the end. The point is, if we fight really to the end, one will die, it has no sense. So it's a kind of a symbolic compromise there. Point two, even the form of the unconscious, this is Freud at his best, which is typically Hegelian unconscious. You also find it in Freud. For example, it's much more complex in Freud, but I give you the simplified gist of it. There is a patient woman who comes to Freud and says she remembers a dream, but it's uncertain dream. She cannot identify who the man is in the dream and so on. So it appears a purely formal uncertainty. I don't see it clearly and so on. And then Freud gets the point that this formal uncertainty is the form of the return to what the woman is not ready to confront at the level of content. What is repressed as content, returned in the form. It's, to put it in vulgar terms, her uncertainty who is the father. No? That this quite clear uncertainty of the content, she is not ready to admit it, so it returns as pure form. It's blurred, I don't know who that person is, and so on and so on. Then we have the problem of jouissance, of enjoyment, as opposed to mere pleasure. Here also, what Hegel can think is nonetheless jouissance as such. He's not as stupid as it may appear. For example, in surprising places, look at his lessons on the philosophy of religion, when Hegel there talks about what is the aim of religious ritual. He says it's brutally to produce enjoyment. That, you know, what happens in praying, in the act of praying, Hegel is not bullshitting there. No, you are doing literally for your enjoyment, and so on. But nonetheless, the motive which is central for Freud and especially Lacan, the motive of the gap between the true and the real of jouissance. This gap, Hegel maybe cannot get it. Let me give you here a brief quote of one of late Lacan's seminar 29, from 76, where Lacan says, a quote, session of December 14th, 76, the true or the real. At this level, everything is set up as if these two terms are synonymous. But the unpleasant thing is that they are not. When we are dealing with the real, the true is in divergence, and so on and so on. So let's go then, okay, we have other moments, but now let me start a defense of Hegel. Yes, sorry. We have, of course, then, as already mentioned, another crucial example, that of modern science. It is nonetheless unfortunately clear here, even I cannot fully defend Hegel, that his universe is not yet the universe of modern formalized science. It is clear in his uneasiness with Galileo and Newton how he tries to as it were, supplement this natural science, emerging formal natural sciences, with some kind of a more conceptual underpinning. Hegel simply has no sense for this dimension here. And along the same lines, if I may permit myself a brief detour, I think that Adorno was right, if you like classical music, when he said that the greatest task of everyone who really likes Bach, the boring guy, that to defend Bach against himself, against his defenders, no? Because it's very popular for the last 50 years to defend Bach as a kind of a pre-modern, organic, fully religious composer against a later modernization, like, you know, in Bach as a traditional composer. You find peace in these large harmonious structures before all the modernist or even romantic excesses. But as Adorno points out, Bach is the Newton of music. You should just read a little bit of the historical situation of Bach. You know how Bach was perceived by his contemporaries as he was not very popular. Why? Because the idea was he is too much of a formalist, playing with abstract mathematical variations, not enough melody. The true reactionary was Bach's son, Christoph something, I don't know, who, it's interesting to learn, was towards the end of Bach's life much more popular than his father. Why? Because the reaction to Bach was Italian melody singing, which was precisely perceived as a return to authentic sentiments against all those abstractions and so on. What is crucial? I will make my point in a very simple way, of course. What is crucial is that, this is common topic, we know it all, how modernity proper emerges with this Cartesian formalized mathematical universe, but it's different mathematic from not only pre-modern but even Renaissance mathematics. Here, for example, Kepler, although Marx as a German nationalist always says, no, Kepler better than Newton, but this is Marx, the German stuff. There, of course, you have elevation of mathematics, but it's part of this bullshit of harmonia mundi, cosmic music, harmony of the world, and so on. With Bach, it is precisely that we enter in a brutal way into this modern, as Pascal would have put it, silent, abstract universe where you cannot rely on any of these celestial harmonies between our world, celestial world. We are in an abstract world, and the whole problem of Bach is how to invent from his mathematical combination an artificial harmony. He has to construct it. You no longer can rely on all these natural harmonies, on this Pythagorean bullshit, numbers, their secret meanings, and so on and so on. So, again, it's on the contrary, I claim, the reaction to Bach, which is in a way the reaction, or even there, my God, you see where my true love is, music and so on. Even there, all great guys were bothered by Bach. Bach is at the origin, literally, of end of classicism, of musical modernism. You know in what sense? You know what is the problem of the late Beethoven? He perfected what Haydn and Mozart did the sonata form, and then his big problems was he felt that in all this sonata bullshit, something precious that you find in Bach, Fugue, and so on is lost. So modernity, it's a very nice dialectic. Modernity started not as an attempt to, we are stifled by old forms, let's look forward, but no, by the insight that in the classical music something was lost from, that was there in Bach, and that how to revitalize that part. Even at this level, I even am trying now to write something, but I'm not sure I will because it's too close to pure bluff, no? To save in a materialist way romanticism in music. Because I participated in some stupid round table in France where some people who really know thought that, if you look at really great romantic pieces of music, it's not spiritualism. Forget about all that bullshit about, beyond the misery of terrestrial life, whatever. No. The greatness of a guy in France explained it to me in wonderful terms. When we were listening to some wonderful, I underestimated him, piano piece by Felix Mendelssohn. How romanticism proper begins when the moment melody is not simply given, but you have as if to struggle with the musical material to generate the melody. In Mozart, even early Beethoven, it's not a problem. The melody is here. You state it or the motive, and then you play all those stupid ballerina forms, variations you need. But the proper of romanticism is this long struggle to painfully generate the melody. Even great okay, now I will admit, together with Badiou, he's also deep in this shit, my limitations, but you once admitted to me, he told me don't tell anyone, so of course, that's called dialectic, that he likes Mahler, but that he discovered Mahler through Visconti, Death in Venice, that one, we got him here, no? I mean, who is Alain Badiou, the guy who thinks Bridges of the Madison County is a great film and so on, no? We got, but seriously, take that famous adagietto that we all know, it's in all those, classical music in cinema, all those 99 pence DVDs with the throne. But what happens there, this is, I think, okay, it's late romanticism already, but romanticism at its purest. This painful, slow struggle for the melody to emerge. Again, I think it's a very materialist movement. And I think this is, now I will betray my low-class Balkan origins, this is what makes slightly boring, for example, Beethoven's late sonatas, no? Piano sonatas. That you already have this struggle with the material, and then, of course, all this explodes in Schumann, Schubert, and so on and so on. Or if you want, other pieces. In my perverse attitude, I told myself that I asked myself, is Adorno really right to attack so ferociously, who are the two absolute bad guys for Adorno in music, Sibelius and Tchaikovsky. There it is Adorno becomes Goebbelsian, burn them, no? But I think that, if you know it, Sibelius' Fourth Symphony is nonetheless not total shit. I agree with Adorno that number 2, all those Finland stuff, freedom, blah, blah. But Fourth Symphony, go to the third movement, and it's, I think, even better than Adagietto of Mahler. It's kind of a melody with pain trying to formulate itself, but it fails. Okay. So let's now go nonetheless back to Hegel. The point is, this would be my first basic point, that again, it's not a question of simply moving beyond Hegel, but it's the point is to demonstrate how what Hegel doesn't see, again, is not some post-Hegelian dimension totally outside his grasp, but the very Hegelian dimension of what is coming. For example, when Marx demonstrated in his Capital how the self-reproduction of capital obeys the logic of the Hegelian process of substance-subject, which retroactively posits its own presuppositions. The unheard of character of Marx does there is to, as it were, implicitly in Capital, he beats Hegel at its own terrain. His point is not, oh, Hegel, stupid idealist, here is real life. No, his point is, and I like this formulation, that the way to produce materialist Hegel is to claim that Hegel, in some crucial domains, wasn't idealist enough. Because, as Fred Jameson pointed it out very nicely in his this book on phenomenology, Variations on Phenomenology or whatever, is that Hegel's, I quote Fred Jameson, despite his familiarity with Adam Smith and emergent economic doctrine, Hegel's conception of work and labor, I have specifically characterized it as a handicraft ideology, betrays no anticipation of the originalities of industrial production or the factory system. That is to say, again, Hegel thinks in an almost naive materialist way that production is just me as a concrete individual working on some stuff and so on. What he doesn't see is a very Hegelian point, how in capitalism this concrete interaction between me, others and the stuff is regulated by the abstraction of the capital. How, precisely the Hegelian notional subject-substance is there. I'm so sad we don't have more time, or maybe I'm hypocritical here and it's nice, but please, I beseech you to read his Politically, Don't Worry. When we take power, he goes to Gulag. But nonetheless, he's not an idiot. Robert Pippin, the American Hegelian, who nonetheless, in his last good book, the latest one on Hegel's ethics or whatever is not good, but the previous one, The Persistence of Subjectivity, Pippin has a wonderful text along the same lines, it's worth reading, on Hegel and the modern art, where I think in a model-like way he shows how Hegel went too fast in predicting the end of art. Although, of course, Hegel knew this hasn't been simply art which stop whatever. But he claims that Hegel was not able to imagine art beyond representation, this realist representation and so on. And Pippin claims that, again, he was not Hegelian enough here. That if you just apply to visual arts Hegel's notion of subjective reflexivity, mediation, and so on, you can clearly, in a beautiful way, generate, in a purely Hegelian way, the concept of modern abstract painting. You see, this is, I think, how it should be done. So, okay, let me now go a little bit to go on. Let me now go a little bit to this Hegel and Marx topic. So, again, of course, you can say it's true that Hegel's limitation was here a purely historical one. Like, of course, he couldn't write about what he wasn't able to see. Although it's more complex, because I think the first financial crises were already there and so on, so it was a kind of self-blindness. So, again, let me dwell a little bit on this. It is clear, for example, if you read The Capital of Marx, not only part 1, not only first chapter for value, forms of value, but especially, I think it's chapter 7, I'm not sure, the passage from money to capital. It's clearly formulated in Hegelian terms of the passage from substance to subject. With capital, value is no longer just a substance, the universality within which we exchange commodities, but it becomes subject in the sense of agent, self-positing, and so on and so on. And why maybe Hegel wasn't able to do it? I think I already quoted this passage here. It's from a book by a very good writer on Hegel who recently died, the French guy Gérard Lebrun, who says that what is so new in the Capital of Marx is that capital is a subject in the Hegelian sense, self-positing, self-mediating agent, but an automatic subject. That is to say, a subject which, again, we are back to repetition, just wants more profit, just blindly repeats itself. So again, a nice point. What Hegel wasn't able to think is not some dimension beyond, but this weird unity of subjectivity, which for Hegel is always life, living, creative subjectivity, a subjectivity which is at the same time dead, blindly repetitive. It's this unity of blind automatism, repetition, and conceptual self-mediation which Hegel missed there. Of course, things are here more complicated, I'm aware of it. That is to say, when Marx describes the dance of capital's self-reproduction as this Hegelian process of the substance, value, acting of subject, mediating itself, positing its presuppositions, and so on. Of course, for Marx, this is not the ultimate truth. For Marx, of course, the ultimate truth is that the autonomy of this process of self-generation of value is an ideological myth. Ultimately, it feeds itself on the exploitation of workers and so on and so on. But nonetheless, we can say that what Hegel describes here is something which is very mysterious, because it's not simply ideology in the sense of how bourgeois individuals perceive themselves, but it's not also the brutal reality, which is that of workers' exploitation. It's something in between that we can call the objective fantasy of capital. Again, here I don't want today to enter into all those problems of the ambiguous status of the reference to Hegel's dialectic in Marx. I think, mentioned it how, if you read it closely, you have two fundamentally different references in Grundrisse manuscripts. For Marx, the Hegelian dialectical process is still, let's call it naively, the model of liberation. You know that famous text, which is brilliant, of course, the pre-capitalist modes of production. This is a pure Hegelian rereading of history. You start with so-called primitive societies where you have the substantial unity, then you get gradual alienation, which reaches its high point with proletarians, pure abstract subjectivity from which all the substantial content is taken, and then you have reconciliation, subjectivity reconciled with substance. What happens in capital is something totally different, I claim. There, Hegelian dialectical process is not a model for the process of liberation, but rather a model for the very alienated logic of the capitalist reproduction. And now, the big question is here, I don't have time to enter into it today, the big question here would have been, was the late Marx simply right? This was the reading, this is the predominant reading of Frankfurt School. What we are, to put it in terms of the so-called Western Marxism, Lukács is the model of the first reading. Hegel's dialectical process is a mystified version of the process of liberation. Lukács, even in his History and Class Consciousness, says it literally. He says Hegel was right, he just applied his dialectical matrix on the wrong subject. He literally says, he must have known it, it's too simple, replace absolute spirit with working class and you got it. But Adorno, Marcuse and so on, for them, dialectic is not dialectic of liberation, but the very form of the self-reproduction of alienated society. So, and you have this permanent motive in Adorno, in Marcuse. I'm talking here about especially Hegel and Revolution, the younger Marcuse, who is much better and so on than the late one. Namely that this idea that liberation, communism, whatever we call it, will be a step out of dialectics. Dialectics is the logic of alienated society, where everything turns into its opposite and so on and so on. My solution here, again, this is kind of a blurb to arouse you, maybe like read my book, is that I think we should do a much more daring move here. Namely, what I find problematic in both Lukács and Adorno and Marcuse is their reading of Hegel as if what Hegel calls reconciliation is the simple subjective appropriation of the substance. You know, you are the subject, you alienate yourself, you produce the substantial content, and then in communism you reappropriate it. I don't think Hegel is in this sense a subjectivist. I think if you really want to understand Hegel, you should see that what he calls reconciliation, it's not this like voracious subjective idea of collective subject will swallow all reality or whatever. It's a much more, even I'm tempted to say, pessimist move. I'm so sad we don't have time, but I want to signal to you a novel that I really liked, and I think it's absolutely not a racist novel, as some people claimed. Again, I have a problem here. Can you help me? I know whatever I will say will be wrong, namely how to pronounce the name, the South African guy. Not Latin, not you, even... Okay, whatever, yeah, okay. You know, of course I'm talking of his Disgrace. One of the darkest novels that I know. I think it's totally wrong to read it as simple reaction of a deceived liberal to the new South Africa. You know, like we fought for their freedom, now they treat us as if we are their tribal slaves or whatever. But what I want to say is that the final situation of the hero, this, you lose everything, this total loss, this is maybe the closest we get to Hegelian reconciliation. If you want to understand what Hegel means by reconciliation, read that. Now comes the 3 minutes of my boasting. No, I hate myself for doing it, which is why I like to read. You know, yesterday I had tea with Ray Fiennes, and he told me, that he would have been better. You saw the movie, you should buy it. You get it cheap, Disgrace with John Malkovich. But Ray told me that he was the first candidate, and that he admitted it to me that he rejected it out of pure vanity. He told me it was 10 years ago, he wasn't even 40 at that point, and he said, no, I will not play the white guy who is 50. Pure. But I think maybe he would have been, for this bitterness and so on, maybe he would have been even better. Okay, so again, this is another topic. We don't have time to go into it now. This idea of that maybe the way to go back to Hegel is to abandon this basic hyper-idealist subjectivist reading, as if Hegelian reconciliation means subject swallows everything. No, it's not that. I think it's something much closer to this Christian moment of, you get out of alienation not by overcoming it, but by way of redoubling it. The formula is for me the one that I always quote, that Hegel's formula, secrets of the Egyptians for us were also secrets for the Egyptians themselves. It's just this shift from my alienation from the substance to the substance being screwed up in itself already, to simplify things. But okay, let's not go this path, it would have brought us too much. The thing I want to draw your attention to is this simple fact, which is crucial, how to go beyond Hegel means paradoxically to discover a Hegelian dimension, like in modern art, modern abstract art, like in developed capitalism, to discover Hegelian dimension precisely in what Hegel wasn't able to grasp. Like what Hegel not only was not this absolute narcissist in the sense of, I see everywhere my own system. No, paradoxically, my point would have been that he wasn't enough of a narcissist, no? He didn't see, for example, how contemporary capitalism is more Hegelian sometimes than Hegel himself. Then there is the third point, which brings us, it's a very delicate point, to the true limit of Hegel, unfortunately. Social limit, but which has conceptual consequences. Namely, Hegel comes at that point where we have a passage from traditional society, master servitude, to modern bourgeois society of formal equality and freedom. And maybe precisely because he wasn't able to think capitalism properly, what Hegel couldn't have imagined, I think, is the basic paradox of capitalist societies, which is that you have formal legal equality, we are all free citizens, but that relationship of domination reproduces itself precisely under the form of equality. I don't think Hegel was able to think domination, class distinction, domination, which is still here even when you abolish all traditional forms of direct domination. And here I would like again to quote Fred Jameson, a wonderful passage where he says that in a modern democracy, the social leveling we are witnessing in modern democracy, I quote Jameson, certainly does not exclude the emergence of wealth and of profound distinctions between rich and poor, even in the socialist countries. Nor is it in any way to be understood as the end of classes in their economic sense. There are still workers and managers in these societies. There is still profit and exploitation, reserve armies of the unemployed, and so on. But the new cultural equality is infused with a powerful hatred of hierarchy and special privileges, and with a passionate resentment of caste distinctions and inherited cultural superiority. Now comes, maybe you already know it, the brilliant phrase, but it is in our societies permitted to be wealthy so long as the rich man is as vulgar as everyone else, I think this is the paradox, but a wonderful, again, Hegelian paradox, which I claim gives to us an unexpected possibility of a genuine proletarian reappropriation of the high culture. So, what's my point here? Again, that all these three cases that I enumerated seem to call for a Hegelian analysis. Workers reduced to an appendix of machinery. A hierarchy persisting in the very form of plebeianization, and so on and so on. Here we have to go to think further than Hegel. And now I want to make, again, another step further and just in the remaining half an hour explain, apropos of a couple of cases, how Hegel was not consequent enough measured by his own standards. Already yesterday, I think, I mentioned this paradox of the king, how the proper king should be an idiot who just, and so on and so on. And that it's difficult to be a king, because to be a good king, you must accept that you are a pure puppet, an idiot. I want to give you, I'm sorry if I repeat myself, maybe we used it years ago, an ultimate example of what does it mean, king's utter alienation. There is, I'm sorry if you know it, an anecdote from the Prussian-Austrian War in 1866. This was one of the last battles still done in a traditional way, soldiers fighting in the valley, up on the hills, the king with his headquarters observing the battle. So in this last battle, the Prussian king, formerly the supreme commander of the Prussian army, was observing the fight from a nearby hill. He was very worried because it appeared to him that his troops were retreating, that there is at least a confusion. And then, all of a sudden, General von Moltke, the great Prussian strategist who planned this battle, in the middle of this chaos, the king sweating, oh my God, are we losing? Ours are retreating. the guy who knew what is happening. General turned to the king and told him, "May I be the first to congratulate your majesty for a brilliant victory," because he knew we won. But this, I think, is what I like. Like, the king formally won, but he was a total idiot, he didn't know. But it must be attributed to you. This is what, in a way, I think Lacan means when he talks about the decentered subject. There is no subject more decentered than the king. So I think here Marx is wrong in his critique of Hegelian notion of monarchy, in his notes towards critique of Hegel's philosophy of law, where Marx, apropos Hegelian deduction of monarchy, explodes. He says that for Hegel, and he thinks this is a great critical point he's making against Hegel, that for Hegel, king is nothing more than an appendix to his penis. But my point is that this precisely is what Hegel wants to say. That is to say, Hegel's point is precisely that king is a pure symbolic authority. As Hegel says literally, repeating Kierkegaard, okay, Kierkegaard comes after, the duty of Hegel is not to understand anything. His bureaucrats have to understand things. The duty of the king is to sign his name, which means that in actuality, his duty is to breed his successor. It's the point where pure ideality of a pure signifier, I sign my name, coincides with its opposite, with just your duty is to behave nicely and breed children, don't be wise, and so on. Now, why this? I now will be very short because I know that here I repeat myself, because Hegel knew something a lesson which we had to learn in a hard way in the 20th century. That when you have a government grounded, which tries to be grounded fully in effective qualities of the leaders, you get what we call totalitarianism. That in order for a power structure to function in a minimally open way, you have to have some kind of contingency on the top. And that's Hegel's point. That the whole point of having a monarch is not to allow all the power to state bureaucracy, to have some empty, totally contingent checkpoint on the top. In this sense, it's the dialectical beauty. Hegel's state of reason means precisely you have to include the moment of pure irrationality on the top. And I think that the same goes even for true democracy. I'm more and more convinced that democracy needs a moment of contingency, of lottery. My God, ancient Greeks were aware of it. In Venice, in their great epoch, they were aware of it. This is the horror of Stalinism, that Stalin precisely wasn't like a king or a despot. No, he pretended to know, really, the greatest scientist, and so on and so on. We have to admit this gap. Of course, we can debate, and I agree with it, that Hegel didn't see that democracy can also function as introducing this element of contingency. I agree with those who claim. But nonetheless, when Hegel spoke about the king as this moment of pure contingency on the top, he saw something very deep. The next problem, what Hegel didn't, maybe for conformist political reason, wasn't able to accept is that we have this irrational excess on the top, the king, pure biology, pure contingency, and then, Hegel is really aware of it. Again, read his philosophy of right, where he says, but if king is determined by pure contingency of birth, doesn't this mean that the fate of the state is left to natural caprice? Like the way the king is born, I don't know if he is furious, we will have more wars or whatever. And then Hegel says, no, you missed the point. King just signs the papers. It doesn't matter what kind of character he is and so on. But then, I think what Hegel has on the bottom, the so-called rebel, Böbel. This part of no part of the social body. I already spoken about it, so I will be brief here. You know what's the point. Hegel saw very clearly that modern capitalist society has its classes and so on, but it necessarily produces an excess of rebel, of those for whom there is no place within the social body. And Hegel even openly admitted that there is no solution. Hegel says we are trying to deal with it, and he just pragmatically enumerates solutions, like colonization, charity, whatever, but he says in the long term it will not work. Because he is well aware of this circular paradox, because he says the more we are getting rich, the more we necessarily produce the rebel. Again, I'm repeating here myself, so I will be brief, I know. What, for political reasons, I claim, Hegel was not ready to admit is how this part of no part, the rebel, precisely insofar as it has no specific place within social body, stands immediately for the universality. This idea of the excess is the place of universality, this was too much for Hegel. But again, following his theory, he should have said it. Here everything is decided, like was Hegel a proto-fascist or not? I claim that by refusing to draw this conclusion, Hegel came dangerously close to that soft fascist tendency which was then later fully developed by the conservative English neo-Hegelians like McTaggart and so on. No? This idea that, the Hegelian vision is to counteract abstract individuality by way of constructing kind of a state of estates where everyone is at his or her own place and so on. But again, Hegel knew this is the ABC of Hegelian dialectic, that you never can find peace in such a harmonious, articulated social body, that always universality has to assert itself as such against its particular embodiments, in the guise of war, in the guise here of, in the guise of the rebel, and so on and so on. Okay, but I already spoke about it, so let's go on. We have now already 2-3 this kind of excesses. We have the excess of the king, where precisely you see the paradox, the top of the social hierarchy, the king, is reduced in a way to pure animality. It's at the same time the highest, pure name, but in its reality totally alienated. We have this, we have rebel. And again, here, as many intelligent writers, interpreters of Hegel noticed, Hegel is very clear. He basically, not even between the lines, you just have to read him, he legitimizes revolution. Because he says, this rebel, these are people to whom society denied basic recognition. So he says they don't owe anything to society. If they rebel, we have no right to condemn them. But nonetheless, again, this idea, which was later articulated by Marx, that precisely the working class as no class, as the class which cannot realize itself as a class, stands for the universality of humanity. This is, again, what unfortunately the conclusion Hegel doesn't draw apropos rebel, but I think that this is where Hegel is actual today, because if there is now, there are some ultra-orthodox traditional Marxists here, they will explode against me. But I claim that the point is not to do what traditional Marxist readers of Hegel did, by claiming, this was the limit of Hegel, he used this fake term, rebel, but now we know it's the working class and so on. No, if anything, today, with hate late capitalism. I don't like the term because capitalism is late from its beginning. You know, my standard joke. Like Marx was saying capitalism is rotting. You know? As a matter of fact, the first guy to say that capitalism is rotting were already the British Romantics, I think. Then Lenin said imperialism, the last stage, rotting capitalism. Then Mao said American imperialism in 1950s, that this last stage got so absolutely rotten that, but okay, unfortunately, the more it is rotting, the better it is doing. Okay, what I want to say now is that aren't we today in our stage of capitalism, in a way, partially at least, returning from the unique position of proletariat, as self-conscious working class, to rebel. By rebel, I mean different kinds of exclusions, of those who are excluded. In other words, it seems clear to me that we no longer can count on only, exclusively, or even predominantly on working class as such. I think that capitalism has learned today to play in a much more cynical way with the working class. This is even to refer today, but here I fully support you. I think I mentioned this the first day here. Just look, I don't know how it is again in your country, but in my country, look at the status of strikes today. 90% I support them, but I was opposed to strikes in my country. Why? Because I already told you to some of the strikes. In my country, Slovenia, now the situation is horrible. Construction workers, textile working women, they are just fired and so on. They don't dare to strike, not even to raise their voice, because if they strike, they tell them, fuck off, perfect. Those who can strike, the tragedy is that in some countries, strike can even be a privilege today. You must have a very firm position to even be able to afford a strike. Like in Slovenia, who is striking? Doctors who are already relatively very well paid, judges are striking, obstructing, policemen like to strike, everybody loves how corrupted they are and so on, no? And stupid, this is what I like nonetheless in Slovenia. It still has this old socialist legacy of the Western countries, I think only France had it, that policemen are stupid, and you have all these jokes of how they are, for example, these standard jokes, like, why are the policemen always three in a group? With one knows how to read, the other how to write, and the third one controls them if they read or write correctly, or whatever. Or my favorite one, I'm sorry, it's slightly vulgar, but is about, it combines stupidity and corruption. A policeman comes home and hears, just entering the door, some of these, okay, I will not make them, sex voices, no? So he enters and sees her wife a little bit red in the face, of course, he got it, no? His wife was screwing someone. So he says, I will find him, no? Looks around, then looks beneath the bed. For 20 seconds you hear nothing, no? And then he comes up and says, okay, I was mistaken, everything is okay, and so on, no? And then later we learn to his friend what happened. No, he looked down and he says to his friend, I made some money because the guy who was screwing my wife bribed me so that I said there is nobody there. And this time, these people strike. No, it really, here I'm really becoming a classical working class defender. Women who were working in a textile factory for 30 years, my God. And now all they get is this postmodern bullshit, recreate yourself, this is an opportunity to invent a new job or whatever, no? So, again, all this points out towards how maybe there is a time to re-actualize Hegel's notion of rebel. Precisely as the name, because again, my old thesis that capitalism today is no longer, and I think it will be less and less able, even to sustain its own normative structure, which is that of exploitation under the pretext of full personal freedom, legal equality, and so on. I think more and more, obviously, it needs forms of partial exclusion, like immigrant workers, outsourcing, and so on and so on. So, okay, My next point is that the same structure of an excess which stands for universality would have been, again, another thing which I think would be very helpful is, again, another reason why it is productive to connect these two excesses, excess at the top, excess at the bottom, is that if we unite these two, the contingent excess on the top, the excess on the bottom, rebel, isn't this the formula of a populist authoritarian regime? As Marx says, what is the secret of Napoleon III? That, okay, he pretended to, in a corporate way, proto-fascist way, to represent every class, giving its proper to workers, to farmers, to them, but as Marx put it, his only true social base was the thugs, the rebel. And again, the same with Hitler, SA thugs, and so on and so on. Okay, but this is another topic. What I want now to go on is to show how there is another, which I already developed, I just repeat it again, another excess of Hegel, where he clearly makes a mistake with regard to his own logic, sex. I mean, there is a certain image of Hegelian process, which is that of simple, gradual, evolutionary culturalization. Like the sense of, to put it very simply, if you conceive sex as a natural substance, we copulate like animals, but then you say, but we humans are more and more conferring cultural form on it, like I like a woman or a man likes me, or two men like me, so that you will not accuse me of binary logic, whatever. This is where Judith Butler was furious of me, because once I debated with her and I said, okay, 2 women, 3 men, because she's always attacking me from binary logic. So I told her, okay, now you will get more than binary logic. Okay, but what I want to say is that, so again, the idea is, I like someone and I'm a cultured man, so instead of raping him, her, beating, I write poems, blah, 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 we do it in a cultivated form. But what Hegel didn't get, but he should have gotten it, is that it's not that we simply pass from nature to culture. The moment you have culture, there should be an excess of denaturalized nature. And we have a name in eroticism for this excess. The name is this Tristan and Isolde, absolute sexual passion, which is self-destructive, this Tristan Isolde idea. Let's lose ourselves in the self-destructive ecstasies of absolute enjoyment of love, death, and so on. So, again, what Hegel didn't see is that what we are trying to control, gentrify, domesticate through sexual rituals, symbolic forms, is not directly nature, but it's already an excess over nature. And okay, to repeat another of my ancient points, this is where I think if we are true Hegelians, we can nicely show how right was Lacan, namely where Catholic Church is wrong apropos sexuality. This idea that the only civilized sexuality is ultimately for procreation, and that sexuality done only for lust is like it makes us like beasts, and so on and so on. I claim that again the structure is much more complex. The reason Catholic Church is, insofar as it is, I know it's more complex, but basically, nonetheless, the basic model of sinning is to engage in illicit sexual activity. It's that it fights sexuality not in the sense of higher spiritual vocation fighting elementary biological life, but one spirituality fighting another spirituality. Secretly they know that the first proto-metaphysical experience, by metaphysical experience I mean something very simple. I mean you are engaged into something which goes beyond you are literally in a platonic way, you are struck by something, you are ready to sacrifice everything for it. Sexual lust is this, my God. It's absolutely not procreative, and Hegel knew it in some of his writings. Namely, what he knew is that when you have a certain purposeful activity which serves a purpose, the way an instrumental, biological, simple purpose, the way you spiritualize it is to take part of this activity and posit it as an end in itself. Like, you make love no longer for procreation. In this way, love becomes, or sex even, becomes a space to realize a kind of metaphysical radical passion. In other words, Catholics are totally wrong here. I claim it's precisely when you do sex for procreation that you are like animals. Animals, only they do like that. They populate in certain rhythms, times of the year and so on. We are, okay, we want to, we cannot, but we are ready to do it in principle all the time. But so you see my point. I claim that this is the message of Freud. It's a very nice one. This should be the proper Freudian Hegelian answer to spiritualists. It's not, you believe in some shitty spiritualism, we know the only reality is power, sex, whatever. No, that we see spirituality where you oppress it. We see a properly metaphysical dimension in it. Which is why, I'm so sad I don't have time for it, but which is why I also think that church is totally wrong in its, this I totally hate them here when they say, this is supposedly a deep thing to say. Today's crisis is not economic, it's spiritual, ethical crisis. No, the first thing to say here is that Benjamin was right. Capitalism is deeply an ethico-religious phenomenon. What is wrong with capitalists, greedy capitalists, is not that they are too egotists. They are not. A true capitalist is a pale, half-dead fanatic who is ready to forsake all his pleasures just so that, the capital turns around more and more profit and so on and so on. So again, I claim when we advocate ecology against capitalist exploitation, it's not a struggle of proper altruistic humanity against some brutal egotism. No, I claim it's precisely a struggle of simple egotism for you, maybe for your children, against this metaphysics of capitalism. Literally metaphysics. Because isn't capitalism metaphysics embodied? In what sense? You have things really happening. This is the physical dimension. People working, consuming, whatever. And then you have, it's literally more and more a separate sphere. What goes on in Wall Street and so on, these purely virtual financial speculations, which literally ideas rule the world. Something is happening in this virtual space which decides the fate of material production. This is for me the metaphysical dimension of capitalism. You work in a company, you think everything is okay, then there is some Wall Street speculation and your company goes bankrupt. And it's totally non-transparent for you. You say, but what was wrong? The product is selling well, we were working well, and so on and so on. So again, I think that here I think that this is again the point of Freudian sexuality. It's not kind of a vulgar biological reductionism. It's exactly the opposite. And intelligent, how is that French mystic woman called? Is it Simone Weil? Yeah. She saw this wonderfully when she wrote how once in one of her mystical meditations of how even in the lowest sexual passion you can see metaphysical union, metaphysical dimension at its purest. And incidentally, she also has, I don't have unfortunately time to quote it now, she also put it in wonderful way, this idea of a proletarian position, this idea that in every society there are those who are reduced to nothing and so on, and they are the only one who who from their very position are telling the truth, and so on, and so on. So, just to conclude now, if you read Hegel in this way, that is to say, if you insist on an excess of negativity, which persists beyond any sublation, which is always there as a threat, like the necessity, and you have different expressions of this, like the necessity of war as the untying of social links. In war, we are all reduced to singular individuals ready to die if you are for our country. That is to say, all the complex social structure no longer matters. You have rebel, you have madness, you have passionate sexual love. All these are examples of this excess of radical negativity, and it is clear that we are dealing here with the Hegelian version of precisely a form of repetition. So I claim that nonetheless Hegel had this dimension of repetition, but was not ready fully to confront it. So again, maybe I should now slowly stop, not to become a counter-revolutionary, no?
Bye.